Oh.
We'll call to order the Tuesday, August 6, 2024 meeting of the State Election Board of Georgia. I want to welcome all of our guests that are here, and we have many in overflow rooms and out in the hallway, and we appreciate their attendance. We're sorry we couldn't accommodate everybody, but this room can only hold so many people, and after we put the petitioners and the respondents and the press and our state representatives and senators in here, it gets a little crowded. So we appreciate you coming though and being here today. We will start this meeting with our invocation. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. Let us pray. O great and glorious God, Father of all, creator of all, mighty, righteous, and true, thank you for your love, your steadfastness, and mercy. Almighty God, show us your will and way. Help us grow in faith and acts. Guide us in the work that we do today. In your name, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Member Gazal, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. In my haste to get this started, I forgot to introduce the members of our board. My name is John Favre. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. To my far right is member Sarah Gazal, member Janelle King, member Dr. Janice Johnson, and member Rick Jeffries. And Mike Cohn, who is going to be sitting right next to me here, is our executive director. And Alexandra Harden is our paralegal. And once again, we appreciate everybody being here. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend the agenda. Is this the proper time?
Yes.
I move that we amend the agenda such that the petitions for rulemaking under new business discussion and voting on proposed rule amendment, SEB Rule 183-1-12-0.02 and SEB Rule 183-1-14-0.02 be moved to the other petitions that are continued under Section 5 to be presented at the beginning of those procedure matters. If there's no objection, I'd also would amend the agenda to include a report from the executive director, Mr. Mike Cohen.
We need to do that in two separate motions, I think.
Okay.
The first motion is to move the discussion and voting on proposed rule amendment SEB Rule 183-1-12-0.02 183.02 and discussion and voting on proposed rule amendment to SCB Rule 183-1-14-.02 up on the agenda to be heard before the item number 5 on the agenda, which is new petitions to be heard before this board. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, second member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The chair will entertain your second motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend the agenda to include a report under reports from our Executive Director, Mr. Mike Cohen, concerning the ballot image audit and a report on the hiring of a SEB investigator.
The hiring of the SCB investigator is already on the agenda. So is your
Yes.
motion then to
Include,
a report from the executive director on the ballot image auditing process?
that would be agreeable, Mr. Chair.
A motion has been made to add to the new business section, a report from the executive director on ballot image audit process. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of adding an item to the new business report from the executive director on ballot image audit process signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I do want to explain, we have had, Mike, how many people we had sign up, do you know?
Oh, gosh, we have way more than what we could handle. We'll do the first 30 today,
Yeah,
the balance tomorrow.
okay, we have quite a few people want to make comments. You'll notice in the agenda that we will have 30 people that will make comments after we dispense with some petitions. And after the approval of minutes, then we'll have an hour of public comment, and then the remainder of the people that wish to make public comments will be able to make them towards the end of the meeting. Right now, this meeting is scheduled for today. There is a chance that we may roll into tomorrow. We'll see how the day goes. The first item, or the next item on the agenda, is approval of board meeting minutes, state election board meetings and hearings from July 9th, 2024 and July 30th, 2024. A copy of those minutes have been distributed to the board members. Has the board had a chance to review those minutes? Are there any changes to the minutes that the board sees? The chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Move.
We have a motion to approve the minutes of the state election board meeting from July 9th, 2024 and July 30th, 2024. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the July 9th, 2024 and July 30th, 2024 meeting of state election board signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item on the agenda today is to hear a petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Marilyn Marks. Is Ms. Marks here? Ms. Marks, would you please take the podium? And we ask that you please give us about 10 to 15 minutes max, please.
Okay. So I'll start with the cybersecurity rule, if that's okay. And good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. Thank you so much for giving us this chance to present this. I'm Marilyn Marks, Executive Director of Coalition for Good Governance. We've brought this petition, and admittedly, it is a complex petition. Just to remind the public and the board, we first presented this petition in the spring, or first submitted it in April of 2023. and then presented it last year. At that time, we were told that we were to work with the board to help come up with the security rules, but that opportunity was never provided. And the goal had been to promulgate a security rules by December of last year. That didn't take place, and clearly security rules are needed. So after there were 3 cybersecurity attacks on counties this past spring, we resubmitted that rule for consideration in April of this year. We asked that it be heard in May. It was not heard in May. It was delayed in July. And unfortunately, here we are with a very complex rule that we had assumed that there would have been many months to work through if needed. But here we are with a much needed security rule, and the election is upon us. So we find ourselves asking you to adopt a complex rule and for the counties to prepare to enact it, even though we are very, very close to the election. We recognize the difficulty in that, but it's clearly needed. And I think the board, we will ask the board to use some of its authority and flexibility to try to find an appropriate way to kind of cut through where we are right now to be sure the election is protected. Well, what we did, and I'm going to say that first rule last April that we submitted, I'm going to call that the permit, just to give nicknames to these things, the permanent heavy rule. It covers security, incident reporting, vulnerability reporting, mitigation, all sorts of levels of analysis. That's the one that is technically before you today. Realizing that the time was passing, the board had not had the opportunity to enact a rule, get it into, not enact, but put it into rulemaking. What we did on July the 25th was propose a temporary rule that would protect the November election, but would really be focused on November, December, and then sunset in July of 2026, so that the board could look at a much more focused rule, really to look at protecting the November election. And we understood that then was not going to be heard today, most likely. So over the weekend, we offered a third alternative, trying to find a way to make this realistic. And that was to offer not a temporary rule, but a revision of the permanent rule, just doing some strike throughs of what I'll call the permanent heavy rule. And we call this one permanent light. And Alex, did they get a copy of those? I'd given you copies of the 2 alternatives. One of them says permanent light. I'm sorry. I left some copies at your desk. Okay, all right. So while you all got them by email, we did bring copies today of what I'm calling the temporary rule that you've received on the 25th, and the permanent light rule, which is we went through and did a lot of strikeouts as an amendment, again, with the idea, not that the permanent heavy rule is not needed, it is needed, but we are trying to protect the November election. And to cut to the chase, all 3 of these proposals ultimately require backup balloting, hand-marked paper ballots for November. And then that's where all of these 3 rules get. I'm proposing that given the short time that we've got, and October 15th is the date that early voting begins, we've got to go through the public hearing process. I want to propose that you consider the temporary rule. That would be our first proposal, that we would consider the temporary rule today rather than the permanent heavy one. If you can't do that, would you permit me to give you the permanent light one that strikes a lot of the language to make it simpler. And again, primarily focus on getting backup balloting for November. And what that does is that gets the state in compliance with a lot of laws. It not only protects from a cybersecurity standpoint, you can get back in compliance on ballot secrecy, which is going to be a big problem that people are likely going to challenge in November. It'll get back into compliance on the federal law in terms of the voter being able to verify the vote that they are casting. So one of the things we want to ask you to do today, even if there are questions of things that may need to be tweaked or worked through or information sought from the county election officials, we would like to ask that today you put one of these rules into rulemaking, even knowing that there still may be questions. I know some people question the authority of the board to move forward. Go ahead and put it into rulemaking. And then if I would like to propose that we work with Mike, if you would ask Mike to work with us and then answer detailed questions, help do additional research if needed. And then we can certainly propose an amended rule within the next few days. So what I'm looking to do is make this most efficient for you and be sure that further delays don't happen to get to the November, in terms of protecting the November election. I know that's super complicated, but I don't know quite else what to do to make sure that we've got the chance of having an effective rule for November. So can you tell me what you would prefer? Again, my proposal would be to do the temporary, for you to hear the temporary rule as a substitute for what I'm calling the permanent heavy rule. Or I'll answer questions about the three proposals if you prefer.
The Attorney General can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe that the way the rulemaking procedure works for us is that we can't, if we put something into rulemaking or vote to initiate rulemaking procedures, then that's the rule that has to be voted on in 30 days or when our next meeting is
Yes.
available.
Yes, that's my understanding.
We can't put the permanent light into discussion today because it doesn't meet the timelines for getting it to the board. But this board has another meeting in 13 days on August the 19th, which you would meet the timeline to hear the temporary rule on that timeline.
I'm afraid if we did that, as we looked at the calendar, we're already up against the clock. And we fear it would not give the county election officials enough time, even adopting not adopting, I used the wrong word, putting any of these into rulemaking today to start the 30-day clock. We're very worried. And that's why we did this a long time ago and asked so many times that we not be delayed until today. So further delays, I'm afraid, would almost get us to the point people would suggest there's no time to do it, you just moot it out. So let me make my proposal a little clearer. The permanent light, all it does is take what's already been published, not for public, and does strike-throughs. So it would be amending what's already in front of the board to do strike-throughs to make it simpler. Yeah, I would be proposing my own amendment here. My preference would be to give you the substitute. And in terms of the board getting it, I did send it to the board on what do we call it, the light rule on the 25th of July. And then it was on, I believe, Sunday that I sent you the temporary rule.
So are you asking us to vote on the original rule, the temporary rule, or the permanent light rule today? Or
My
pick
preference,
the one that we choose.
okay, if we can do that, then it would be the temporary rule because it is the simplest. And I think it will be a much simpler process for you all.
And what's the difference in the temporary rule and the permanent light rule?
Okay. It gets to the same place, but permanent light gets rid of on the permanent heavy. All the permanent light is, oops, I'm so sorry. Permanent heavy had vulnerability assessments, vulnerability reporting, an analysis process. We just got rid of all that. Not that it's not needed, but let's deal with that another day. It got rid of almost everything other than just saying, okay, look, we know where we are. We know we have vulnerabilities. The system's been compromised. We know we've had access to the software by unauthorized people. Therefore, we know what needs to be done, and that's go to backup balloting. So it gets rid of all of the path that gets to what we need to do for November. Certainly, those kinds of requirements need to be put in the law so that security incidents need to be reported. For example, today, if Coffee County were to happen again today, there is no requirement for anybody to report it. So eventually we need to get that in, but the urgent matter is to protect November's election. So we would propose, if the board can do it, letting us substitute the temporary rule that just focuses on November's election, doesn't focus on all of the security analysis, but just goes right to the cure, right to the remedy.
Do you think any of these rules require anything that's not allowed in statute right now?
Oh, no, sir, we wouldn't propose them if we weren't confident that they were allowed by statute. That would be a waste of everyone's time.
Member Gazal is recognized.
The reason that we did not move forward in December with rulemaking is because legislative session was about to start. And really, these are issues that need to be decided by the legislature because this is legislating. These are policy choices. During the legislative session, both houses passed SB 189. SB 189 requires that by 2026, QR codes are removed. It does not, however, remove the requirement that ballots be cast on BMDs, ballot marking devices. So the legislature has spoken as clearly as it can that their assessment is that the primary form of voting in Georgia must be on BMDs. There has not been a material change in circumstances since that time to warrant us a 5-member appointed board to substitute our judgment for that of 180 House members and 55 senators and the governor and say, we think all of you are wrong and we're going to change the way every voter casts their ballot 3 months before the election, when absentee ballots are still absolutely available to every voter.
Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding then about our proposal because we don't disagree with you at all. That is certainly what the General Assembly has said, is that the primary uniform method of in-person voting will be ballot marking devices. But what they have also said for decades is if there is a problem that creates a deficiency in the way that the voting system is operating, then you go to the backup method of voting, which is paper ballots. And so we're not suggesting for a moment that there has been any need for a change of policy. This is the law. This is the policy. And just as if, this board has made rulings that in the event that polling place lines are 30 minutes long, you can go to backup ballots. In the event that power's out, you go to backup ballots. Certainly, if your machines aren't working, you go to backup balloting. We're saying, obviously, the system has been compromised. Obviously, the system does not honor the constitutional right to a secret ballot. It violates federal law on how the ballots are to be presented to the voter. So there's the problem is there's a deficiency in the voting system. And what the General Assembly tells us is when that happens, you're to use backup balloting.
But the same system has been in place since 2019, 2020.
That's right.
And
It has had
and the
deficiencies.
General Assembly had every opportunity, year after year, to change it. And it did not. It did not tell the Secretary of State that you need to do this. It did not change anything about the system. The rule that you are proposing would require that counties use hand-marked paper ballots as the primary method of voting.
Only because.
I don't know. Yes or no?
No.
So it does not require that counties use hand-marked paper ballots?
No. Mm-mm.
Can you
No.
explain?
Yes, I can. If you can get the system to comply with all of the federal and state laws and it is secure, absolutely you need to use the ballot marking device system if you can comply with law. But right now it is impossible and impractical to comply with the logic and accuracy testing, the federal HAVA law on the presentation of the ballot, and the ballot secrecy constitutional rights are being violated, and the system's been compromised. It is impossible and impracticable to use the system. You fix all of the compliance issues, and of course, BMDs need to be used in November.
So isn't this the same case that's been litigated for 7 years now?
No, it is
Isn't
not.
this the case that has been sitting with Judge Totenberg since the trial ended in February, and we still don't have any ruling suggesting that the judge, who has so much more capacity and has so much more evidence in front of her on exactly these vulnerabilities, she has not ruled in a way that you are asking us as basically civilians with very limited knowledge, very limited access to the sort of evidence and resources that you're asking us to substitute our view for hers as well.
No, that's really a misunderstanding of the case in front of the federal court. The case in front of the federal court is about one thing, and that is something we're not asking you to address. The case in front of the federal court is, are the BMDs on a looking forward permanent basis, are the BMDs constitutional? We believe they are unconstitutional. We're asking about the U.S. Constitution. And the judge, is not at all focused on these things that we're talking to you about in terms of the state statute violations or even the federal law, federal statute violations. So no, that's kind of mixing apples and oranges here. No, we are asking you all to look at where we stand today, not asking you to look at U.S. constitutional issues. Where we stand today, the system software has been distributed. It's in unauthorized hands. The people who have it have even suggested that they want to look to the future to use it to upend elections. It is a dangerous situation that the General Assembly gave us instructions on what we're supposed to do, to go to the backup balloting system. So no, this really has very little to do with the curling case that's before the federal court. This has to do with where we are today and the urgent nature of the problems that have cropped up. And some of them cropped up. You mentioned that we're the same place we were in 2020. No, not really, because two of the very big issues here that did not exist in 2020 is it wasn't known to this board and the public that there were the software vulnerabilities that were discovered in 2021, and CISA acknowledged them, confirmed them in 2022. Secondly, the software was taken and distributed in 2021 after the 2020 election. So there are new facts on the table that have to be considered in how you operate this election.
But the legislature has met in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. They have considered, they've considered legislation and they have rejected legislation that would have moved us to hand-marked paper ballots.
But they
And
were not,
the vulnerability lies in whether or not the ballot reflects the voter's choice. There are two steps to all of this. If voters verify their ballot that it reflects their choice, we know then that the ballot, the written word on the ballot will be correct. Audits will in fact determine whether or not the QR codes are being properly read. If it is if the ballots are verified by the voters, and if we spend, I wish some of the effort that is being put towards moving the system were actually put towards informing voters that it is their responsibility to verify that ballot. Because as we'll hear later, there is a program that will use the written words on the ballot to verify every single race and validate every single race on that through optical character recognition technology. That is the program that Mike is going to be, Mr. Cohn, Executive Director Cohn, will be giving more information on. That's the key to our securing our election, is making sure that voters are verifying their ballots.
it's a nice theory. However, it's not in any way practical. I would not be a qualified voter if I had to memorize I vote on a BMD in Charlotte, North Carolina. My last ballot had something like 45 contests on it. It's not unusual for people here to have 35, 40 contests. We are not going to be able to give people magic pills to memorize 40 names on the ballot. And then let's say that we do give people magic pills and they can memorize all those 40 names and they verify. Well, the problem is that under the audit law, unless it is a statewide race, it'll never get audited.
Which is precisely why this pilot project audits every single race.
But we're only talking about a pilot project. We don't know how it works yet. We don't know that it's really going to be in place. And of course, it also, from little I understand about it, and I'm not in a position to talk about it, it is also not software independent, and it can also be subject to inaccurate programming. There is only one way to secure the November election. Almost any cybersecurity expert, voting system expert, they're virtually in agreement. The only way to secure November's election, given what Georgia has experienced, is to use hand-marked paper ballots. When this legislature met, yes, they were aware of some of these problems, but we wouldn't expect the General Assembly to deal with specific cybersecurity events because they've already done that. They've already told us, if you got a problem, you go to emergency balloting. They don't sit around as a legislature in this building and say, well, we had a cyber attack. Well, let's get this team in there and fix that. So I think that going back to our recommendation is it's so important to get the possibility of protecting November elections in front of the public for public comment. That kind of debate, I think, is best had once a rule is put out for public comment. And again, I would love to work with the board on refining any language that comes from that public comment in a way that can become effective in November.
Marilyn, I have a question. Well, a couple of things. So the original petition is what I read, studied, did my homework on. So the perm light and the temp I did not put as much energy into that. So speaking on the original petition, my concern, I also share the similar concern that we would be legislating, because currently there is a law in place, and whether we like it or not, that is the law. And our job is to create rules within the confines of the law. And so that being said, that's one challenge. The second challenge is I'm also concerned that there's an ongoing case, and it feels like if we were to rule or to, I say rule in favor of this, that it will then be entered as evidence, or it could possibly interfere with that case because you're saying the case is basically saying that the machines are inadequate. And if we were to
Unconstitutional.
unconstitutional. So if we were to set a rule in place that says we no longer use the machines, or we're agreeing with you that the machines are inadequate, that then can become evidence, correct?
Well, no,
For you.
we're done with the trial. Evidence is all over with. We're just waiting for the judge's ruling.
Could
But
it influence?
no,
the
we're
ruling?
still talking apples and oranges. We are not asking in this case in any way for you to legislate and change any laws. We honor the law that is already on the books. Just like the law says, if people come into the polling place and the machines are down through, power outage, something happens, machines are down, then what you do is use the statute that says you go to backup balloting, which is the emergency ballots that they've got in the polling places. All we're doing here is saying, well, in addition to when the power goes out or the lines are long, if the system has been compromised, or if you cannot otherwise meet the law, then that's one other condition that you go to backup balloting. An easy example that's been around forever. Sometimes you have these enormous, like a jungle primary, where you may have 20, 25, 30 candidates. And sometimes the software application won't handle that many candidates. The example that's given in the law is if your machine won't handle that many candidates, you go to backup balloting. So it's a conditional thing. It's not saying you always go to backup balloting. We're saying certain conditions have been met. And what we were proposing is here are conditions that are dangerous. We have to recognize that the software is out there, the system has been compromised. That's why all the experts are telling Georgia officials, you are at very high risk of the system being compromised and having an unauditable election. Therefore, use the law that is in place.
Do we not have a backup plan in case those things happen?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear
No,
you.
do we not have a backup plan in case those issues happen?
It's unclear as to what happens. Right now, I think many people.
So emergency ballots is not a backup plan?
It is, but it's not clear as to when you have a cyber event or the system has been compromised. It doesn't seem clear to people as to whose duty that is. I think most people on the board, I shouldn't speak for you, but think that many people believe that it is the county's duty to make that determination right now. That if the county looks at the situation and says, geez, yes, the software has been distributed all over the place. We're not able to honor our obligation to do full logic and accuracy testing. We're not honoring our obligation to give secret ballots. We should be using.
So according
emergency
to your
ballots.
rule, who would be determining? It wouldn't be the county that would determine when to go to these ballots?
They could still do it, but what we're recommending is that given the circumstances, because it was a statewide problem, all of these are statewide problems, that this board give instructions to the county to say, we are at a place that you need to use what's in the statute. And rather than asking 159 counties to make this determination.
So
for
if
themselves.
we said if something happens to the system, use your emergency ballots, wouldn't that be doing the same thing?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
I mean, so, because basically what you're saying is that you mentioned long lines, which I didn't understand what that had to do with the machines either, but it seems as though what you're saying is we don't have a plan in place. Should the machines go down or something happen to the
No.
machines?
Let me try that again.
Yeah,
You do have a plan in place.
okay.
But it only gives examples of a limited number of things. For example, it says
Okay,
you can use emergency ballots if the lines go 30 minutes. You can use emergency ballots if the power goes out. You can use emergency ballots if you come in and the verification codes aren't working and the screens won't pull up the right ballot. But there is nothing that specifically says,
Mhm.
oh, if you can't meet the ballot secrecy requirements, if you cannot meet the federal laws, if you cannot meet the law on testing.
What
then
would be
that
the
is
reason for
also-
them not being able to meet those? What's the
Okay, well, on
reason?
the ballot secrecy, if you have voted in person as opposed to voting at home, you see the bright, big screens and your vote ends up being displayed to people who are looking on.
So basically, you're saying that the hand marked ballots should come into play if you walk into your polling place and you see the machines are up?
No, I would expect that today, even before you all make any types of rules on this, that the counties would recognize, look, we're not able to protect people's ballot secrecy, not with all of these machines. Therefore, what we need to do, because we are bound by the Georgia Constitution, bound by federal law and state law to give absolute secrecy of the ballot, where no one can see how anyone else is voting. Therefore, we, the county, are going to honor that right. And the only way we can do it is only use a limited number of BMDs, and we will then use hand-marked paper ballots at private voting stations for the
See,
remainder.
that's where, that right there is where I get confused, because you're saying we're not legislating, but you're also, we'll be giving the counties the authority to circumvent the law.
Not to circumvent the law, to honor the law. Because if we look
Well, I
at,
mean,
okay, the
I understand the nuances. What I'm saying is, it's still that. It's basically saying we walk in here, we see that these machines are, the screens are too big and people can see how people are voting. So now we're going to shut the machines down or have limited machines, but mostly on paper ballots. And that's up to the county's discretion. That's what you're asking.
Well, that's what this board has been saying, that it would be a county level decision. We are saying it needs to be a statewide decision, and you need to tell the county.
No, I think didn't you just say that it would be up to the counties to determine whether or not they go to
Under
the
the
ballot?
current interpretation, I was explaining what the current interpretation is. We're recommending that you go ahead and tell the counties. It's clear. If you know you're not going to be able to honor ballot secrecy, it is fine. You go ahead and set up your polling places for hand-marked paper ballots. Because the way you're describing that, it is not a law in isolation that you use BMDs. You use BMDs only if they honor all the other laws. BMDs don't trump everything else. We got to honor people's right to a secret ballot.
That's why I think this should be taken up with the legislators, because what you're saying is you're telling the legislators that the machine it's not constitutionally honor the law.
No.
So
The legislature, when they told Secretary Raffensperger to buy BMDs, they made a very specific requirement and said, and those you need to buy BMDs. Okay, we all agree with that. But those BMDs must provide absolute secrecy. Those are the words of the legislature, that no one can determine how someone else voted. But Secretary Raffensperger did not follow the General Assembly's law. They did not follow his instructions. they also said your machines have to be able to be tested so that every single race, on every single ballot style, on every single touchscreen must be tested. It's infeasible with the current system. He chose a system that did not comply with what the General Assembly told him to. So you all are now caught in the situation where which law are you going to break? So we're saying, don't break any of the laws. Do what the General Assembly said.
Okay.
Okay,
I got it.
do what the General Assembly said, and is if you can't honor the law, then use backup balloting.
Were all of these arguments not articulated before the General Assembly when some of this legislation was being, in fact, members of the General Assembly are here and they're nodding. They've heard these arguments and they chose not to act on it.
No, that's incorrect. The General Assembly said, we aren't talking about whether or not the choice of BMDs was correct. That is not what is before you. That is not what we are arguing here. The General Assembly gave instructions. They said, buy BMDs, but they have to provide for absolute secrecy. They said they have to honor LAT. You have to honor federal law. And Secretary Raffensperger's choice disobeyed the orders of the General Assembly. And that's why we have the problem we have.
5 years ago. And the General Assembly has met since 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. So
And they
they have
didn't
met,
change the
and they
law.
have heard these arguments and they have chosen not to act. And we cannot act beyond the authority that we have been given by the General Assembly with their laws, and including the law this year that did not revoke the BMD requirement.
Right, and we-
I'm not opining on their policy choices there. I would have made other policy choices throughout this whole process. But I cannot, as an attorney, having sworn to uphold the law, exceed the authority that has been given, the very limited authority that has been given to us as a board.
And we would be the first to say you should never do that. We are asking you to honor the law because the General Assembly said, and it can't be refuted. The General Assembly said in House Bill 316, when they put in BMDs, they said, and they must provide for absolute secrecy of the vote, right? They did say that in HB 316. And they said you have to be able to do the full LAT testing. They didn't need to change the law. Yes, they've heard these arguments, but they did not need to change the law. They had already established the correct law. We would not have wanted them to change the law. On those points, we need to have the right of absolute secrecy. We need to have the LAT processes fully done. We need to honor federal HAVA that says the voter must be able to verify the vote they are casting. We are not asking in any way that this board exceed its authority. And I would go back to my proposal here of let's get something out there for public comment so that these kinds of debates can be settled rather than waiting till we get to a few weeks before the election and finding out we've got a compromised system and no solution.
I can promise you, I've received about 250 emails in the last 48 hours and it's been a lot of public comment.
Right. I mean, for formalized public comment. And I forgot to-
I have to tell you, there are a couple of sentences in this temporary rule that bother me, and it would
Okay.
be the first sentence of paragraph E, where you talk about the Dominion ICX vulnerabilities and a report by the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency
Yes,
and unauthorized distribution of Georgia Dominion voting system. I don't think it's this board's responsibility to give any validity to that in a rule. I mean, it is what it is, but to have that in a rule, I have a problem with that. And it's also included in subparagraph 8, I guess, E8, where you talk about this Dominion ICX vulnerabilities and all.
right.
And I just think that's, for me, that's inappropriate to have that in a rule. So
I would normally agree with you, absolutely. And that's, I think it's too specific to have in a permanent rule. But because we have had a acknowledged problem and this is the temporary rule, we know this is a problem that exists. So we wanted to say, we know this exists, let's have a temporary rule. Let's deal with the problem we've got in front of us with a compromise system. And when that mitigation is done, hopefully before 2026, then we get rid of this rule.
yeah, I don't think it's this board's responsibility to acknowledge things like that in a rule. And I understand it's a temporary rule, but temporary rules are printed and put in a book and it is, it's there forever. So
Okay.
that's just a small issue I have with this. Are there any
Okay.
questions from the board?
I had one other thing that I forgot to respond to Ms. Gazelle. The public comment process, and some of the public may not know this, but in the public comment process, once you initiate rulemaking and you've got your 30 days, there is a copy of the proposed rule that goes to the legislature for this very purpose. It goes to the legislator, the two standing committees review the proposed rules for the purpose of saying, okay, you've exceeded the authority or you're coloring outside the lines of what we ever intended for you to do. So that if the General Assembly believes that in some way this is not consistent with the principles and laws they've laid out, that is their opportunity to say it in that formal rulemaking process. So that is what we would propose. Let's get something so that they can respond on this question of, is it outside the law?
Member Johnson?
Yes, a few thoughts. One, there was a huge response generated by this petition. And I thank everyone who saw fit to send us emails. I believe there were emails from Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, many people that supported this rule and many people that opposed it. But whatever, I appreciate the comments and responses. First question is, was this posted for review on our website? The temp?
No, the temp was not. No.
It was not. Okay. So that is a little bit of concern. In the comment about our voting method, we came from 17 years of using DREs, and which is a direct recording electronic voting system with no paper, essentially, to Dominion, which is sort of essentially, in effect, a fancier type of DRE. We do produce a piece of paper that's called a ballot, but paper that is printed looks nothing like a ballot. And it does not, it's not easy for the voter to review. And it's downright impossible for many voters to remember all the choices that were on the original ballot. So just a critique there for me about the current system that we have. Now, as far as the cybersecurity and hacking, as far as hacking, it's not a matter of if a system gets hacked, it's a matter of when. And this past year, 4 counties, election computer IT systems have been hacked. Certainly every time I read about it, it raises a concern that it was a backdoor entry into our election system in some way or another, whether it's the voter rolls or into the county's election software and systems. So that is a constant concern. And since you haven't brought up the cybersecurity part of your petition, I guess I will refrain from other questions about that, but I just wanted to mention that. When there are issues with ballot designs, Whether, if it's an electronic ballot and there's a mistake, it is a big problem because one has to go back either to the original ballot build, which is a big deal. And I know the Secretary of State's office does not like that. Or they are often, or sometimes they try to do a patch, which may or may not work or may create sort of a disaster of an election result. If there's a mistake on a paper ballot, it's visible, it's a piece of paper. The voter has that paper. The election officials have the paper. They can see the mistake. If there's time to send it back for printing corrections to provide the correct remedy, it can be done. But there's also options if there's not enough print time to provide a remedy for the voters by putting signage in the polling places. But an electronic ballot creates a lot of problems if there are mistakes on it. And it's either difficult or impossible for a voter to say, hey, there was a mistake on that ballot on the BMD, because they don't have the BMD in front of them anymore. It's gone blank. And they have this piece of paper with a summary of their votes. And they're saying, well, I didn't think I voted for that person, or who is that other? I don't think I saw that other candidate on the ballot. So it's a chronic issue, design issue problem. Now, as far as hand-marked paper ballots, there's not a thing wrong with a state, a county, or the country using hand-marked paper ballots. In fact, most states and most voters in this country vote with hand-marked paper ballots. We in Georgia think everybody votes like us on a machine, but most people in this country vote with hand-marked paper ballots. Now, in Georgia, a lot of us do vote on hand-marked paper ballots, absentee by mail. So we really have a two-vote method going on, not to mention UOCAVA and what goes on there as far as their voting method. So all that being said, I'm not afraid of hand-marked paper ballots, but the Secretary of State is the chief election official in this state, and it's the Secretary of State that decides the voting system that we use. And I would prefer the Secretary of State would declare that decision to transition to hand-marked paper ballots. But that's his decision. It's not mine. And I don't think it's within the authority of this board to make that decision. I think that's properly a legislative decision to be made. So, thank you.
Okay. And again, we're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to, just as you said, hey, if the lines are 30 minutes long, you're not changing the voting system. You're saying if the lines are 30 minutes long, you can use hand-marked paper ballots. We're saying also include if the voting system cannot honor secrecy, if the system's been compromised as it has, then use the hand-marked paper ballots. You know, the Morgan County Democrats Democratic Committee are co-petitioners here. Jean Dufour is here with some comments about the cybersecurity. If you can hear her, I've hogged all the time. Can you hear her?
If she can keep her comments brief, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll sit right here.
Thank you very much for hearing us. My name is Jean Dufort, and I am here on behalf of the Morgan County Democratic Committee. I'm the chair of that committee. Recently, I enjoyed breakfast at the Madison Waffle House. And being the election nerd that I am, I found myself pondering what Waffle House and elections have in common.
I do too.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. They both operate in a lot of locations, almost 2,000 for you, about 3,000 for Georgia elections. And both rely on an army of about 30,000 relatively low-paid workers to get it done. And we have high expectations, both of us, for those workers. They also both handle electronic equipment and software. In Waffle House's case, for cash registers and inventory control. I'm a recovering retailer, so I understand multi-location things. And in the case of the Georgia election system, it's for votes and tabulation. But only one currently has procedures in place for what to do that require swift reporting, swift action, securing the system if there's a breach. A year ago, I stood in front of this body, very different people in the seats today compared to a year ago. And I was representing a broad coalition, the Morgan County Dems, but also Republicans, Libertarians. There was a wide group, independents, who all said, please secure the election. And please do it by putting in rules. And please do it by recognizing that unmitigated cyber attacks and vulnerabilities, unmitigated, present a very legitimate reason to go to the backup balloting system that the legislature put in place. We keep talking about changing the intent of the legislature is very clear. When the legislature prescribed the use of touchscreens as a primary system, it said only as long as it complies with all other statutes, including this and that and the other thing. And if it doesn't, go to your backup system. The reason they haven't acted in 4 years is because the rules are already in place. The instructions are there. We have just stubbornly refused to recognize that it is an equal act of common sense to take the touchscreens out of play when they're vulnerable, when they're documented vulnerable, right? Our cybersecurity agency is what we as a nation entrust as being the ultimate authority of that. And they said, yes, this is real to you. That's the purpose of that letter. They said, yes, it's real. So to fail to acknowledge that is to, put ourselves with no training ahead of our nation's highest cybersecurity agency. And a year ago, this body promised to act by December of 23, and it didn't. It kicked the can down the road. And as Dr. Jan said, 4. A month ago, when I was going to talk to you, it said 3. One more, Dougherty County, Albany, has happened in the month since your last meeting. There's a trend line here of actual cyber attacks on our counties that in many cases have caused us to try to separate the voting system from everything else to protect it. And we don't know that we did that because we know, at least in the case of Coffee County, they spent days denying that it had happened, even to the Secretary of State. There is a problem here. But let me switch gears. Morgan County Democratic Committee, that's our leadership team. We made a unanimous decision to stand here in front of you today and set an example. Because we can all agree that there has never been a lower overall trust between parties, between candidates, in election systems. Trust is a really big problem, and it's growing, it's not shrinking. And we made a conscious decision to stand here to say, we don't have to trust one another to recognize a right policy move, to invoke the backup balloting system that the legislature prescribed when it's unsafe, impracticable, infeasible to use technology that's been compromised. And we agree on that across the aisle. Democrats agree on that. Republicans agree on that. Independents agree on that. They say we don't want a repeat of the controversies of 2020. We don't. And the best way to do that is follow the law. Follow what the state legislature told you to do. But somebody's got to say that out loud. And we propose that that body is you. It is, I would use the word impracticable, when it's a statewide breach and a statewide vulnerability to depend on 159 different county superintendents to wake up one day and take a vote. That's impracticable. And we have given you information about how courts have decided that. And that says you're in that chain of authority that can trigger that call. We've provided you the references for that. So here's from a Democratic committee. I'll put my partisan hat on for a minute in case it wasn't clear that I'm standing with you with that hat on, right? Here's the 4 buckets of risk we think remain if you don't act. Because, you know, we've all been playing, waiting for Judge Totenberg to do the things in her lane about the constitutional question. We've been waiting for Raffensperger to mitigate something. He hasn't done that, Secretary Raffensperger. So you guys are the last guys left standing, and there's 70 days left until the first vote is cast. So the clock is running. It is time to quit kicking the can down the road. So here's the 4 buckets of risk we see. We think that the state legislature may convene to say our elections weren't trustworthy because of mitigations, because of this and this rule violation. We think they're not trustworthy. We're going to decide to put a slate of electors in, or we're going to resolve controversies for the seats of representatives and senators, which under the law they do, right? An election challenge goes to the court and it comes back to the body to decide who's going to be seated. We think that there is far more basis for those actions than there was in 2020. And we saw what almost happened in 2020 in Georgia. We think that the courts will consider these unmitigated vulnerabilities and these other legal violations. And they may find differently when court cases come before them than they did in 2020, when the system hadn't been stolen and the vulnerabilities weren't documented, including by CISA. We think that partisans will use the touch screens in the polling places to wave around evidence of flipping votes. Easy to do with touch screens, impossible to do with the backup balloting system. And we think there could actually be cyber attacks. And it's not us, it's 29 cybersecurity experts. Our country's smartest people in this space have all warned us. And who are we to say we know better? I believe experts. That's my University of Chicago training. My Republican colleagues may even have other fears that I haven't named, but that's the thing about unmitigated risk. It fuels fear and mistrust. And the benefit of using our backup balloting system is it takes that off the table, because with a trustworthy ballot, with the ballot that is marked by hand, all the rest of the checks and balances can work. And audit works with a trustworthy ballot. You can audit an untrustworthy ballot all day long. And I'm sorry, in theory, we can try to train all voters to check their ballots, but the science says most don't, most are bad when they try, and the most important and of that is, as we saw in Northampton, Pennsylvania, poll workers have no good options, even when a voter says this machine didn't work right. They just don't. Joseph Kirk is here. I've heard, well, when the third report on any particular machine comes in, we take it out of play. Right? Really? That's a plan? So poll workers have no good options when the system's been compromised and the ballot is untrustworthy. So could it be an unfunded mandate? I've heard that. We haven't talked about that today, but it's the opposite, and use your common sense. We already have a full ballot system. So you're replacing a precinct printed ballot with a pre-printed ballot, probably a wash, right? But the real savings come in labor and related costs when you don't have to program, provide logic and accuracy testing, or transport and set up and take down about 80,000 touchscreens, printers, and UPS units. A lot of labor savings. Elections are our public treasure. I urge you, you are the last men and women standing between an election that's going to be run on a system that has been compromised. It has been compromised. If your bank told you your credit card was compromised, but we can't get you a new one for a month, you wouldn't like it. It would be inconvenient, but you wouldn't insist you keep using it until they can replace it. You would shut it down. And that is really the best analogy I can give you to where we stand today. And the benefit is you'll restore trust in elections. And I implore you to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this petition. Before we make a motion, I would like to, for those new attendees today, when the board votes on this, the board has three options. The board can accept the petition and initiate rulemaking procedures. the board can deny the petition or the board can table for further consideration to a later date. And in those cases, it's often assigned to a board member to work with the petitioner to try and revise the petition if necessary. And so those are really the three options that we would go down. The board would entertain a motion, and the chair would entertain a motion at this point.
I move that we reject the petition.
We have a motion from Member Gazal to reject the petition. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I second.
We have a motion and a second from Member King to reject this petition. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of rejecting this petition signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing no nays, so move this petition is rejected. Thank you. Ms. Marks, I believe that you're up again, petition for amendment. It is tab number 3 for the board.
Okay, and there was a handout as well. Do you have that?
Do we have a handout?
Yes.
Oh, is that the,
It
Okay.
says,
all right.
it looks like this. And this board heard this rule in May, and you said you needed some more time to go back and look at details. And so maybe what we'll do is cover these slides very quickly, cover the 2 things that we changed since May, and see what questions that you have. As we count ballots in Georgia, today it is a combination, as it always should be, of hand counting and machine counting. Our pre-election logic and accuracy test, you do hand counting to make sure that the machines are accurate. Our official count is by scanner tabulator machine count. Post-election auditing is manual count to make sure that the machines got the right outcome. The official recount is by law to be a manual count. But unfortunately, there was a rule put in place some time ago that says that it is being done by machine. We want you to correct that in our proposal. That's why we're here. And so, to be clear, we are not trying to debate machine count versus manual count. The accuracy and efficiency are optimized when we have hand counts and machine counts side by side, with hand counts verifying what the machines have done. Certainly a waste of resources to try to manually count all of the ballots in all the precincts. After all, we've got about 50% of the state races this year that are not even contested. It'd be an enormous waste of resources to count those ballots by hand. And so we are not here saying that you should count all races by hand. Machine count should be the first official count, and the law says that recounts, because you are now within 0.5% of the machine count was in 0.5% in terms of the margin. Now, let's make sure that the machine's counted right. Did it see all of those light marks? Did it see the marks that were made with a red check rather than black ink? Let's make sure that it was not hacked. It wasn't misprogrammed. That's why the law says we should be doing manual counts to check the machines on the official counts. Audits only test a small number of elections. We can't rely on audits to do the recounts for us. On the page that has 2 columns, there seems to be endless debate, and for possibly good reason, on the way that the 2020 election was counted. And, you all have been dealing with the petition or the complaint on that. that complaint wouldn't even exist had there been manual recount as the law required. Because rather than having machine count that was not overseen very well, or the audit that had at best a lot of sloppiness and no real good procedures, there would have been a manual recount. Each campaign would have had a seat at the table as a counter. It would have, a counter would have handled every single ballot. Any questions about the validity of the ballot could have been dealt with then in a public forum. I say a public forum, in public observation is really what I mean. The ballot tallies would have been much more transparent. And we wouldn't be dealing with controversies today over whether or not those ballots were counted correctly, because those campaigns would have been appointing those counters, and it would have been done very transparently. So I think we can see why the General Assembly said they wanted Georgia to use manual recounts. In our rule, we propose that, sure, use machines if you need to assist in that recount. If you're having discrepancies, put the ballots back through the machine if you want to. If you're having discrepancies, they can sometimes help you find the discrepancy. Since the time you heard this rule in May, we made a couple of changes based on our experience in observing the the recount in Coffee County. And one was, we watched discrepancies being made in the manual count in LAT. Actually, that wasn't LAT. That was a post-election audit. There were observers who were seeing unintentional errors being made, but they couldn't say anything. We would just wanted to clarify the rule that in an orderly way, if observers see an error, they are to speak up, and that error is to be corrected on the spot. Also, when recounts are being conducted, all of the candidates on the ballot need to be notified. All the candidates that whose races are being recounted need to be notified. So those were the two changes that we've made since May. And I know at the May hearing, you all said you had more questions. So now I'd love to answer your questions if I could.
Any questions from the board? No? Resolve? No? Member Johnson?
Sure. So Ms. Marks, how do we know that machine counts are more accurate if we cannot read the QR code?
Machines count. We're talking about counting what is presented for it to count. Machines are accurate, more accurate than we humans are at counting what's programmed for it to count. But of course, what a manual recount does is try to make sure that the best record we have of voters' intent is actually counted.
Right.
I'm certainly not defending QR codes if that's what you're asking me to do.
Right. So to be clear, hand counts are the backup method of counting when the machines are broken. So there must be some degree of confidence in hand counting, if that is our backup method. And hand counting actually can be better than machine counting depending on the settings on the machine reading. So if the machine is set to be very specific about that colored in oval on hand marked ballots, if the settings are too high, it will reject the ballot and count it as a no vote. So the setting of machine reading is critical in regarding the accuracy of machine counting. Is that true?
Well, absolutely it is. And there's so many variables that you can't really program for. that when we have a really close election, that the ground truth is to be found in a hand count and a manual examination of that ballot.
Correct. And when machines are used to, even optical character recognition software is used to read ballots, the ballots that are thrown out are unable to be read. They go to humans to read the real intent of the voter of the ballot.
If the machine recognizes that it's not reading it.
If the machine
Right.
recognizes
For
it.
example, if you use red ink, most types of red ink to mark your ballot, it won't read it at all. And it doesn't know that it's not reading it, so it won't be kicked out. Only with a human inspection will you see that you've got valid votes there that are not being counted. So you cannot rely on the machine to check itself in that way.
Right. Your petition is an interesting petition, but it seems to me that it sort of pits both methods of counting against each other. And to be informative to the group here, we should all know that most European countries hand count all of their ballots while video recording the process. So, I like the idea of hand counting and actual video recording of the ballots as they're being counted. So this is an interesting petition, although I would prefer that we actually utilize both methods for a recount, because a recount implies that it's either a very, very close race where the outcome of the race is in question, or a candidate has requested the recount because of a concern or maybe a suspicion that the counts weren't performed correctly in the first place. So I would be in favor of recommending a committee to work on this petition with Ms. Marks being on the committee but this is really more of a legislative question. And but it could be brought to the legislature in the next session. And you could study it. I see I have some fine people here in front of me, and perhaps make a recommendation for legislation to provide for hand count and machine count. So what I would love to see is a hand count and of a batch and a machine count of a batch. So you're confirming the hand count and you're testing the machine at the same time. So for those that are concerned that the machines are not working properly, maybe the ballot was designed improperly, or the readers of the machines are not reading the ballot correctly. That can always happen. Especially there can be QR code problems. There can be XY coordinate problems where the machine reads the wrong little space on that ballot and either gives credit to the wrong person or doesn't give credit to the candidate at all. So, and knowing that Dominion has a feature that can disable the vote for a candidate and you don't know, I think it would be quite a valuable tool if you're doing a recount to do a hand count and a machine count batch by batch. And that way you've got a control, you're testing the control of the machine and you're confirming the hand count and its accuracy. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Johnson, of course, we're always happy to work with the board in any way possible. But what we're doing here is very close to what you're saying, but the General Assembly has spoken. The General Assembly has said, we want you to, on recounts, do manual recounts. And all we're asking this board to do is say, yep, we got it wrong before. We now need to honor the law. Don't make a candidate come back and demand, go into court and demand a manual count when the legislature has said that the counts for recount need to be manual. We've added in, just as an option, yeah, use the machines if that helps you find your discrepancies. So in effect, we are doing very much, what you're suggesting, but we're starting with understanding what the legislature has already said. That they're using a machine and a hand count together for these close races.
Yes, but in your petition, you've deleted the entire portion, in the entire paragraph about recount by electronic tabulation, and then provided only a recount by manual hand count, which
Right.
seems to be, a major change in this rule.
It is.
That suggests that maybe the legislature needs to consider this.
And,
Dr.
and
Johnston?
I'm going to step in here because this is exactly this, and to agree with Dr. Johnston, because this is exactly, write it down.
Stranger things have
The
occurred.
rulemaking process that you described previously, Ms. Marks, whereby the rules were submitted to the legislature and they had time to approve them, was done here. So the fact that the legislature has already approved the rules as they exist suggests that your interpretation that the legislature requires a hand count is incorrect, because the legislature reviewed these rules as they're written and they approved them, or they declined to overturn them.
It's my
And I-
understanding that they were not actually given, that the committees did not get the copies. The chairman may have, but it's my understanding they did not have a chance.
They have been in
Okay.
place and they have been ruling our recounts. And I also agree that doing a parallel process is exactly a very good process to ensure voter confidence in the outcomes. And I would agree that this would be a really good way to move forward. This is how we do audits. We do batch audits. We don't do single ballot audits. And so this would basically be an expansion of that. I have yet to see a single study whereby a hand count is more accurate than a machine count. But I completely agree that a parallel hand count to confirm that machine count is the way to go. But we also have to keep in mind, Georgia has some of the tightest certification deadlines of any state in the country. And we have to meet those because those are by statute. The counties would be violating statute if we violate those certification deadlines, and these things take time.
And we're
So I'm
certainly not suggesting that, because when the legislature said you do recounts manually, they were taking into effect that when the deadlines are for certification. And it is really only county level races that have that super fast deadline, and you have to get your recounts in. For your state and federal races, you've got like 3 weeks to get them finalized. You don't want to take that long. There's plenty of time. But, I think with this prior petition we talked about and this petition, I think this board is hearing us ask for law changes from this committee, and not at all. We are not in any way asking for law changes. We're asking this committee to put in rules that are compliant with law, where we've gotten out of bounds before. And right now, the rule does not comply with law, and we're asking that this rule be changed. And Dr. Johnston, you said it's a big change. Yes, it is. We're asking that it be done the way the General Assembly said it should be done, and the way that experts, including your own experts, say is the right way to do it, is a manual recount.
I agree with Dr. Johnson as well. I also would support the, I don't know if it's a motion, Dr. Johnson,
She hasn't
to,
made a motion yet.
okay, well, I will also support the option of you working with the board, working to see if we can kind of revamp this a little bit and present it to the legislators, because I do think that when we're talking about changing the way something is done, and you're saying that it's already law, it's already precedent, so I don't know why we have to make a rule for something that's already law.
Because the rule that's currently in the system, the rule that was made in 2020 violates the law. It's inconsistent with the law. All we're doing is say, okay, let's recognize we made a mistake back in 2020. Now let's make our recount rule consistent with what the General Assembly ordered. That's all we're doing here.
Consistent with
wouldn't
the law
take
that's
it.
already in
We,
place?
we wouldn't recommend taking it back to the General Assembly. They already said this. They already
Wait,
said.
I think
do
that's
it
where I'm
the
a
way-
little confused. So are you saying that this is already in place, or are you saying it's not in place?
Okay, the law passed by the General Assembly said, do it by hand. Do a manual recount.
Which is what you're proposing in this rule, right?
Correct. The reason we need this rule is that back in 2020, the former board, when they were writing their recount rule, for some reason said, we're going to do it by machines, which is in violation of the law. And you were not on the board in our May presentation, but we made the point that even the federal court and your own lawyers have said that the law says recounts are by hand. They went on to say that's the way they are being done now, but they are not. Right now, the state election board rule is inconsistent with law. We're asking to bring it back into consistency with law. We don't really need a new law. Now, if we want to change the process down the road, yeah, let's go to the General Assembly and talk about it. But right now, let's do what the law says. Why are we inviting post-election litigation and all of that and asking a candidate who might be subject to a recount, asking him or her to go pay the legal fees to force the county to do what is already in the law?
Well, I mean, I know for me, I agree with Sarah and Dr. Jan. I think that there is something to having both methods. I certainly feel like we are going backwards if we're only utilizing one method to recount. I mean, I think we should utilize all methods that are in front of us to ensure that we're getting the most accurate response and most accurate answers possible.
And we're saying in the meantime, get back in compliance with law first. General Assembly's many months away from meeting yet. We've got a November election coming up that's going to be highly contentious. Let's get back in compliance with law and do manual recounts. And by rule, tell the counties, sure, if you can assist to make sure it's more accurate by using machines, yeah, let's do that.
I thought constitutionally, we're supposed to use the data from the tabulator machine.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
I thought we're supposed to use the data from the tabulator machines as the official count.
You are for the first count. The recount, the law says it has to be a manual recount. It's the rule.
To match what the machine says, right?
Well, not to
because how do
match
we
it, but
determine-
Test what the machine says.
To test it. So we're
To test
using both methods.
Yes, that is
Okay,
what the law
that's- yeah,
says.
that's what I-
And we're only asking that the rule reflect what the law says.
So once again, the legislature has had 4 different sessions to tell the state election board and the secretary of state that they're wrong. They have had 4 sessions where this rule has been in place and the practice has been conducted that machine recounts are done, and they have not acted. So to suggest that all of a sudden after 4 years, we're breaking the law when the General Assembly never did anything, I think is a little disingenuous.
Certainly not.
Now, every county has the authority to conduct an optional audit of a recount, and they can do that. And in fact, in cases, there have been cases where a manual recount is what was necessary in DeKalb County. But to say that for 4 years, we've been acting illegally, there's an argument in law called laches. which means that
That's not a
a
police.
court would not entertain a challenge to the legitimacy based on something that we've been doing for 4 years. And the General Assembly has never suggested that that is wrong. So to suggest that that could be a basis of an election challenge, I do not put any credence in that argument.
Well, we
I
don't
would
see, we don't believe that the General Assembly is the policeman for the state election board. We believe the state election board should be promulgating rules that are consistent with the General Assembly and not going outside of what the General Assembly instructed them to do and going, come get us if you want to. No, we are asking that this body consider what the law says. Make the rules consistent with the law and don't put it on the burden of a poor candidate to come up with the scores of thousands of dollars it takes to go to court to get his statutory right to a manual recount. And I think it is really unfair of this board to look at a candidate and say, well, we've gotten away with it for 4 years, so we're going to get away with it more, rather than honoring what the law says.
I think that we've plowed this ground a lot. The chair would entertain a motion at this point. Our options are to accept the petition and initiate rulemaking procedure, to deny the petition, or to table for further consideration, at which point we have the option of assigning it to a board member for further work.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to table the petition and assign it to another board member.
I thought I heard a volunteer from you earlier. Maybe I misheard that.
What?
Would you like to be the board member?
Is there a volunteer from the board to work with Ms. Marks and perhaps election officials that I see here? There's some supervisors in the room. There's some legislators in the room. All right, I will volunteer to work with Ms. Marks.
Thank you, Dr. Johnston.
We have a motion from Dr. Johnson to table this for further consideration. Dr. Johnson has graciously volunteered to work with Ms. Marks on working on this rule for further consideration. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no,
That was a very quick second.
yes.
I agree.
Having no discussion, all those in favor of tabling this for further consideration, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We are just breezing through our agenda today, but
Thank you
the
very much.
chair would entertain a motion for a quick 10-minute comfort recess.
Absolutely.
So moved.
Motion is second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks, so moved. Let me remind you, please, if you're leaving the room, make sure you take your ticket with you because the guys in blue will not allow you back in without your ticket. Thank you. Which,
See it.
again, we'll call this session back into order. The next item on the agenda is petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Julie Adams. Ms. Adams, please take the podium. It is tab number 4 for the board.
Okay, I'm going to catch us back up on time.
Yeah, I've cleared my calendar for the rest of this week, so.
So I appreciate y'all letting me come up and speak to it. So we started out in May talking about larger facilities and elections offices and using different rooms for tabulations and making sure that there's meaningful observation that allows poll watchers to meaningfully watch the processes that occur in tabulation. The right to observe every aspect of tabulation, counting the votes, is also fundamental to our country's democracy. It is a privilege and a right for U.S. citizens to vote and to know that our votes are counted accurately. This is a nonpartisan rule amendment that addresses the areas of the tabulation to be considered for poll watchers to observe. The impact of this rule would be small to elections workers and elections departments, and it would allow for citizens to have to observe and have confidence in our elections. And for the rules, we're supposed to also talk about cost, and I know everybody's always concerned about the cost. So the only cost that I can see to an elections department is just like with all the poll watchers in all of the polling locations, they have to print a credentials letter and they have to make a little name tag. So I had a hard time, especially knowing that they're ordered in bulk, figuring out what the cost would be. So when I kept trying to do it, I decided that if I leave here and go to Zaxby's and order a salad and a large drink, it will cost more than the largest county to provide more poll watchers in the tabulation center. So would you all like for me to read through my changes? I know you've had this for a very long time, but okay, yes, okay. So this is for Rule 183-1-13-05. Poll watchers for the tabulation center. I'm going to read the sentence that this impacts. The rule currently says, such designated places shall include the check-in area, the computer room, the duplication area, and such other areas. And I added that tabulation processes are taking place to include, but not limited to, provisional ballot adjudication of ballots, closing of advanced voting equipment, verification and processing of mail-in ballots, memory card transferring, regional and satellite check-in centers, and any election reconciliation processes. The rule currently goes on to say, as the election superintendent may deem necessary to assure of fair and honest procedures in the tabulation center. So, questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. And I'm sure you realize that the letter that we had discussed in the previous meeting did go out to every county that provides the interpretation of the current law that allows, that would allow poll watchers at these various locations if there are different locations. My problem with your rule is that some of these are not tabulation processes and they are governed by different sections of the code, and therefore they cannot be regulated in this. And some of where you have poll watchers, these are non-public processes. And they are dictated by the code that some of this is not to be observed because there's too great a risk of private information of voters being revealed publicly. Specifically, when you say verification and processing of mail-in ballots, there are very specific areas of that process that are public. And it is in OCGA 21-2-386, not the tabulation process that governs those processes. Once absentee ballots have been processed and verified, that is conducted not in the public because that necessarily will use private information on voters. Verification reviews voter IDs, voter driver's license numbers, signatures. That is not a public process. And the law is very clear that that is not a process to which the public should be allowed access. But once those ballots are starting to be processed, once they're opened and separated and viewed, that absolutely is a public process. That is a process for which every candidate and every party is allowed to nominate monitors. But again, that is overseen by a separate statute. And absentee processing is not contemplated in Rule 183-1-13. That is -14. So that doesn't fit here, and that can't stand here. And provisional ballot adjudication is undertaken by the superintendents themselves. Some of the processing is done by staff, but it is the superintendent that determines whether or not. And again, that involves personal private information because in order to cure a provisional ballot, voters have to provide copies of their photo ID, and that is not public information, and that is not information to which poll watchers should have access. So for those reasons, I cannot support this.
Ms. Adams,
When you go to vote and you show your ID, you're handing it to citizens, right?
You're handing it to poll workers who have been sworn in.
So the poll watchers that are watching the other aspects of the political process, are they sworn in?
Not at the same level, and they are not allowed to be close enough to see this private information.
I'm thinking, but.
okay. Ms. Adams, I don't know if you saw this memo that went out on July the 1st, 2024. Sent all the counties and, as I said in the last meeting, I'm sympathetic to the larger counties that have these huge tabulation centers like Gwinnett County that I was able to visit that clearly two poll watchers can't watch everything that's happening there. But this memo really gave some clear definition, I think, to the rule of place that you can allow more than, or that more than two poll watchers from each political party are allowed in these different areas, and greatly expands the number of poll watchers that will be, available to view things. So I think that this clarification of the rule that we sent out accomplishes what you're trying to do.
So as we discussed before at the July 9th meeting afterwards, when we were discussing it, I did not, I'm here as a citizen of the state, but I'm also a board member on the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections. And I have seen that letter because you had Alex send it, or Miss Martin, I'm sorry, send it to me. But I haven't gotten it in my official capacity. I do know what it says, and it's a very good letter, but I've asked several, there are even some board of registrations and elections members here in some of the metro area counties, and none of them have received that.
Ms. Adams, do you have access to Firefly?
No, I don't.
Well,
And
we can make a request that the letter be distributed to every board, every superintendent, every member of every board, if that would help.
Member Johnston.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have access to Firefly. Does anyone on this board have access to Firefly?
I don't even know what
No.
Firefly is.
No. Right.
Ms. Gazelle, do you have access to Firefly?
No longer.
No longer? All right. So I have repeatedly asked for access to the communication app Firefly and have been turned down by the Secretary of State's office, claiming that supervisors or election workers might feel intimidated knowing that I had access to Firefly. So I am excluded from sharing or observing or whatever communications between the Secretary of State and all the election workers in the state, which hampers, I think, hampers our ability to understand what the issues are with regard to elections. Not only that, the letter that we sent out, which was the first letter that the state election board has sent to all of the counties, went only to the supervisors in the counties, and no letter went to a single board member, county board member in this state. And I was told that the Secretary of State doesn't even have a list of county election board members. So there are some issues that need to be dealt with. That doesn't have really anything to do with this petition. I think the petition, anyway, the letter we sent out just explained the current rule and provides for additional poll watchers in the tabulation area. But as we all know, some tabulation areas are huge. Some tabulation areas are in multiple rooms. So any 2 poll watchers or 4 poll watchers or 6 poll watchers would not adequately be able to meaningfully observe the tabulation process. And that is key to this election and every election. So the additional areas that Ms. Adams listed do not have anything to do with PII or protected confidential information. And once a ballot has been voted and separated completely from the voter's name, there's nothing private about it. There's nothing private about it. It's a public document. So the counting of the ballot, the tabulating of the ballot, every process of that should be available to the public, to the poll watchers, and to the board members of every county. So I like this petition, and I will be in favor of it.
So to be clear, you're asking for people to be in view, but not to be a part of the actual processing. They're just observing it, correct?
that's correct.
So according to 183, 1-14-.14, it says, while absentee ballot processing and scanning shall be open to the view of the public and monitors designated by political parties and candidates, no person except one employed and designated by the election superintendent shall touch any ballot or ballot container. That's not what you're asking them to do, right? Is touch it. Okay. And any person involved in processing and scanning these ballots, you're not asking them to do that either, right?
Correct.
Shall swear an oath in the same, which is what I think you were talking about, in the same form as the oath of poll officers provided by code such and such, such and such. That being said, I would like to make a motion that we pass this rule.
I have some more questions. Like I said, I'm sympathetic to those large counties like Gwinnett and Fulton and DeKalb and all that have these huge facilities, but I also want to think about the small counties that may be doing things in a one room. And I think that your rule may overburden those counties and put too many people in there at one time that the county officials have to deal with. And so I think that the letter that was sent out allows for some flexibility for those large counties to have more poll watchers without overburdening the, the smaller counties. So.
And I would just like to reiterate that as Mrs. King just pointed out, the rules concerning absentee ballot monitors are in a different section, in a different rule section, because it's governed by a different code section. And it is absolutely the opening, the scanning, the tabulation of those is absolutely a process that should be overseen by observers. But that's not what your rule says. Your rule says something very different. Your rule says the verification. And that is a process that involves private information. And that is a process that is not a public process. And that also is not governed by this rule section. It is not governed by the same code section. So we're really, this isn't the way that rulemaking is done.
Okay, you just mentioned the personal information. Personal information is on the absentee ballots, correct?
Exactly.
So that's why I read from the
Right.
absentee ballot.
Right.
All right, just.
And that's absolutely the way it's done.
All right.
And that's why we can't add the verification of those absentee ballots because that is personal in this rule.
They will be viewing the process. They're not handling anything. They're not scanning anything. They're not processing anything. So why would they be reading personal information?
If it's viewing the verification of the absentee ballots and the adjudication of provisional ballots.
Will these
those
people
both
be
of
over
those-
the shoulder, on the wall? Where are they going to be? Because maybe her eyesight's better than mine.
Whenever I've been able to observe it myself, we're standing in front of a screen and people are doing it in the opposite direction. So you can't even see what's on the screen.
I thought so. Okay.
So I ask, when I see these petitions, I ask several questions. I ask, does this cause a change in the voting process for voters? The answer to this petition is no. Is it a cost to the election offices? No. Does it benefit the candidates? Yes. And does it improve transparency or security of the administration of elections? A clear yes. Mr. Chair, I would, any more?
Any other questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor to pass this rule.
We have a motion from
Se-
Member King to
Second.
pass rule. We have a second. Any discussion?
It is my assessment that this rule violates the black letter law of election code.
What did she say?
She said, would you restate that, please?
It is my assessment that this rule violates certain provisions of Georgia's election code.
Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of passing this rule? The rule 183-1-13 nope. -0.05, poll watchers, tabulating centers signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
The vote carries 3-1.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Orion Danjuma and Peter Simmons.
I think it's Orion.
All right.
Orion?
Orion.
Yeah, I'll let Jay, I mess everything up. Yeah. Mr. Simmons?
Sir.
All right.
Hello, members of the board. My rule to modify the challenge procedures in Georgia law contain 5 major provisions. They address challenger eligibility. They address the grounds of the challenge. They address the systematicness or individualized nature of the inquiry. They address the burden of allocation in section 229. And finally, they address probable cause in section 230. Any elector can make a challenge in the relevant county or municipality. However, we've seen a lot of people that have seemed to violate this provision. These regulations would simply have election officials verify residency under sections 21.2.217. It would have them consider the totality of the circumstances under which a challenge is filed, and it would have them obtain reasonable information to make that determination. Next, and as far as grounds for challenges are concerned, it would require that challenges be made on an individualized and not systematic basis. Require them to provide reliable, reasonable evidence to substantiate the challenge on their face and demonstrate that they used a sufficiently reasonable and rigorous process. Next, these rules address individualized nature of challenge proceedings. The 11th Circuit has indicated that a challenge can be considered systematic if list maintenance, can be considered systematic if it employs a mass computerized data matching process instead of being based on an individualized inquiry or investigation. These rules would require that board members determine if a challenge was filed as a part of an individualized inquiry, and also create a framework for board members to evaluate the systematic nature or not of an inquiry based on the totality of the circumstances. Next, the burden of proof under section 229 is allocated clearly to voter challengers. These regulations would clarify that and indicate that challengers can meet their burden by producing documentary evidence that is reliable, that can provide the information necessary to meet their burden of proof, or to produce witnesses with personal knowledge. These regulations will also set the standard of proof at clear and convincing evidence, which is greater than the preponderance of an evidence that is a lower standard while being lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, which allows us to take a nuanced, deliberate approach to evaluating these challenges at the county level. Finally, probable cause under section 21.2.230 is addressed in these regulations by defining probable cause as the facts and circumstances necessary to create a reasonable belief that a challenged voter is ineligible. They clarify that rumors and unreliable information are not sufficient to sustain a challenge. And finally, specify that challenges cannot be made without reason. I'm happy to take any questions.
I feel like, I remember we talked about this, we kind of debated this last time, and
Yes, ma'am.
I still have those same challenges with this, is that I am not a fan of policing our citizens. I think part of your rule required eyewitnesses to be brought forth to challenge, and I just think that's a little bit of an overreach, a little too much. So I'm not in support of this.
Yes, ma'am. I completely understand your concern and appreciate you evaluating the rules so thoroughly. However, I would like to raise again that similar to our last discussion on this, the language in section 21.2.2 upon subpoena by a challenger has the authority to subpoena, upon request by a challenger, has the authority to subpoena witnesses, documentary evidence such as books, papers, and the like. I think this is more of a debate about the nature of the challenge statute instead of the rules, as these are, we are very meticulous to try to clarify the language of the statute instead of supplement it. However, I am open to further discussion on how we might resolve this hesitation for you.
Yeah, because I mean, the board subpoenaing it, they're under investigation. They should have that same ability. But when my neighbor is now questioning my other neighbors because they feel like they have to have witnesses in order to bring forth this matter, then that's when it becomes a little invasive.
Yes, ma'am, I completely understand. For clarification, the statute allows the board to subpoena upon request by the challenger. So that power is already imbued with eligible challengers at this time. These regulations would clarify to county boards that they do not bear the burden of producing these papers, witnesses, what have you, to substantiate the challenge themselves. So this is more clarifying that, like a judge in our judicial system, the judge's job is not to prove the case for the plaintiff. It's to evaluate reasonably the evidence presented by the plaintiff. And in this case, we're attempting to standardize and regulate the processes by which the plaintiff or the challenger in this case can substantiate their complaint or their challenge to the judge or the board.
So,
Does that make
okay,
sense?
yeah, to make sure I understand your analogy, the board would be the judge. So
Correct.
you're saying the citizens who are bringing the complaint would be the jury?
No, ma'am.
Wait,
The,
well, I mean, well, everybody else, the part of the trial.
Well, the citizen bringing the complaint, the challenger would be the complainant, the plaintiff, and the challenged voter would be the defendant. And here, this would be a bench trial, not to get too.
So, well, I mean, but the plaintiff will have to provide eyewitnesses
Correct. Just like.
and hard evidence
Yes, ma'am.
that what they're saying, what they're saying that's against this particular voter is accurate, correct?
Correct.
That's where I have my challenge, because that means that that plaintiff, and using your same analogy, that individual will have to go out and find witnesses to substantiate their claim that this particular voter should not be on the voter rolls or should not be eligible to vote, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think I might agree with you, but I think that's a debate about the substance of the law, and I'd be happy to work with the board to engage the legislature on streamlining these processes further. But as far as this regulation, it's very closely related to the language of the statute. And even without passage, the boards will have the ability to subpoena based on the request of the challenger. But this will enable them to conserve the taxpayers' resources by clarifying that the challenger or plaintiff must prove their case.
It sounds like it's making it difficult for people to challenge if they think they want to challenge the voter roll.
No, ma'am. I think it's making it easy for people to challenge voters correctly. I think this.
I think that, I mean, that's an interesting way of saying it. Again, I still think it's going to make it difficult because if I assume, or if I do have some evidence, and I'm basically coming to the board to say, I have evidence, not necessarily eyewitnesses and all of that, but I just have reason to believe that this is something you should look into.
Mhm.
Now, here's the thing. I said this in the last meeting. I have a problem with people randomly challenging based off of ridiculousness. I mean, as I stated
agreement.
before, I had a personal friend who was challenged, and she is a legal voter because she didn't have a comma or the Northwest or something in her address. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm not opposed to looking at what is brought to you and determining based on the information, whether or not you should proceed as a board to, look after that matter, go after that matter. However, what I don't want to do is make the process so strenuous that we're now hampering citizens from doing what they are allowed to do under the Constitution.
I completely understand your concern, ma'am. What I would say to that is that currently citizens who are trying to bring legitimate challenges don't have the guidance necessary to bring them accurately and meet the standards of the statute. And I think that this language and these regulations would enable them to do so in a way that allowed both the challenger to have their case heard in a reasonable, deliberate manner, as is required by the statute, without over-enabling challengers to unreasonably challenge voters who are duly registered and eligible to vote, while also not unduly limiting challengers and exercising their right granted to them by the statute.
Last question, and I'm going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
defer. Does the
Join.
county not provide a process in which you can challenge?
Many
As a
of them do
citizen?
not. And their processes that they require are not uniform. So the reason that we have brought these regulations to the board is to ensure uniformity, because the NVRA requires uniform and non-discriminatory list maintenance. And this would kind of attempt to bring us into compliance with the uniform and non-discriminatory standard. And I'm certainly happy to further discuss the nuances of the burden of proof, but I do think that as the statute is written, it is required for the challengers to produce this type of witness or papers. And the statute does not assume that the board will have to subpoena for these witnesses, papers, documents, what have you. But it does grant them the authority to do so in cases where these witnesses or other information are not provided willingly. Does that make sense?
Mr. Simmons, I can't believe I'm about to say this, and I wish somebody would shut me up, but would you consider withdrawing this rule and working with myself to try and improve it?
I would love to do that, Mr. Chairman, though I can't say that you will love it as much as I will.
Now, can we consider that a withdrawal of your rule at this point then?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, maybe I don't have to block out the whole rest of my week. Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is an amendment to the state election I'm sorry, let me correct the record for something. Ms. Adams, on the previous vote by the board, it wasn't to pass the rule, it was to initiate rulemaking procedures. Correct?
Yes.
No. This is the first time this was.
Just to initiate.
Yeah. This was the first time the rule was heard, so the board voted to initiate rulemaking procedures on your rule. It wasn't to pass the rule, it was to initiate rulemaking procedures, which then goes through the proper posting and you'll come back again to be voted on.
You stand correct.
Just wanted to correct that for the record. All right, the next item on the agenda is a petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by member Rick Jeffries.
One 12-.21. This is pretty simple. A lot of counties already do this, but this is going to make it statewide for all 159 counties. Once voting starts at the end of each day, if you have a website, you will post how many people voted that day and whether it was in person or by absentee. And if you don't have a website, we're not making you get one. You just got to print it and post it on the doors, the bulletin board where candidates can go see. We got a good turnout, a bad turnout. Help
Your microphone.
a lot.
Close to your microphone.
Oh. That's all I had to say about that. But like I said, it's pretty simple. It's just posting them every day. The counties post how many people voted, absentee or in person. And if you don't have a website, print it off, put it on the door, put it on the bulletin board. And that's pretty much it.
Any questions from the board?
Yes,
No.
Member Jeffries,
So,
I understand in previous elections, it's been challenging to get some of this information. And part of the reason it was challenging was because of the various systems that were used during early voting. In particular, Easy Vote, because the totals, the daily totals were frequently not updated in the ENET, what was previously known as ENET in the voter registration system on a daily basis. Fortunately, now we've got an updated voter registration system and updated poll pads so that are linked, and that information is going to be updated throughout the day, every day during early voting. So this information should be reflected daily in, at the state level and the absentee files that will be, that are published every day. So I think that helps. I'm a little concerned about very small counties that don't operate websites. And if are we just looking at taping a piece of paper on the external door on that?
Exactly right. At the end of the day, they know how many people voted that day. They can write it down, they can print it off. However they want to do it. But I also wanted to add that item number 7,
Mhm.
I wanted to delete that because
Okay.
the Secretary of State said
That was
they
my-
did not have the.
Correct. Okay.
do that at this time.
Thank you. That was going to be my second question. But I want to make it clear that the daily absentee totals that are put out by the Secretary of State should be real-time live information. And if there's any election supervisor in here who wants to correct me or add anything to that, I'd welcome. Can you turn the-
We got it, Mike.
There we go. Kurt, sorry about my voice. Just to point it out, this is already law. I think it's 385E.
Again, introduce yourself.
So Joseph Kirk, the supervisor from Bartow County. This is already in law, it should already be statewide. But the difference is we have to post by 10 a.m., not at the end of the day. So just to make sure this lines up with existing state law.
Couldn't understand.
Okay.
And I can bring
I
in.
can
code book.
I
understand.
can't understand.
Oh, we just bring in code book.
No later than 10 a.m. 385. No problem.
It's
Yeah,
not-
it's not a problem. I would like to also like to add, I am in support of this, but I do think that there's something we should consider, and that is the maintenance of the website. Who will be maintaining these websites, and making sure they have access. I think there's some counties that they don't necessarily, there's an access problem to the website. So that's something I think we can come back with. But I'm okay with it.
So I would like to add, it already is currently in statute, but this provides the opportunity for each county to post this. And plus it adds the report is included on the ballot by precinct. So it gives additional information to all those who are interested in how the election is progressing and the votes that are being recorded as far as voters that have voted. I'm in favor of this.
Any other questions from the board? Member Jeffries, the chair requests that you recuse yourself from voting on this rule.
I was planning on.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we proceed with rulemaking.
Second,
We have a motion to initiate rulemaking on Member Jeffries' proposed Rule 183-1-12-.21. Is there a second?
second.
Wait a second. Having a motion and a second. All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Members all.
Aye.
No color.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The motion is carried, and we shall initiate rulemaking procedures on Member Jeffries' proposed rule. The next item on the agenda is a amendment of state petition rules presented by the chairman. The reason that I proposed this rule was because I felt like there need to be some guidelines or some guardrails around certification. I am sympathetic to the fact that a lot of election board members have to certify and have to do it by a certain amount of time, and it's a ministerial duty that they do that. But a lot of them apparently are not being able to see certain documentation. And so being sympathetic to that, I felt it necessary to come up with a list of documents that they would be able to see that are readily available by the time they have to certify the results. And it was a small list, and it would have I think been adequate for them to be able to adequately certify those results based on what the law says. However, this board previously initiated rulemaking procedures on another rule that allows unlimited access to documents for the board to see before they have to certify. Therefore, the chair is going to withdraw his motion. They will withdraw his rule. Thank you. Now, we're going to proceed into my favorite part of the agenda, which is public comment. We have a lot of people that have signed up for public comment. We are always happy to hear from the public, whether it be via email or at these board meetings. Executive Director Cohn has the list, and we will call the public up in groups of 5, so that if you are in one of the overflow rooms and you hear your name called, please come down to the doors, and the men in blue will allow you to come in and line up for your public comment section.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We do ask that you please limit your comments to 2 minutes each. We have a lot to get through. We'll do the first 30, and then we'll hear the rest of them later. So please, 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, Executive Director Cohn will start banging this gavel lightly. And just a reminder that your time is near the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the first 5 are going to be named there. Representative Sarah Draper, you're going to be starting us off. We got Kim Brooks, Ben Eskew, Ginger Harmena, and Mary Bell Hodges. And Alex, thank you for your very good handwriting. I can read these this time. Well, last time was difficult, but thank you so much. Representative Draper.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah Draper. I am a representative in the Georgia Legislature, as well as an elections and voting rights attorney. And I'm here today to urge you to vote no to the proposed rules 183-112.02 and 183-114.02. The legislature is, of course, where we draft and pass laws for the state. One of my concerns with the proposed rules is that you would have to leave your lane as rulemakers and get into ours. The General Assembly has overhauled the election code over the past several legislative sessions. Dozens, if not hundreds, of election statutes have been proposed, considered, and many have passed. If we wanted to make election certification a discretionary duty of our election superintendents, we would have done so, but we did not. These rules effectively try to go around us and impute meanings to the election code that we did not intend. An even clearer example is related to the video surveillance of drop boxes. So in 2020, when this board passed the emergency rule to allow for drop boxes in the first instance, it included the requirement that each drop box would be under 24-hour video surveillance. And that's how it was. In 2020, every drop box was under video surveillance. In 2021, the legislature codified.
Let's respect each other's
In
opinions.
2021, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
In 2021, the legislature codified the use of drop boxes and opted for human surveillance rather than video surveillance. In other words, we could have continued the model set out by the SCB in the 2020 emergency rule, but we opted to move away from video surveillance. So with all due respect, the board does not have the authority to override the decisions that the duly elected members of the General Assembly have made. And not only do these rules attempt to usurp the General Assembly's power, they also attempt to usurp the judiciary's power. The law makes clear that election contests, including contests based on allegations of fraud, are to be considered by the courts after certification. I see my time is up, so I will leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Kim Brooks, and to add one more to it, Larry Lessler. Go ahead and get ready. You're in the top five. Ms. Kim? Okay.
So the Georgia Nerds are data analysts across the state, and we've been analyzing the 2024 primaries, both of them. We've gone through 50 counties already and have found vote manipulation and voter roll manipulation in all 50 counties. If you want your machines to count your votes, here's what we're seeing. Double votes via duplicate IDs. Double voting in the presidential primary and the regular primary was rampant. Y'all aren't even paying attention. I guess that's not important to you. How about votes from registration IDs that weren't even on the voter roll? Who can check into a poll pad if you're not on the voter roll? A machine can. How about a deceased person that somehow miraculously shows up in person to vote? That's miraculous. We saw that in 2020 as well as 2024. How about identity theft on Georgians via duplicate IDs, where the duplicate ID only shows up for a month? It votes, it double votes, it swaps a vote for the real person that voted. They share the same ballot ID in the absentee file. How can you do that? Only a machine. Last month, I served you 120 pages of criminal evidence. When the crimes are left unchecked, they repeat themselves. The question is, are you going to invoke 21-2-32? It says you can investigate fraud without the Attorney General. If not, we're going to have a repeat of 2020. Your primary is a hot mess. Will you choose to be guilty of 18 U.S. 2382?
Thank you, Kim, for your comments. Next up is Ben Askew, and we're adding Beth Ann Frillman on the list.
Okay, my name is Ben Askew. I am an election data analyst. Fulton County has been in the news a lot recently. The 2020 election, 2022, it's been bad. I mean, it took them 13 days in 2022 to finish the count of votes. What I'd like to focus is, it seems like they're hiding the fraud in the Republican areas in North Fulton County. I'm going to use the former Milton County boundaries. So I'm going to show this graph. In 2008, John McCain won this area by a 20-point margin, 64,000 to 42,000. This is a traditionally conservative Republican area. In 2012, Mitt Romney, with his appeal among the more independent moderate voters, made the margin 31.6%, 70,000 to 36,000. In 2016, Donald Trump received 63,000 and Hillary Clinton got 53,000. That's a total margin of 8.3%. Trump had some trouble with some establishment Republicans and independents. But what can't be explained is that in 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than Mitt Romney in a place like suburban North Fulton. That is concerning. What is concerning is, this is a real concerning. Hillary Clinton got 53,169 votes in the former Milton County. Joe Biden got nearly 80,000 at 79,000 for what? Oh, at 79,477. That is big suspicion that they are hiding votes, because you look, even Donald Trump's number went up. That looks big. And this shows you what Fulton County may have done in the 2020 election. And I'm going to focus on the city of Milton just because it's the most Republican city in the entire county. So McCain won at 9,200 to 4,500, 2-to-1 margin. Romney 10,000 to 4,100, 41.4% in terms of margin. Trump goes down just a little bit because Milton's a bit more populous than the rest of North Fulton. And Hillary Clinton goes up to 6,200 from 4,100. The crazy part is Donald Trump gains almost 2,000 votes in this area in Fulton County. What's suspicious is Joe Biden also goes up 3,000 votes. Milton is growing, but who's moving to Milton? Republicans. I don't know why it seems like that there's been a massive gain for both parties, and that needs to be explained. This board needs to do more to see what Fulton County has done and hopefully secure Fulton County elections and the state of Georgia elections by going to hand-marked paper ballots. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Next up, we have Ginger Hormina and then Mary Bell Hodges on deck. Larry Lessler is in the hole. Okay, well, we were hoping that they'd give him time. I can always, she comes in, I'll call her back up. Is that okay? You go right ahead. Yes, ma'am. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, Mary Bell Hodges, Gwinnett County, and I'm here to represent one of the people as delineated in the constitutions. Please take notice, State Election Board, that the people have the inherent right to regulate their internal government. That's Section 2, Paragraph 2 of the Georgia Constitution. Take notice that Black Law's fourth edition defines constitutional right as a right guaranteed to the citizens by the Constitution and so guaranteed as to prevent legislative interference. Take note that legislative acts in violation of the Georgia Constitution and U.S. Constitution are null and void. The SEB rules and election office bulletins are not law, and they cannot supersede statute, or they cannot supersede the Constitution. Take notice that the people assert the Georgia Constitution is being violated ad nauseum. The people have assembled before this board on numerous occasions, and the people see with clarity that the public servants who are trusted with the constitutional trust are ignoring the multitude of redress of grievance. The right of redress of grievance is an inherent right to which no public servant can interfere. Nowhere in the state or in the U.S. Constitution is the remedy for redress of grievance relegated to the judiciary. Take notice of the following injuries and usurpations among many by the Secretary of State. He has failed to ensure soundness in the people's elections. There's a maxim of law that says where the law prescribes the form, the non-observance of it is fatal to the proceeding and the whole becomes a nullity. Let that sink in just a moment. The Secretary of State has failed to follow the form of the elections prescribed by law. The Secretary of State has failed to properly afford the people redress of grievance. This is evidence in just one incident, but there's many others, in the manner that they are holding hostage the people's ballots for inspection by denying the court orders. Let that sink in, please. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Larry Lessler on deck is Lisa Rutherford.
Yes, hello, I'm a voter from Cherokee County, and I'm not a public speaker. Of the many reasons shown over the past few weeks as to why this rule change, 183.112.02, should be rejected, a major one is the vague phrasing of, quote, after reasonable inquiry, which is open to infinite interpretations. How vague? Ask the 5 board members here to define reasonable. They'll come up with about half a dozen different definitions. Spread this out across the state's 159 counties, you'll get close to 159 interpretations. Such vague wording is more than an invitation to confusion and chaos. It's a guarantee. In the private sector, in business law and contracts, this would be rejected out of hand. The first 6 stated duties of the SEB is, quote, promulgating rules and regulation to promote uniformity in election practices. A vote to pass this rule change would contradict that duty, as it would generate multiple interpretations, chaos, and confusion. Georgia citizens count on each member of this board to put the best interests of the citizens at the top of their priority list. A cause for concern for all public officials, elected and appointed, are those who may have conflicts with their political PACs and social media enterprises. Even in appearance, that's a problem, along with some who have sworn an oath of loyalty to their political party. Such a partisan servile act creates the appearance of a conflict of interest when carrying out what are supposed to be nonpartisan acts. Indeed, in the past week, a political party chair has publicly berated and ostracized the former lieutenant governor of this state. for speaking his mind, but in a way that did not further the interests of the party, and for violating his oath to his party. When it comes down to a vote, I ask for the members to be laser focused on the interests of all Georgia citizens and vote against this rule change, and not be distracted by other interests and loyalties, or looking over their shoulder to see what the chair of their party might do in retribution. With your vote, please show everyone your focus and your loyalties lie not with party leadership, but with the citizens of Georgia. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm about to. Yes. Okay, we have Lisa Rutherford up now and Beth Ann Brillman on deck, and we have a substitute for Joseph Kerr. We've got Miss Adams. Mr. Adams, excuse me, I'm sorry. Apologize. I can't read my own handwriting now. So Michelle Sarkeesian and Matt Ravenzack and Rachel Lastinger. Those are the next 5. So Lisa.
Ready? Okay. I stand before you today in direct opposition to the proposed rule regarding 229 and 230 challenges submitted by the United to Protect Democracy. I am a Gwinnett County citizen, a registered voter, and a stakeholder in my community. I am not affiliated with any organization, entity, or under outside influence. I am your everyday average citizen who has decided enough. I can speak from personal experience. The documentation presented at challenges is verified by me. I review monthly voter rolls from the Secretary of State, and it doesn't take long to discover problematic registrations. In over 3 years together, we've only had a dozen or so challenge voters show up to verify their registrations. In every case, the information we provided was correct, and there was an issue on their end or data entry, and the voter corrected the incorrect record. I have personally challenged thousands of ineligible registrations and supported others who have challenged many more, including deceased, non-existent addresses, pin drops on the side of the road, PO boxes, storage facilities, business addresses, duplicate voter registrations, and those that have been verified as moving out of the county or state, registrations with information that should have been rejected at submission, active voters who are upwards of 110 or more years old, others who have had no contact in 10 plus years still active on the rolls. There are people in this room who have become experts in the Georgia voter roll issues. I recently submitted close to 1,300 duplicate registration IDs. Many of these were 100% data match duplicates or minimal errors in data entry, marital name changes, etc. Of this list, over 1,100 have now been merged and the duplicate registration canceled. Our data continues to be validated. Here is a simple sample of documentation I spend hours to provide. Even more troubling is in many of these duplicate pairs, both registration IDs were credited for voting in the same election. Let that sink in. For every ineligible voter it takes 2 eligible voters to correct the record. We recently had a primary runoff that was lost by only 17 votes. This matters. Many of these duplicates were on the rolls for years. Let's be honest, my iPhone will even tell me if it thinks I'm adding a duplicate contact to my list. Come on, Secretary of State. The Secretary of State's effort to maintain accurate voting records is laughable. Until recently, I've seen no meaningful result from this board to assist in this effort. Georgia law 229 and 230 are very clear on this subject. Any attempt for this board to rewrite legislation will be met with swift rebuke. Mr. Chair, I hope if you work with this NGO on the subject that you will include citizens who have actually been on the grounds and have more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Beth Ann Frillman, and on deck is Mr. Adams.
Hi, my name is Beth Ann Frillman. I'm a resident of DeKalb County. I have been monitoring elections office in my county for 6 years. And it's usually a pretty nerdy endeavor. A couple of people care about county government, a couple of people who care about elections, paying attention to what happens in their county. But this is really changing. And for the first time in 6 years, we've had a state elections board member come to our county for meetings, which sounds great on the surface, except for only the meetings where challenges are heard. And if you think that's a coincidence, the last time she came, she left right after the challenges were heard, even though there was a very meaty agenda of administration of election conversations to be had. And this is getting worse. And recently, the ex-president just praised this board for their actions, knows about a state election board action. This is not a nerdy endeavor anymore. And actually called some of the Board of Elections members pit bulls fighting for victory. So I will just highlight that on your own website, State Election Board website, it says that your board is entrusted with the authority to protect all Georgians and the right to cast a ballot, not to tip the scales for one party. So this is really dangerous, what's happening.
Thank you, Beth Ann. Next up is Mr. Adams and Michelle Sarkeesian's on deck. Thank you.
My name is Tawny Adams. I'm a member of the Georgia Association of Voter Registrars and Elections Officials. I am the election supervisor in Heard County, Georgia. We are a rural county of about 12,000 citizens and currently about 8,000 voters. For Georgia code, we have an absentee ballot drop box located in our office. During early voting, it is checked each morning to ensure it is empty. At the end of the day, it is checked to see if any ballots have been deposited inside and totally emptied of any contents. Aside from the fact that our box is never used, the box is verified to be empty before we leave for the day. The current amendment to State Election Board Rule 183-1-14-.02 requires that we maintain video surveillance of an empty box and retain that video for a period of 24 months. If the drop box is verified to be empty at the end of one day and verified to be empty the next day, of what use is the previous night's surveillance of an empty box? I understand the need to retain surveillance of a drop box if an unauthorized item or ballot is discovered inside the drop box at the beginning of the day. Excuse me. Any unauthorized items or ballots discovered inside should be investigated immediately. The previous night's video footage would be some of the most important evidence in the investigation. It should be preserved for the required 24-month period or until the investigation is complete. If the drop box is empty, video surveillance of the empty box could be retained by counties in the same manner as all other video surveillance is retained by the county's security personnel. Many counties do not have enough data space to retain hours of footage of an empty drop box, images that are otherwise useless. I respectfully ask that you vote against the amendment to 183-1-14-.02. In addition, Gabriel asserts that this rule is simply not legal. We cannot create a new type of provisional ballot through rule. The reasons to cast a provisional ballot, the procedure to reject and then cure a ballot, and when individuals are required to produce a photo ID are clearly laid out in law. While the SEB can absolutely investigate a ballot that was delivered improperly, we cannot reject it if the envelope was properly filled out by the voter. It also requires that voters use the postal service rather than another carrier. We can't reject ballots because the voter used UPS or FedEx. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next up, we have Michelle Sarkeesian and Matt Ravenenzak on deck. Rachel Lastinger, you're here? Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Michelle Sarkeesian. I'm a resident of Fulton County. There have been several years of vocal concern about poor election integrity over a few election cycles in Georgia, even prior to 2020. It's based on massive evidence, in detail regarding machine hacking, to filthy voter rolls, to duplicates, out-of-state voters, and more. Now polls and surveys clearly show Georgians have lost faith in Georgia election integrity. It comes up in social conversations all the time. It seems abundantly clear to all of us, and should be to each of you, that you must define certification and criteria to confirm results as proposed by Mike Heekin. Your important roles as state election board, as the state election board, have us counting on you to shore up our faith and assurance that you attest to the accuracy of Georgia voters' votes as marked by the voter. Mike Heekin's proposal must be adopted. Since I have a couple of extra seconds, I also want to encourage the state election board to post signs in every poll location reminding those who are not citizens that it is illegal to vote in our elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Up next is Matt Ravenzak. You got Rachel Lastinger on deck and Jennifer Lee. I'm glad to name a few other names. Norma Roblito and Sally Grubbs. That's the order we're going in. All right, Matt, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, board. Want to share a few things with you this afternoon. One is to fully support the certification rule submission by Mr. Mike Heekin. And the fact that something like this has even to be submitted shows those of logic and reason, how absurd some of the counter arguments have become. I'll give you an example. Mr. Chair, let's say we're at Waffle House and the auditing firm comes in and audits the corporation. If they audit inaccurate results or fraudulent results and the SEC comes to them and they say, well, we weren't held accountable to certify accurate results, do you think the SEC will take that in good faith?
Well, we're a private company.
Good point. But in general, you understand my point.
Yes.
The argument that some are making that it is a ministerial duty is a joke. And I would make the argument that many of those making those arguments also know it is very disingenuous. It is not ministerial. The legislature has said so. Let's put this to bed and let's support Mr. Heekin's rule. Because the next argument is going to be 2 + 2 = 5. And that's the path that we're headed on many of these topics. Second, support the rule from Ms. Lucia Frazier that the Georgia voter roll be not only available to the public, but be free. Many other states do this. And the fact, to give you another example of lack of transparency coming from the Secretary of State's office, is that he used to charge $250, but for some reason this year, now he's charging almost $500 for a digital file that's routine business. And then lastly, the Fulton Monitor proposal, it needs to be discussed by this entire board. I'm glad to see it's on the agenda. It doesn't need to come from just you, Mr. Chair. Ryan Germany was part of 2020. He obstructed transparency. He should have no part in this process for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
You had called my name earlier, but you guys changed the agenda around and I was 2 blocks down the street.
Yes, you must be Ginger. Come on up. Rachel, thank you for yielding.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. Evidence submitted in the Georgia State Election Board cases of 2021-181 and 2023-025, along with evidence from the Fulgham versus Ware County Board of Election, shows that thousands of Georgia ballots were double scanned, machine counted results were manipulated, thousands of ballot images are missing, and the hand count included duplicate batches with thousands of fake votes. The result net gain benefits Mr. Joe Biden by several 1,000 votes at a minimum. These findings come from only one sample audit from limited records, as most counties prematurely destroyed all or part of their records or never made them available through open record request. Although Georgia Secretary of State officials, including Jordan Fuchs, claim there's no evidence of intent, several independent researchers and analysts disagree with their conclusion. Jeff Fulgham, an independent research historian, has filed a complaint with the Georgia Inspector General against the Georgia State Secretary of State covering up evidence of the 2020 fraud and for providing false information to Congressional January 6th committee. I would like to also state, give me one more second since I still have time. Let me find my other. According to the Georgia Code 2-2-32, Section A, it says, quote, "The state election board shall have the right to institute or intervene as a party in any action in any court of this state or of the United States." That means you all have the responsibility and you have the legal action to make changes within our state. I plead with you to do it now because November is well upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Rachel Lastinger. Thanks for your patience. And you got Jennifer Lee next. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Rachel Lastinger and I am the Associate Director of the Voter Access Project with the ACLU of Georgia. Georgia's process for certifying election results is a ministerial process by state statute, where the board affirms the hard work of their election staff and confirm that they have completed the tabulation of results. I was in Arizona in 2022 when Cochise County and Mojave County attempted to not certify their election results. I sat in the board meeting and listened to Mojave board members not certify because of issues that occurred in a separate county. This was a strong abuse of their authority as board members. The lasting effects of that abuse was that the community lost confidence in their county's election results and in their election office. I urge you to not pass any petitions that could allow for a similar experience in Georgia. We have already seen rampant misinformation about our electoral process and horrible threats and harassment against election staff. The petition to amend Rule 183-1-12 -02 being considered today could create the opportunity for board members to either delay or not certify based solely on speculation, rumor, or political pressure. As a state election board, you have the critical role of overseeing the county level boards, ensuring their duties remain consistent with state statutes. Having an unclear definition of the certification process without time limitation or guidance about their review runs the risk of allowing board members to use their petition to make their own politically motivated decisions. I also strongly urge the board to reject the petition to amend Rule 183-1-01, requiring voter list files to be provided to the public free of cost. The cost associated with open record requests around voter lists is not simply for government profit. It is paying hardworking government officials for their time. These election offices are already very under-resourced. County level boards do not have the budgets to absorb that labor and administrative cost of providing these files for free. Lastly, I want to urge you against any rule change that unreasonably creates new requirements of election staff and new training requirements for poll workers this close to an election. These decisions should be made with time to review and implement them correctly rather than allowing them to cause chaos and confusion in an election year. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate your comments. The next up is Jennifer Lee, and Norma, you're on deck.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Furby and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Lee, and I'm the Policy Director at Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta, a nonprofit legal advocacy organization that protects the civil rights of Asian Americans in Georgia. Asian American voters have historically used mail-in ballots at the highest rates among all racial ethnic groups, and I urge you to reject proposed Rule 183-1-1402 concerning absentee ballot drop boxes. I believe the rule is unnecessary, unreasonable, and burdensome. To remind you of the absentee ballot process, to receive an absentee ballot, voters must first complete an application, which must be downloaded, printed, and signed. It requires a driver's license or other ID, and the ballot itself also requires a license number or other ID and a signature. The proposed rule would require yet another form for the voter to complete and sign, and the photo ID of the person delivering the ballot if different. And it says that ballots submitted without this extra documentation would be considered provisional. This does not serve to make the process more secure. Instead, it creates more paperwork and hurdles for both voters and election administrators, and it risks votes not being counted. Over time, the growing number of restrictions on drop boxes has hurt voters. Statewide, after caps were instituted to the number of drop boxes, nearly 80% of registered Asian American voters saw a decrease in the number of drop boxes in their communities. Asian American voters are also the most likely to have their absentee ballots rejected, largely for arriving in the mail after the election day deadline. In the November 2022 elections, 3% of absentee ballots submitted by Asian American voters in the mail were rejected. And when only about half of voting age citizens in Georgia choose to vote, I believe policymakers should be investing in strategies to increase access to our democratic process instead of creating this unnecessary red tape. So thank you for your time and consideration. Pursuant to Georgia law, I do request that the board include this comment in the record, and if the board ultimately adopts the proposed rule, I would request that the board issue a concise statement of the principal reasons for its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We appreciate your comments. Norma, you're next. Sally Grubbs on deck. We got Paul White, Janet Grant, and Kevin Muldowney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Again, a very important year for election. And this is for both parties. This is for freedom for this nation. There's no other way. There's no other country as this that we have to protect. I'm really worried due to our situation right now with the illegals coming in and being registered as voters. That for me is a very serious situation. As one of the board members, and both of them know where I come from because my parents came from Cuba and escaped tyranny. And this country is very close to tyranny. If there's no vote, if there's no trust in the vote, there's no nation. And it's very crucial this moment. This is not about red, blue, purple, yellow, it doesn't matter. This is our home. We work here. We make our family here. We love this nation on every person of this group, on everyone. And this is a nation that has the ability to give us all the opportunity. We're in a handout country. We do not want a handout. We work. If it wasn't for us workers, we wouldn't be here. But it's very crucial. And I'm very worried about the DMV situation, that they're actually registering illegal. And it has been recorded and reported. So it's very, very crucial, please. So have that in mind on your rules. Thank you so much.
Norma, thank you for your comments. We have Sally Grubbs up and Paul White on deck.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the hard work you do. And even though sometimes there might be some opposition or disagreement, we know that you're enjoying the fruits of your volunteer job and your volunteer time for Georgia. I would like to know, you don't have to nod your head or give an answer, but I assume the answer would be no if I ask if this board has its own attorney, independent counsel, apart from the Secretary of State. I would venture to say that answer would be no. And that would not make me very happy today, because you are an independent board and you do need to have your own counsel, not to advise you on what to do as has been done, but you need independent counsel to defend your actions. And I do hear a lot of the opposition to some of the rules about falling in line with the legislature, what the legislature intended. But what I would like to hear from this board is how many times, and I know Ms. Gazal, data is so important to you when you're speaking in opposition to the rule presented by Julie Adams, that secrecy and privacy is all very, very important. But I want to know how many times data breaches are going to happen from the Secretary of State's office before y'all do something about it. And I would like to know, when, there's accountability for us, I've got 2 proposed rules, which I still like my rules better, Chairman. But I appreciate your consideration and everything, but I hear people speak out about the drop boxes, and it's funny because I see it in a very nonpartisan way. And yet the Democrat organizations, the Democrat lobbyists who came up and spoke before me are saying that, we're trying to restrict it. No, we're trying to secure it. We have to secure our elections. I don't care who it's for. And in order to do that, you guys need to have your own legal representation, and you need to have the budget that you were supposed to have. I'm digging into that. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but for you not to be able to post notices on your own website that says the election board of the state of Georgia, not under the auspices of the Secretary of State, what is that going to take? What legislators in this room, please raise your hand, legislators. If you want to see what you legislate, Ms. Gazal, if you believe what you say and that we need to be in line with the legislature, then where is the money from the budget that the legislature passed for the state election board? I would really like to know. So in closing, I'll say thank you very much for your service and the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Next up, we have Paul White, Janet Grant, Kevin Muldowney, and Sam Carnline.
Thank you. The state election board of Georgia is caught among the legislative, judicial, and executive branches in their inability to act. The SEB must come to trust the evidence that has been swirling around for years to make the best decision for how voting should occur in Georgia. It's time to put away the artificial intelligence that counts our votes and adjust the number, not by the truth, but rather by algorithm. Therefore, let us cast off the works of darkness, artificial intelligence, and let us put on the armor of light, paper, please. The question of who we can trust, we can find in the Georgia flag, and the motto of our state can guide this board and the leaders of this state. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. The elements of Georgia's motto and the flag are the U.S. Constitution as the arch. The pillars under the arch are wisdom, the legislature, justice, the judicial, and moderation, the executive branches. And the most important element for Georgia has always been its foundation, our motto, in God we trust. Alex Soros, leader of the present godless New World Order, just said it's time for us to unite around Kamala Harris and beat Donald Trump. She is the best and most qualified candidate we have. I bet Soros, WEF, CCP, AJC, and Fox spewed something similar about Joe Biden in 2020. And who won that election? Nothing has changed in Georgia's voting for 2024. Voters in Georgia have been raising concerns about electronic voting since its inception. Now, Raffensperger's general counsel is holding evidence hostage from the SEB. Here's her quote. However, we can make the files available for inspection so long as the board is in agreement that this case is fully resolved and closed. SEB 2023-25, the case is over 140 election law violations and over 41,000 votes without a corresponding ballot image in Fulton County's 2020 general election. And all they got was a reprimand. We, the people, are asking the state election board to declare an emergency for this general election. We need legal authority to conduct paper ballots and hand counts throughout the state this November. If wrong goes on, we, the people, can see it, not with artificial intelligence. What did God say to his people in 2 Chronicles? If my people will turn from their sins, he will forgive their sin and heal their land. Sin is missing the mark. Stop letting artificial intelligence have dominion over us here in Georgia, especially when it comes to our voting. And remember how we can become a prosperous. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not on artificial intelligence. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. In God we trust.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, Paul. Next up is Janet Grant, Kevin Muldowney, Sam Carnline, and Kristen Neighbors.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Grant, and I serve as a poll worker in DeKalb County for the last 5 years. and now am an area poll manager responsible for 10 precincts. I'm here today to ask you to not approve most of the rule changes that are proposed today. Other than the petition for dealing with voter challenges, which I'm glad you're going to look at further, and it provides much needed guidance to county election boards. The other petitions and proposed rules really don't improve elections, and in fact may harm by introducing additional complexity with room for human error. Such as the petition today from Charlene Alexander and the proposed rule based on her petition heard on July 9th, which would require 3 poll workers to count physical ballots at closing and reconcile to the recap sheet totals. In DeKalb County, we've actually been doing this counting for a number of years. There are often issues with consistency, but all of those have been due to human error. The machine counts have always proved to be correct. And as the Secretary of State office stated in their 2022 memo to counties, this takes 3 poll workers in each poll away from the tasks necessary to efficiently close the poll and prolongs transport of the ballots and the results to the county election office. Sealing the ballots immediately in a transport container is also safer than spreading ballots across tables throughout the poll for counting. The average voter isn't aware of the multitude of checks and balances that already exist in our elections. For instance, a full results tape and provisional ballot recap sheet are posted outside every single polling location after the polls close. The political parties and candidates are well aware of this. Many tour the precincts to record these totals before the election office reporting is available. This is why election workers, poll workers knew that the misinformation and conspiracy theories of the 2020 election were false. We know the security that's built into our election process. I encourage the board to continue to consider the petition related to voter challenges and to not approve the other petitions proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, for your comments. Up next, we have Kevin Muldowney, Sam Carnline on deck.
Good morning, Board. A rule proposed by Pete Simmons will harm our state's election integrity with voter registration challenges. A major part of this proposal calls for the challenger to live in the same jurisdiction and have intimate familiarity with the registrant in question. Strange part, the notary stamp is from out of state. What kind of intimate knowledge could a person from Nassau County, New York have about the validity of a registrant in Georgia? We have some of the dirtiest voter rolls in the country, which facilitate dirty elections. This petition seeks to make it all but impossible to analyze systemic errors on our voter rolls that so effectively screw up our elections. The sad reality is the Secretary of State does a lousy job of maintaining our voter rolls and seems to facilitate manipulation. Member King, the clerical errors you mentioned earlier were actually presented to the Fulton County Board of Registration just that, clerical errors. They chose to escalate them to voter challenges. When the people showed up, they spoke to the people that presented them. They found out that it should never have been escalated. I should just say, the Board of Registration really screwed up on that. They were never to be presented as challenges. The Ryan Germany request should never see the light of day. He was part of the crew that screwed up the 2020 elections. The Monclo Rossi complaint needs further investigation and support. Mike Heekin's rule, certification is a serious business, not ministerial. And that's it. That's it. I appreciate all your work, and thanks for letting me come down.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your remarks. Next up, we have Sam Carnline. And on deck, we have Kristen Neighbors and Anna Dennison Hole. And I'll go ahead and name some others. Elizabeth Shackelford, you can come on down and get ready, and then Cindy Barnes as well. Thank you. Yeah, the floor.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to come and speak to you one more time. I'm Sam Carnline from down at Grady County, where we go peanuts, corn, pine trees, and paper. Oh, excuse me, pine trees enough to make paper ballots out of. I'm a paper ballot proponent. Abraham Lincoln, I'm going to quote him. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. I'm going to read you, Board, one of the codes, and y'all should know it, I'm sure you do. 21-2-33. State election board shall have the right to institute or to intervene as a party in any court of this state or of the United States seeking mandamus, injunction, or other relief to compel compliance with any election or primary law of the state, or with any election or primary law of the state, or with any valid rule or regulation of the board, or to restrain or otherwise prevent or prohibit any fraudulent or other illegal conduct in conjunction therewith, including the right to seek such relief for any anticipatory breach. What that says to me is that for 3 years, we, the people, have begged our legislators to get this right. I'm sorry, but they have not. We've been to the court system, and the court system has let us down. They've told us that we didn't have standing. And then we, went years down the road. And here we are, guys, petitioning this board. We're petitioning this board for y'all to get this straight before we have a major malfunction yet again in 2020. I mean, like we did in 2020. We've had problems in 2022. We had problems in 2024 primary that the Georgia nerds have pointed out to us, showing us that we're having manipulation through the voter rolls while we're sitting here. So we need to change what we're doing. There's something happened not long ago called CrowdStrike. Cyber attack. It's being threatened by people that it's going to happen in our election. There's only one way to cure that, and it's go to a hand-marked paper ballot like Florida, Alabama, Idaho, Montana, and the whole country of France. Thank you very much. I pray y'all will do what's right and straighten this out. Y'all are the people standing in the gap.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kristen Neighbors, and we have Anna Dennis on deck.
Excuse me.
Hello, Board. My name is Kristen Neighbors. I'm the State Director for All Voting is Local Action. Pursuant to OCGA 1513-4, I request that the Board include this comment in the rulemaking record, and if the Board ultimately adopts the rule on certification, we request that it issue a concise statement of the principal reasons for and against its adoption and include its reason for overruling the comments opposing it. So I do want to start by addressing the certification rule originally proposed by Fulton County Board Member Heekin. This rule is unreasonable because it introduces a subjective element where certification would be dependent on a board member's personal perception of the accuracy of election results. What one member or a board considers reasonable inquiry might differ from another, which would impact the uniformity and reliability of elections from being certified all across the state of Georgia. Inconsistencies in certification could tie up both the counties and the state in expensive and time-consuming legislation or litigation. This could result not only in counties missing the certification deadline, but also in undermining public trust and confidence in our elections. OCGA 21-2493 is clear that certification itself is a must-do. If any potential errors are found, they're to be reported to the district attorney for investigation, the SOS, this board. You all are always an option as well, further proving that this proposal is unnecessary. I urge you to reject this proposal. I know also that the proposal for the Fulton Election Monitoring Team is also being discussed today. The proposal rejected last month by Fulton County contains conflicts of interest by not only including individuals with pending litigation against the county, but also a smorgasbord of conspiracy theorists, bad actors, and discredited fake experts. It also fails to include a single actual experienced observer qualified to bring stability to the process. You've got a former Pennsylvania legislator who sought to send fake electors in 2020. You've got your originator of anti-Eric conspiracy theories, and you've got a lawyer who brought a case to overturn the 2020 election itself in Fulton County. This is not only not a serious proposal, it is a dangerous slate of individuals who would enter with a single goal in mind: to find facts or create them that would substantiate baseless narratives of fraud and malfeasance and undermine the public's confidence in elections. I urge the board to sign off on the proposal that the Secretary of State and Fulton County have already accepted, whose 5-person monitoring team includes a former Richmond County elections director, the former general counsel for the Secretary of State, and a former member of this very board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate your comments. Anna Dennis is up next with Elizabeth Shackelford, Cindy Battles, Rebecca Anglin, and Jennifer Logan. If you guys will get prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Anna Dennis. I am with the Go Votes Georgia Coalition. I'm also a mother and I'm also a voter of Fulton County. But I want to say here that with Go Votes, we are a diverse coalition of community members, organizations who represents many communities across the state of Georgia. Recently, something has happened that leads us to proceed with caution. We have seen that there are members of the SEB who have been attending rallies that makes their duties impartial. You all are charged to be impartial, and you all have taken oath, and you have been charged to be entrusted to really speak for voters across all of Georgia, not just certain sectors, not just certain political actors. So I want to remind you all of the duty of what you're sworn to do and what voters of Georgia expect you all to do, and not make Georgia a political playpen. I said I'm a mother, a political playpen, because that's what can happen. And we want to make sure that the SEB is reminded of the statutes. You are reminded of your duties and what you're here to do, not how the games that we see playing nationally. We don't want to see that here in Georgia. We do not want to see that in our elections. And you all do have a job to do, and we entrust you all to continue to do that. Thank you.
I can bang the gavel. All right. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate your comments. Elizabeth Shackelford, you're up, and Cindy Barnes, you're on deck.
Elizabeth Shackelford, DeKalb County, and poll worker. I have to speak quickly since, unlike Ms. Marks this morning, I won't be indulged in nearly 2 hours of time. Many of these proposed rules not only do not prevent non-existent fraud, but could disrupt processing elections, making it impossible for workers to meet certification deadlines. It appears that that is the intention. As reported in the press, Georgia is our laboratory, a source close to the former president said. If you can get this up and running in Georgia, you get a roadmap for other states. Trump praised the 3 Republican members of this board as working for his victory. I don't believe a pit bull for Trump should be on the board, much less taking a bow when so recognized. On some specific petitions, in the Adams petition that was looked at this morning, there are some counties that have big warehouse spaces, but a lot have very tight spaces for doing their duties in the tabulating areas. And the petitioner asked for basically close to 20 poll workers in these areas. This is rulemaking from conspiracy theory and paranoia. No cases of fraud in processing elections have been found, so why create a hindrance? I'll remind the folks in this room that we were all given a sheet of paper asking for decorum.
Let's respect each other's opinions. There are differing opinions. If you want to be heard respectfully, then please respect others' opinions.
Thank you, sir. The second cross petition about mailing absentee ballots chain of custody, the so-called free tracking service, actually costs about $1 per item. In the 2020 presidential election, 1.3 million absentee ballots were mailed in Georgia, so this would be a price tag of at least $1 million. And citing the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services for costs is irrelevant. That's a federally funded agency, not state and local funding for elections. There are no details about who or why multiple postal workers would have contacted the petitioner. There are all other petitions and rules with issues for fair elections, but time doesn't permit. I am very sad to see how far the former president has done so much damage in sowing suspicion and mistrust. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Up next is Cindy Barnes. Rebecca England, you're on deck. We got Jennifer Logan, Michael Heakin, and Sandra Bouchard.
Sorry.
You have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is actually Cindy Battles, and I am the Policy Director for the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda. I am actually here today to speak on the proposed changes to Rule 183 -1-12-.02, also known as the Heakin petition. According to the synopsis, the purpose of this rule is to define certification and to establish clear standardized criteria for officially confirming the results of an election. Unfortunately, we find that the language that is meant to establish clear standardized criteria to be very vague. There is no definition of what a reasonable inquiry is. There is no criteria for what would instigate such an inquiry so that subjective judgments could result in an investigation or inquiry. And there is no methodology or best practices for that inquiry to take place, resulting in inconsistencies across counties in the way that the elections are certified. We would suggest to the state election board they vote no on this rule, especially given, as we mentioned in our written comments, we believe it exceeds the authority of the state election board to pass this rule due to its incompatibility with Georgia law. However, if you were going to pass this rule, we would suggest adding language that made it clear, as Ms. King said during the discussion of the petition, that counties still must certify elections and they must certify those elections by the deadline. We would also add processes or some type of standardization to what an inquiry looks like, and we would define what kind of inconsistencies should trigger an inquiry. The language of this rule seems to indicate that rather than mandatory duty certify an election, it's a discretionary function. We again urge the members not to pass this rule, but if you do, to add in language that will ensure our elections are certified by the deadline and this rule does not lead to chaos and confusion for Georgia voters, for election supervisors, and for those who diligently serve on state election boards across Georgia. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you so much, Cindy. We appreciate your comments. Rebecca England, you're up next, and Jennifer Logan, you're on deck, excuse me. All right, you got the floor.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. I'm Rebecca England, Election Director for Greene County. I'd like to speak to both of Mr. Cross's petitions. First, 183-1-12-01. First, color printing for absentee and emergency ballots. Counties already have chain of custody procedures for these ballots, as well as stub numbers for accountability and issuance purposes. If a county runs low on one or the other, they're easily interchangeable, thus saving money. Imagine running out of one or disenfranchising a voter because you could not use the other that you had on hand. This currently is not a problem that needs a reinvention. Most counties order more than they need anyways to account for influx or emergency purposes. Secondly, Rule 183-1-14-.11. Chain of custody for mail ballots. The Secretary of State's office currently uses ballot tracks. While we are not using ballot tracks in its maximum capacity, I do believe work and funding for this service for all absentee voters can be obtained through our legislators, as well as the Secretary of State's office. This should not be placed on our local county offices. Most of the author's request is already being met. It's the return of the ballot to the elections office that needs further attention. Again, larger talks need to ensue. I appreciate the author's commitment to assisting the security of our ballots, as we election officials certainly pride ourselves on honesty, transparency, and integrity. I do thank you for your time today and ask if the board has any questions.
Do I have any questions?
Thank you.
Here none. Thank you so much for your comments. Up next, we have Rebecca England. Next is on deck is Jennifer Logan. I was just finished. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Next up is Jennifer Logan, and Michael Hegan. No? Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Appreciate your brevity.
Yes, that's right. Okay, Senator Bouchard and so Kathleen Hamel and Jennifer Moore, you guys get ready as well. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Jennifer Logan, Jackson County Elections Director. I've been in elections for 9 years. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I would like to speak regarding the petition presented by Charlene Alexander requiring 3 poll officials to independently count the total of ballots in each scanner. It requires all 3 poll officials match each other's count and match the recaps for poll pads, BMDs, scanners, and determine any reason for the counts not matching. We have 159 different size counties. Requiring this would create a hardship in our counties, add additional costs to the counties, and mean later results on election night. My polling locations are quite large. We have seen up to 4,500 ballots at a single election day polling location and 3,500 ballots in a day during early voting. If each poll official counted 1 ballot per second, and each ballot would have to be counted 3 times. If they did it perfectly and efficiently, it could take 3 poll officials almost 4 hours to count the ballots. This doesn't account for the poll officials to have to stop and seal up ballots from one scanner prior to opening another scanner. I have up to 5 scanners at my polling locations. I emailed each board member a copy of the form that we use to account for some of the concerns that Ms. Alexander expressed. Her main concern was memory cards not being uploaded in her county. If the form is used, all memory cards created are accounted for during the upload. Her other concern was ballots being left in the write-in bins and hanging on the tops of the scanners. Poll official training covers how to properly empty a ballot box. The scanners are sealed by the poll officials prior to transport back to the central locations. It should be best practice that all scanner seals and ballot box bins are checked on all scanners by 3 election staff prior to an audit. If ballots are found within a scanner, it should be fully documented. To avoid delays in election night reporting, I request that the board reject the petition as written. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Senator Bouchard. On deck is Kathleen Hamel.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I lived in Fulton County for a long time. Now I live in Gwinnett County. But in truth, we all live in Georgia. And if we live in Georgia, we care about Georgia. I care passionately. I've seen things like no name accepted as a listed name on the registrar. How can there be someone with no name acceptable? Secretary of State doesn't seem to have an issue with that. Fortunately, we have people, real people, that have to work for a living, that have taken their time to take a look at the voter list and realize that no name is not acceptable. I am a woman of prayer. I've been praying for truth and justice. And I would hope that everybody in this room wants truth and justice. The reality is there are people that benefit because there isn't truth and justice, and they get machines to do the counting for us, and we don't have to check it, and we aren't supposed to see the ballots. They're just sealed somewhere. Why aren't it? If it's transparent, then you don't question it because you get to see what the numbers are, and they don't change and change and change. And you don't have to vote on a machine where you can't see what you voted for. So if there are people that are benefiting from these practices, they need to be removed. They need to be accountable. And there's a woman sitting back here going like this. That's very rude. I give you the courtesy of my attention. You should give me the courtesy of yours. And I pray for every member of this board because there is truth and there is justice and we do care. We should care whether they're a Republican or they're a Democrat. So I'd like to encourage all of you to just do your best, and I know you will. And I know I can continue to pray for truth and justice and for no name to not be acceptable for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Sandra. Next up, we have Kathleen Hamel with Jennifer Moore on deck. Jennifer Moore on deck. Thank you.
Kathleen Hamel, Fulton County resident. I'm here on behalf of the ABA Georgia Democracy Task Force, which is a group comprised largely of lawyers and concerned citizens that seeks to support the rule of law in the context of elections, to bolster voter confidence by safeguarding the integrity and the nonpartisan administration of elections, and to support election workers and officials. I'd like to express today opposition to the two proposed amendments to SEB Rules 183-1-12-02 and 183-1-14-02. We have submitted a comment to the board in that regard. We believe that the changes in these rules would introduce confusion, make election administration more difficult, likely lead to litigation, and decrease voter confidence. Regarding the first rule I mentioned, the proposed amendment seeks to add a definition of certification that, while it may seem innocuous, represents a fundamental misunderstanding of what certification of election results actually is. This proposal contradicts settled law and ignores an existing multi-step verification process that we all know is comprised of cross-checks related to the number of ballots cast and the number of voters in any precinct, chain of custody documentation that is rigorous and extensive, also reconciling ballot totals to ensure that each ballot cast is counted, and as well the fact that any superintendent may order a recount for any precinct. We do know that certification is a mandatory duty for election boards at the county level under Georgia law, not a discretionary action. The Georgia Code clearly states that returns shall be certified by the superintendent by 5 p.m. on the Monday following certification. The law also provides a procedure if there is concern about accuracy after post-election verifications. Superintendents must compute and certify the votes justly, and I will just say thank you. I know my time is limited. We did outline this in our comment, which I hope you've seen, and I wanted to thank you for your service and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Kathleen. We appreciate you as well, your comments as well. And so next up, we have Jennifer Moore. I've got Pam Hoodley, Beverly Rice, and last for today's speaking is Paul Hershey.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Moore. I'm a practicing attorney here in Georgia. I'm a former adjunct professor at Emory Law School, and I'm also a member of the ABA Georgia Democracy Task Force. I'm here to talk today about this board's duty under OCGA 21-231-1 to promulgate rules and regulations so as to obtain uniformity in the practices and proceedings of election officials, as well as the legality and purity of all primaries and elections. First, I'd like to say that I fully support Syra Draper's comments on these topics earlier today. The separation of powers in Georgia, the judiciary and the legislature both have their own duties and responsibilities under the law to execute in furtherance of proper execution of elections. And so I just want to urge this board to respect and honor those separate roles. Changing the certification definition specifically violates that separation. So if that proposed rule were to be passed, that would be in violation of that separation because it would turn certification into a discretionary act rather than a ministerial one. And it could also bring unintended consequences as far as liabilities for the officials who are exercising that discretion in that role. Prompt certification is what enables the progression of a challenge to be legitimately brought before a court to properly adjudicate it and weigh the evidence. And I urge this board not to stand in the way of that process, especially so close to an election, by implementing any sorts of rules that would interfere with that. An additional issue, speaking to preserving the purity of elections, as a litigator, I'm painfully aware of the burden of taking good care of a control set of documents in litigation. We usually have more than one copy because we need to preserve the originals very carefully to maintain their purity, which is part of your job, and maintain the purity of elections. So the fewer hands that can be on the original ballots, the better to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate your comments. Up next, we have Pam Hoodley and Beverly Rice on deck.
Hi. At first, I'd just like to recap some facts about how everyone who has been screaming about voter fraud since 2020 is doing. Trump's lawyers have lost over 60 cases due to lack of evidence. Rudy Giuliani is disbarred and bankrupt. John Eastman is in the process of being disbarred. Mike Lindell offered $5 million to anyone who could disprove his evidence. He had to pay the $5 million. 2,000 mules has been pulled from circulation. Cyber ninjas, remember them? They spent $9 million looking for fraud in Arizona. They have now declared bankruptcy and are out of business. Fox News paid Dominion $800 million for lying about voter fraud. I could go on, but I only have 2 minutes here. The idea that there is massive voter fraud is a lie. It has always been debunked. Every single time, there is no evidence for any kind of massive voter fraud. There are isolated incidents by members of both parties. Now, if you want to find, well, and it is very concerning for me as a Georgian to know that this board seems to be dominated by people who are sympathetic to those lies and who are called out by the main perpetrator of those lies for being his pit bulls, for doing what he wants. It's very concerning. Now, if you're looking for human error, you will find human error, and I'll tell you why. I'm a poll manager. Most of us are 65 to 80 years old. On November 5th, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning, already short of sleep by about 3 hours. By the time I drop off my equipment back in DeKalb County, it will be after 10 p.m. That is a 16-hour day on little sleep at the age of 70. There are dozens of forms we have to complete. So, and that's without the additional time caused by these proposed rules. So basically the system is at a breaking point and you cannot lay more on the system based on lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beverly. We appreciate it. Beverly Rice, and we've got Paul Hershey, and we'll be finished for the comments for the day. Anyone here? Beverly, we got Beverly Rice and Paul Hershey. I believe that concludes our public comment. Sir, you, Paul? Very good, very good, very good. Thank you for pointing that out. Sir, you have the floor.
My name is Paul Hershey, and everybody's got titles. I'm a Marine. I'm going to be very direct. I spent 2 hours listening to somebody talk about common sense. The state code says if there's a problem, go to paper ballots. We spent 2 hours trying to play and change happy to glad. In the early days of voting in Georgia, the voting was controlled by Kennesaw State University. They did an evaluation of the Dominion machines, and their ID department deemed that they were all hackable and screwed up. And we're still playing that. And I do understand latches. And if you doubt anything that I'm saying, we'll bet some money on it. Number two, When you look at all of this, the issue now becomes this. This committee, according to our founding fathers, are the check and balance to the Secretary of State. You've got the ability to overcome and adapt, and you don't do it. You need to put away your political hats and remember that you represent the voters of the state of Georgia. And if you can't do the job, then go to the Inspector General for the state of Georgia. And he's not doing his job. The bottom line is you've got problems. SB 189, look at it. There are flaws in that bill that are violating the state code. And the first thing that you're not doing is you're not looking at the requirements to go on the ballot. Does anybody up here know about the 150-day rule? Does anybody? You better look at it. The bottom line is nobody up here is looking at the total picture, and everybody wants to talk about fraud, talk about this. It all comes back to common sense. And in the state of Georgia, we sure in the hell are not using it. The bottom line is we need to fix it. We really need to fix it. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Well, that concludes the first page of our agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to break for lunch for 45 minutes. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll break for 45 minutes. We'll return at 1:50. 1:50.
No.
2:30. We're 2:30 for lunch.
We did talk there.
The meeting of the State Election Board is called back into session. We're on page 2 of the agenda. Page 2, item 4 is investigative reports. The first listing of cases is a listing of cases that are recommended to be dismissed. 4 of those cases will be pulled for further hearing and discussion. Those are SEB 2023-023, Fayette County out-of-district ballot discrepancy, SEB 2022-038, Gwinnett County ballot harvesting, SEB 2022-278, Gwinnett County illegal assistance to voter, and SEB 2022-358, Clayton County voter interference with early voting. Those cases will be discussed after we adjudicate the others. The following cases have been recommended for dismissal. SEB 2023-030, Georgia, Pennsylvania cross-state voter, November 2022, GE. SEB 2022-258, Liberty County voter registration fraud. SEB 2023-041, AG opinion, Walker County, Chickamauga qualifying fee issue. SEB 2023-036, Henry County, failure to hold special election June 2023. SEB 2022-234, Rockdale County ballot incumbent challenge. SEB 2022-215, Newton County voter registration fraud. SEB 2022-315, Newton County voter equipment issues. SEB 2022-326, Newton County voting issue. SEB 2023-057, Newton County Covington ballot. SEB 2022-323, Gwinnett County disability issue. SEB 2022-350, Gwinnett County missing candidate, November 2022, GE. SEB 2023-069, Gwinnett County Peachtree Corners illegal campaigning, November of 2023. SEB 2023-070, Gwinnett County City of Norcross election worker intimidation. SEB 2022-291, Clayton County absentee ballot issue. And SEB 2023-076, Clayton County City of Riverdale. All those cases have been provided to the board prior to this meeting, and the board's had a chance to review them. These cases are recommended to be dismissed. Are there any questions from the board pertaining to these cases? The chair will entertain a motion to dismiss the above named cases. We have a motion from member Jeffers to dismiss the case. We have a second from member Gazal to dismiss the cases. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing the above named cases signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Hearing no nays, so moved. The board will now hear the investigators' results on SEB 2023-023 Fayette County out-of-district ballot discrepancy. It's on tab 17 in your board book. Did you request that one? Member Gazal?
Just give a brief overview first.
No. No,
The complainant alleged that district vote totals were inconsistent with past elections and therefore the count was erroneous. It was learned during the investigation that the precinct in question underwent redistricting in March of 2022, which led to a reduction in voters assigned to the Board of Education District 2 and accounted for the lower vote totals in that race during the May 2022 election. The allegation that there were several discrepancies in the election results data is unsubstantiated. The complainant pointed out 4 points in support of their allegation. However, they could not be corroborated through the course of the investigation. The complainant alleged that district vote totals were inconsistent with past elections and therefore the count was erroneous. It was learned that the redistricting had the reduction in voters assigned to the Board of Education District 2. The complainant alleged that the voter was allowed to vote for the Board of Education District 2 race while being a resident of the Board of Education District 3. Upon review of the cast vote report provided by Fayette County, the precinct in question did not indicate that there were any votes recorded for the Board of Education District 2 race. Furthermore, Fayette County Elections Office did not receive any reports or complaints from voters or staff regarding voters receiving incorrect ballots. The complainant alleged that there were 4 votes cast for the Board of Education District 2 candidate on a ballot designated for District 1. Upon review of the CVR provided by Fayette County, there were no votes recorded for any Board of Election District 2 candidates by voters issued ballots which did not include that race on them. At the conclusion of the investigation, there were no violations uncovered.
Thank you, Chief Investigator.
Member Gazal.
Thank you, Chief Investigator Koff. The reason that I hold this case is not because I don't think it should be dismissed, because I do. But there was a fact pattern in here that I found very troubling, and I wanted to raise it as a little bit of a cautionary tale. According to the investigative report, the allegation was supported by a spreadsheet which purported to be cast vote records, CVR. But there's a line in the investigative report that says the CVR spreadsheet provided by the complainant could not be verified or authenticated, and the data contained on the complainant's spreadsheet did not match the data on the CVR spreadsheet provided by Fayette County. And that's where I think that when we move from complaints, we are approaching disinformation at this point. When there are spreadsheets that are used to support an allegation that contain data that doesn't match with what the county has, I think that is extremely troubling. And it further perpetuates these stories about problems that are not actually backed up by the facts. And I wanted to ask you if you had anything further on that, like where the data allegedly came from. It's on page 6 of 9 and in the report of investigation. It's the 3rd paragraph, the last line in the 3rd paragraph. But if you happen to recall, or your investigator happened to recall any of this, because when spreadsheets are floating around all the time with alleged data, but when the alleged data doesn't actually tie up to the actual confirmed information that the county holds, it's incredibly corrosive to the public trust. And if you don't have any more information on that, that's fine. I wanted to pull this case to make that point, that disinformation's bad, which we all know, but I would like to move to dismiss this case.
Do we have any other questions from the board on this case? We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss from Member Gazal and a second from Member King to dismiss this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case SCB 2023-023 Fayette County out of district ballot discrepancy signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-038 Gwinnett County ballot harvesting. It's tab 18.
This case was continued from the May hearing for Ms. Lofton and then the unidentified female. So it was continued because they wanted a different letter sent to Ms. Lofton. So there wasn't anything further in the report. So I don't know if she's here or not.
Dr. Johnson, did you pull that case?
038, 2022-038.
And what?
It was a continued case. So the only 2 parts that were continued were about Ms. Lofton and then the unidentified female. But from my understanding, the Ms. Lofton part was to I think it was, Mr. Lindsay had requested that she get a letter coming if she was going to be here. So
I thought we were talking about 3-5. We said 038. Well, 358 has also been pulled.
Oh, we
Yeah, we're at 038.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. A letter was sent?
that would be from your end. Are you saying something to me? Yeah, that's, he wanted to see if she would come. That was the only part that she was sent for.
Your understanding is that I do recall.
She didn't, she got an attorney, and so they said, was she notified of the meeting? And she was, but he wanted a different letter sent to her as a respondent, I think, is what
Yes.
the whole vote was.
Yes.
But we never had an answer. I mean, because she had an attorney and they wouldn't confirm why she put in 3 ballots.
Remember, I believe Member Lindsay was the one that wanted the letter sent to her, yeah. And the letter was sent to her as a respondent, so.
And was
Wait.
it noticed or was there a letter of, any letter of instruction or reprimands? in this? Okay, simply a notice. So it was continued as she was concerned and she was notified. She received notice. Sorry, I can't hear you. The case was continued as it concerns this individual respondent, and the respondent also received notice of this hearing today. So that's where we stand right now.
And then the unidentified female
Right.
that we still have yet didn't identify.
It was the unidentified female was further requests for identification taken or?
From where
From
we
Gwinnett County?
exhausted,
Right.
they didn't know who she was.
Okay. And a letter was sent to the attorney for Ms. Lofton?
Notice was sent, yes.
So essentially, it's no response. Okay.
This was the case where there was a lady that was accused of ballot harvesting and no one could ever identify her. They went back at that several times, if I recall, to try and identify her and was never able to identify who that person was.
I think the case was for Ms. Lofton was she hung up the phone or said, speak with my attorney. And the other number 4 respondent was the surveillance where the woman could not be identified.
We went through, yes, we
Correct.
pulled the 293 subjects to compare the driver's photo. The investigator interviewed the one possible female it could have been, and she was way too tall and said it wasn't her. And her photo was all over social media with a fake wanted poster, and she still wasn't identified. And it was shared multiple times.
And she appeared to have, according to Zach Manifold, she appeared to be wearing an election worker lanyard.
A lanyard of some kind. That's
Right.
the information we were going through.
Right.
And she had a mask on, so facial recognition software wouldn't do anything for that.
My opinion is that I also noticed who that individual was.
What?
Who?
Councilman. Alex Linux, she's on a Gwinnett election board. She knows who that individual is.
James, Zach's here. Is being called.
So Mr. Manifold, the election director for Gwinnett County is here.
Hit your button.
Yes. Boy, it's been a couple years since talked about this case. Yeah, I know we went through all the staff at the elections office and nobody could figure out who the person was. If board member Olenek, maybe, I don't know if we ever asked the board members if anybody knew. That just not something I think anybody thought about approaching the board members to ask. We always could ask and see what Member Olenek knows.
Okay. I, I would request that we continue this case and perhaps ask Ms. Olenek, who's on the Board of Registration and Elections for Gwinnett County, to ask that question. Okay. The point I was actually going to make about this case is it's about possible ballot harvesting, which was a concern during this election, particular election. And the issue with this case and with all the others is the point is preventing irregularities or possible fraud is much, much better than trying to prove it after the fact. As evidenced by this case presentation, identifying somebody in a photograph that may have a mask on or may have some other clothing that doesn't allow identification. Also, the lack of chain of custody of people that are holding ballots and returning ballots to election offices. So that's the point I want to make is the custody of the ballot is important from beginning to end. But I would, Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that we continue this case and inquire of the whole board of Gwinnett to see if perhaps this woman could be identified.
Is that a motion?
It is a motion.
Dr. Johnson has made a motion that this case be continued for further investigation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Member King, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case for further investigation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm so sorry. Point of clarification. Is this the entire case or is this simply this portion of the case with the unidentified?
Just
The portion of the case for the identified individual.
Aye.
So we have a motion and a second to continue this case to try and discover the identity of the unidentified individual. And we have a second from Member King. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
How did you vote?
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing no nays, so moved. This case will be continued. The next case to hear is SEB.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think we still have as it pertains to Ms. Lofton. That is still, we have not disposed of Ms. Lofton, who was identified and she dropped 3 ballots and she did not cooperate with investigators. She's received notice. I move that we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Lofton that includes the proper statutory requirements for returning ballots.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Lofton, who has been notified of this case. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Lofton concerning a notification on this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this also drives home the point of when dealing with these cases, when the investigators when people don't cooperate with the investigators or do not respond to the investigators or election offices or voters or whoever the respondents are, just simply don't cooperate. Oftentimes, these cases are simply dismissed. It doesn't mean that there wasn't a violation of election law or other serious irregularities to be looked into. It just means they get away with it. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Mrs. Lofton on the SEB 222-038 Gwinnett County ballot harvesting case. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case on the agenda is SEB 2022-278 Gwinnett County illegal assistance to voter.
This case was a complaint about a sister who said that her sister had a traumatic brain injury and wasn't qualified to vote. So the investigator spoke with Ms. Cage, who possibly assisted her with voting, and asked her that she worked at the Annandale Village as a case manager from approximately 2020 to 2022. She remembered the resident, Miss Pamela, and she was her case manager. In her role as a case manager, she would have meetings with her assigned residents and they would have conversations concerning their needs. She remembered having to remind Pam of daily tasks, not because she was incapable, because she battled with what she believed to be possibly depression. Cage said it was common practice to ask the family for permission to assist residents in voting because of the sensitivity around the subject. She was confident that she spoke to one of Pam's family members prior to her voting. She advised she did not encourage her to vote or vote for a particular candidate. She advised Pam selected her candidates and signed her name on her ballot on her own. Ms. Cage advised she did not register Pam to vote and that she was not the one who got Pam her Georgia ID as her sister had originally thought. She made it clear that she did not sign Pam's name on her ballot. She was asked if she completed the portion when assisting, and she advised that Pam completed the ballot and she helped her put it in the envelope and delivered it to be mailed out. Ms. Cage advised that she did not take an oath as a registrar or complete any registrar certifications. She advised that she voted in the 2020, but offered her opinion about the 2024 and not liking anybody. The allegation that someone may have fraudulently changed the registration status of the complainant's sister was unsubstantiated. Although the complainant was the appointed guardian for her sister for the reasons of caring for an incapacitated adult per 29-485 OCGA, under guardianship, the right to vote must be specifically removed from the ward, or the ward must be judicially determined to be mentally incompetent, and that was not the case here. No violations uncovered.
Are there any questions from the board on this case?
Investigator Koth, was the voter Pamela Farabee contacted and interviewed?
Her sister requested that the investigator not speak to her sister.
Was Ms. Shirley, the sister, interviewed?
Yes, she's the one who said that she didn't want her sister interviewed, and she advised that she will not remember at this point, and she doesn't plan on asking her if she voted. Instead, Shirley advised that she will ask her if she wants to continue to vote in the upcoming elections. And she will have her voter registration changed to a trusted address, or address to a sister.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
So I want to clarify, the sister, the guardian is changing her residence?
She was going to change the address to her as her guardian.
Does she reside? Does the sister reside with her, or does she reside in the assisted living location?
I believe she was still at the assisted living facility.
Has she ever resided with her sister?
I'm not sure. I would have to ask her that.
Are there any further questions from the board on this case? The chair will entertain a motion.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I think it's appropriate to actually issue a letter of instruction or guidance to the sister, the complainant, because it is not appropriate under our registration laws and our residency laws to change the registration address. She can use her home as a mailing address for her sister's registration if she has that authority under the guardianship agreement, which I do, which is not in evidence here. But for people to be changing a registration address is when it's not evident that she has the authority to do that is I think deeply problematic.
So the intention of the letter of instruction is to instruct her that she cannot change the address
The
to
residence.
her address unless that individual lives there.
Correct. Yes. So
Are you making a
I am making that motion. Yes.
Member Gazal has made a motion that is it the respondent?
No, actually the complainant.
The complainant be issued a letter of instruction instructing her that it is improper to change the address of an individual that is not living in the home. Do we have a second? We have a second. Member Jeffries, is there any discussion?
Question, should this letter include some type of, if this happens again, or, I mean, is it just telling her not to do something that she shouldn't have to do?
Actually, I'm gonna withdraw my motion and ask for a continuance because she did not receive notice. So I withdraw my notion. I move to continue this case so that so that she may receive notice.
The original motion has been withdrawn by Member Gazal. Member Gazal makes a new motion that this case be continued for further investigation.
Second.
We have a motion from Member Gazal, a second from Member Jeffries to continue this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing case SEB 2022-278 Gwinnett County, illegal assistance to voters signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That case will be continued. The next case is SEB 2022-358 Clayton County voter interference with early voting. It's tab 25.
This case was brought by Shauna Dozier from Clayton County. The Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation after it received a complaint alleging that a voter was interfering with the voting process at the South Clayton Recreational Center, an advanced voting precinct for the December 2022 general election runoff. A potential violation of Official Code of Georgia annotated 21-2-597, intentional interference with performance of election duties, or 21-2-566, interference with primaries and elections generally, or 21-2-569, interfering with poll officers. On or about December 1st, 2022, the Georgia Secretary of State received a complaint via email from the Clayton County Elections and Registration Director, Shauna Dozier, advising that there had been an incident on November 28, 2022 at the South Clayton Recreational Center in Hampton, Georgia, where a voter caused a disturbance and interfered with the voting process at the precinct. Clayton County Police were dispatched to the location where Officer Angel Lopez arrested a Mr. Alvin E. Farmer and charged him with criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and obstruction of an officer. The police incident report indicates that Alvin E. Farmer had been causing a disturbance at the voting location by loudly yelling, blocking voters, waiting in line, and harassing the staff. The investigator interviewed the poll manager, Jay Norman, who indicated that she was familiar with Farmer from previous occasions where he had been loud and belligerent. She indicated that he was upset as he had arrived to vote at 7 a.m. and the polls were not open. He left and came back a few hours later, and there were long lines. Ms. Norman stated that Mr. Farmer then started accusing the line monitor, Siobhan Bronner, of not doing her job and calling her names. Ms. Norman told Mr. Bronner to notify the recreational center manager, Amari Jones, regarding Mr. Farmer's behavior as Mr. Norman contacted the police. Ms. Norman stated that Mr. Farmer's behavior did not hinder or cause an interference in the actual voting process, as the incident was occurring outside of the enclosed area in the Recreation Center gymnasium where the line was formed. The wait time in the line was estimated to be approximately 1 to 2 hours. The investigator spoke with Amari Jones, who was the manager at the South Clayton Recreational Center. He indicated that he was notified that Mr. Farmer was being loud and disorderly. He spoke with Farmer, who believed that because of the long lines and the fact that there were no seats, they were attempting to suppress votes. Mr. Jones obtained a chair for Mr. Farmer to allow him to sit down. However, by that time, the police arrived and Farmer became irate and uncooperative with the police, who removed him and arrested him. Ultimately, others were interviewed, and at the finality, the investigation found insufficient evidence to suggest that Alvin Farmer violated any election law or state election board rule by being loud, insulting, and belligerent in the voting line. The line was extended and Mr. Farmer's actions were not in the immediate area of the enclosed voting areas. Mr. Farmer did not threaten anyone, attempt to prevent any voter from voting or casting their ballot, nor did he prevent any poll worker from performing their duties imposed on them.
Was Mr. Farmer prosecuted?
Pardon me?
Was Mr. Farmer prosecuted?
He was arrested and charged, unknown as far as the verdict on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I've reviewed the statute in question, and I think the legal analysis was correct that the behavior did not violate the statute. But I think this is one of those areas where I would request that the legislature revisit some of our statutes, because voters in line receive an enormous amount of protection. They, between the electioneering laws that prohibit electioneering within 150 feet of a poll and 25 feet from the end of the line. The justification for prohibiting line warming, for prohibiting anybody from approaching a voter in line to hand a bottle of water or give them a fan or an umbrella, is that voters in line are sacrosanct. So when voters are allowed to harass and block voters in line without violating a law, I think that's a gap in the law. Because this is the behavior of this voter was disruptive and potentially intimidating to other voters who were standing in line based on the facts that you read. So that's the big reason I wanted to pull it out, is to point out that while voters are protected from water, they're not protected from harassment from other voters. And I think that's a problem. So I move to dismiss this case, but also to add this to the long list of issues that we advise the legislature that we think
The question I have is whether it's more appropriate to send him a letter of instruction. Bad behavior needs to be called out. And he certainly exhibited a lot of bad behavior. If he was arrested, whether it's prosecuted or not, then, the police felt that there was something there to arrest somebody for, and somebody dismissing the case to me doesn't seem appropriate, but I understand he may not have violated the law, but certainly a letter of instruction that to me would seem warranted, so. But it's your motion. And I would like to hear the other board members' opinion on that if they have one.
If he hasn't been prosecuted, we're basing it off of the fact that he was arrested. So we're basing it off of the fact that he was arrested, but he wasn't, has he been indicted or anything, or is there any?
Well, he was arrested, but there was witnesses that he was acting badly, acting poorly,
Okay.
and being disruptive in line. So
Okay.
it wasn't just the arrest. For me, it was the fact that the guy was acting bad and,
Okay.
Okay. So one of the things I think about this case and the reason why some of the workers didn't feel threatened by this individual is because of their familiarity with him. And apparently he's a veteran. They've dealt with him on numerous occasions. He's got PTSD, some possible other mental illness. And so that's why I think, they are saying that, nah, he didn't really cause a disruption. This is just him. But then obviously when the police showed up, that's when he escalated and kind of tussling with the police. They end up arresting him. And then, so I believe that's part of why, because we did wrestle with this. I mean, obviously this is disturbing that this is happening at a polling location. However, based on our interviews and what they stated and them saying that he didn't cause, the type of disruption that would violate the law is why we leaned on dismissal instead of making this even an LOI case, for example. But I mean, obviously the board has a discretion to do what it needs to do. So-
Well, I would like to know if anybody in this room has more experience in dealing with disruptive customers than I do.
Well, I might.
I agree.
I bet you on that one. I hear what you're saying, but you can't tolerate bad behavior. And what has always surprised me is how numb people can become to bad behavior when they have to deal with it all the time. And we just need to stop it. We can't continually, the regulars may not have been offended by it, but there were probably a lot of other people that were, And so I just think that from my position that you call out bad behavior when you see it. So.
Well, I think our duty is to protect the election workers and to protect the voters. And it starts from the top and flows all the way down. That we should always work in a professional and respectful way and look at everyone as if they're our best friend and treat them that way. I think election workers who are in a position of authority need to be very mindful that voters are coming to them that maybe have not been there in a year. They're not familiar with the setup. They don't work on Dominion equipment every day. They're not even sure about the procedure to vote and what this piece of paper they're supposed to do with. And so I think, and rather than, I think we can always take the high road and be protective. And people do have PTSD, and there are people with psychological issues, and voting is for all comers. And so to be aware of that, and oftentimes it can be de-escalated with a kind election worker helping that person with whatever their frustration is or their question may be. Rather than, I wouldn't jump to a punitive sort of stance, but of a way of saying we can do better. We can all do better and treat our fellow man with kindness and respect.
And I just received information that the criminal case is still pending, apparently. So.
I saw people with mental illness all the time since I was in the medical industry. I mean, it's a service industry and you get all comers, just like the Waffle House.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody's picking on Waffle House today. Your motion is to dismiss?
My motion stands to dismiss. If this gentleman is still facing criminal charges, I think that is a sufficient penalty. And the rule of lenity would also suggest that when there is lack of clarity in the law, that we exercise mercy. So, yes, my motion still stands. I'm sorry.
We have a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss in a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case SCB 2022-358 Clayton County voter interference by early voting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That's the last of our dismissal cases. We will now move into cases recommended for letters of instruction or referral to the Attorney General's office. The first case is SCB 2022-241, multiple counties out of state excess voting. I believe that we have some respondents here. Could you please raise your hand if you're a respondent in this case? Just one? Okay. Please proceed.
So we opened this investigation after the allegation that 395 voters reportedly registered and voted in Georgia and 33 other states. So this case involved 33 states and 93 Georgia counties. So the original data we had was just name and birth date, which wasn't enough to go on. So we had to pull social security numbers for everybody. And after that list, we determined that 5 of them had cast 2 ballots in 2 different states. So Ms. Chavez, her voter history indicated that she voted by mail-in ballot on 10/22/20 and voted by provisional ballot in Nevada. And she subsequently received credit and the vote was counted on 10/25/20. We had her oath envelopes for both that confirmed that she voted in both states. Mark Merchant indicated that he did advance voting in Georgia on 10/16/20 and voted by mail-in ballot in Nevada 10/20/20. Both states provided supporting documentation to confirm the double vote. Marilyn Hartsfield voted in Florida as well as Georgia. She did mail-in ballot in Georgia on 10/5/20 and mailed her ballot in Florida on 10/6/20. Norman Proper voted in Florida as well as Georgia on 10/30/20 and 10/23/20 in Florida. Mr. Duarter voted on Florida on 10/7/20 and Georgia 10/2/20. So there is sufficient evidence to suggest that those 5 individuals violated OCGA 21-572 when they voted in Georgia as well as another state during the same presidential general election, November 3rd, 2020.
We have 2 respondents here today. If the respondents would make their way up to the podium so that we could we'll let them talk from there where they can. Please. Please introduce yourself and which one of these individuals you are representing.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kamal Mason. I'm an attorney. My client is Mark Merchant. We sent over our letter of representation, I believe, to you all's offices on the 1st of last week, asking for any elements of evidence that may be provided as it relates to this particular case. I will say aloud that the summation that was provided by the investigator, in my opinion, is only true in some forms. My client did vote here in Georgia. He was visited at his home by, I believe, investigators Humes and Dougherty. At that particular point in time, my client stated to them aloud that he did not vote in Nevada. Now, what is particularly troubling to me about this series of events is that my client was visited in his home by actors from the state, questioned on a matter that could potentially be deemed as a felony, and at no particular point in time was he Mirandized or advised of his rights. In addition to that, I will say aloud that my client was not provided with any form of physical evidence as it relates to these particular alleged charges and/or offenses. The paragraph that is within this board's documentation that my client forwarded over to me, because I'll say again, I have not received anything from the board, is very brief. And it says that investigators compared signatures. I have yet to see those signatures. I would like to see those signatures. My client deserves to be able to see those signatures. You cannot defend yourself against the allegation of a felony without having evidence provided to you. Now, I'll say aloud to the board, I'm not that smart. I'm a criminal defense lawyer and a civil rights attorney. I stay in my lane. I don't know a whole lot about the election concept and the board as it relates to these decision-making processes. This is the first time that I've ever sat in this room. But I know criminal defense. And when someone from the state shows up at your home and flashes an identification or flashes a badge and begins the process of asking you questions, knowing that you could very well be indicted, they are infringing upon your constitutional rights if they do not A, Mirandize you, or B, make your rights known to you. That is my stance. I emailed to the office on last Monday a letter to, I believe it's a Miss Alexandra Harden, and I have that letter here. And in that letter, we specifically requested the evidence previously reviewed by any and all investigators, copies of any and all absentee ballots, any documentation held in the possession of the state that contains the signatures of my client, any and all audio, video, and electronic communications and emails in reference to the matters themselves. Before this body in any way, shape, or form should go forward, my office needs that information. That is his by right. The biggest fundamental issue that I have seen today, well, two big fundamental issues. Number one, we have to stop talking about people as if they are guilty first and then say they have to be proven innocent. I haven't heard the words alleged in the entire 4.5 to 5 hours that I've been sitting here. My client is alleged to have done something wrong, and he stated to your officers that he did not do anything wrong. I would like to see that evidence. I would like to be able to defend him adequately. I would like to be able to defend his constitutional rights. And for goodness sakes, if this board contends that he has violated OCGA 212572 and that he shall be guilty of a felony, I need to be able to defend his rights. I need the evidence. I need more than just your investigators standing up in front of this audience and this board saying that my client did something wrong. The proper standard for felony adjudication in this particular state is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll entertain questions.
Counselor.
Yes.
I appreciate this and as an attorney, I want to reassure you, we do not have jurisdiction to over felony cases. If we choose, if we believe that there is sufficient evidence, we will refer this case to the district attorney's office and they will initiate a criminal investigation with all due process rights preserved for your client.
What about the idea that the investigators are showing up and not informing him of his rights?
Well, I would assume that that would not be admissible. Anything there would not be admissible.
That would be my stance on that, because what that.
We don't have criminal jurisdiction here. All we can do is determine whether or not we believe there's sufficient evidence to refer a case to the Attorney General's office for civil adjudication or a district attorney for criminal adjudication.
I think that that's something that needs to really be spelled out in these letters, because my 70-plus-year-old client thinks that he could mess around and end up going to prison for something that he swears that he did not do. And I would implore this board to find a way to correct that measure, because when the investigators show up, to the average person, that's the state. When they flash that badge, it is as powerful as the gun. And while we are here today in hopes of protecting people's rights to vote, we have to protect people's rights to remain silent. You can't have one and not the other.
Correct.
You can't.
I agree with that.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
I will leave the decision up to the board. I would request that the investigation either A, be continued because we have not received discovery and I do not yet know how to defend my client, or B, be dismissed altogether. This is something that allegedly happened in 2024, or excuse me, 2020. We are looking at not having received anything. That is all that I have, and I will step down. Thank you for your time.
Does the Secretary of State's office have any response?
Yes, the only thing that we'd like to add is that this case was submitted on the data that was provided and then what appeared to be signature matches. So when we spoke with Nevada Secretary of State's, their chief investigator revealed, based on what appears to be signature matches, that Mr. Merchant not only voted in the November 2020 general election and also the 2018 general election in both states. The records reveal that 2 days after the Georgia Secretary of State investigator visited Mr. Merchant and spoke with his wife, that Mr. Merchant submitted documentation to cancel his Nevada voter registration. So Nevada was able to provide a copy of Mr. Merchant's oath envelope from the November 2020 election, which was postmarked October 15th and originated from the Atlanta Metro 301. So it wasn't anything that Mr. Merchant said per se. It was the data that we received from the Nevada Secretary of State. Oh, I'm sorry. And I had one other thing that was on here. On June 29th, 2021, the Nevada Secretary of State reported that Mr. Merchant voted in every Nevada general election dating back to 1996. That was all.
Until when?
And then also in 18 and 20 in both elections in Georgia and there. In Georgia, it was, he voted November 18 and November of 2020. And prior to that, the last Georgia election Mr. Merchant participated in was November 2002.
Just, how many times did he vote in Georgia? Or allegedly?
Well, November of 2002, but before that, it was November of 18 and November of 2020 in Georgia.
And how many times did he allegedly vote in Nevada?
He voted in every Nevada general election dating back to 96.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll say out loud to this board that the fact that there are documents that say that he voted allegedly dating back all the way to 1996 means that Nevada's Election Commission needs to figure out exactly what is going on. My client hasn't lived in Nevada in all of those years. In order to be able to vote absentee ballot, you've got to have more than your signature. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I am not on any voting board in any state, but you've got to have a driver's license. You've got to provide social security information. You've got to provide lock and stock information to be able to show that you have the right to vote in those states.
Counselor, we have no jurisdiction over Nevada or Nevada's laws. So that is not an issue here. An issue here is whether or not there is evidence, sufficient evidence to refer to the Attorney General's office and to a district attorney that there was a violation of Georgia code.
And you are
That's at stake here.
And you are absolutely correct in saying that, but it is something that cannot be ignored in that because it goes back to my original point. If your investigators have that information, I need it. Because if I need to go ahead and start the process of subpoenaing information from the state of Nevada, I need to be able to know how they are, for lack of better words, how there are all of these votes that are going on. And my client is saying that he hasn't lived in Nevada. He hasn't voted in Nevada. Where he has voted is Georgia. he lives in Gwinnett County. And there's never been an instance where he's been cited for any irregularities within Gwinnett County. And so again, it goes to my point. Now, bigger fundamental question would be is what is going on in Nevada that lets the Georgia resident who has been here for well over 20 years vote repeatedly in Nevada in every single election? The devil's in the details. If it's every single election, then that begs the question. And in my opinion, it takes more than just people looking at signatures. Because if I have to put them on the witness stand, the very first question that I'm going to ask is are you trained to look at those signatures and verify whether or not it was that these two signatures match? The second question that I'm going to ask, which again, did you see my client write it? They're not going to be able to say that. The biggest fundamental question, because I was here this morning and everybody's talking about election security. Isn't it possible that people are potentially obtaining these absentee ballots for the purpose of utilizing them?
Counselor, I appreciate your vigorous defense of your client. That is not at issue here. At issue here is whether or not you.
I would contend that it
Yes.
is, because it is a part of my defense. At some particular point in time, the legislatures are going to have to begin the process of communicating just like the banks do.
Well, I will say that the ERIC system is the one in which this should have been caught under ERIC, because that is the only system where states can compare their voter lists to determine exactly who voted. I want to point out, this does not concern your client, and I'm just going to use the opportunity. The original list that contained names and dates of birth consisted of over 300 names that were alleged matches, 395, excuse me, so nearly 400 names. Of them, 13 were actual matches. So 3.3% of the names that were provided were actual matches. And of the 13, only 5 of them, the investigators were able to find evidence. So once again, it shows how not enough information, having names and dates of birth, is insufficient to match individuals. You have to have unique identifiers, and unique identifiers were found in these cases. Now, I would also like to hear from the other counselor about his client as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I've done this a few times. To me, I think that I would like to hear more information from you and your client and the reasons why he didn't vote in Nevada, with some whatever documentation you can supply there. I mean, I would be in favor of continuing that portion of it so that we could hear some more evidence before we decide on whether to send it or not. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, having done this a few times.
I'd like to see the documentation. If the agency will forward that information to me, I have no problem with that. I have no problem at all. I don't know your rules of engagement. Are you suggesting we continue the matter?
Well, the board is discussing it right now. So
I appreciate it.
Member Johnson.
For the investigator, was this a match, complete name and complete date of birth, match and social security number? Yes.
And signature.
And what?
And signature.
And signature.
Did you say your client never lived in Nevada?
No, he did live in Nevada, but he lived in Nevada years ago. The years that he lived in Nevada, and I'll go to that. I'm looking for a black There we go. Here we go. My client was born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia. He lived in Nevada from 1985 to 1989, again from 1992 to 1999, and then again from 2002 to 2004. He is 70 years old and he works as a puppeteer. He essentially does the work where he goes in and sees children and he sets the mannequin on his lap and he does the third party talking, so to speak. The last time that he votes absentee ballot in any regard was 2000, and he voted for Al Gore. He does not in any way, shape, or form recall any votes going to Nevada at any point after that. Now, he moved to Georgia or moved back to Georgia in and around 2000. But let me see. And the only reason that he voted in Nevada in 2000 was because he had not yet been registered to vote in the state of Georgia. After he registers to vote in the state of Georgia, he votes here from that point moving on. That's the rundown. Now, I will say aloud, I am very surprised at the allegations that he's voted for the past 20 some odd years in Nevada. But I think that goes to a bigger, broader question. In my opinion, that's something that needs to be fleshed out, but I hope that I answered your question.
You did.
I don't think there's any harm in allowing somebody a deferral in order to further perfect their case. And this board has a history of offering people a deferral or continuance in order to perfect their case. So I think that it's there's no harm that comes to anybody in us being able to do that. So.
Are there any particular documents that I need to send over to you all's office in order to obtain those elements of discovery?
Chief Investigator Koth, do you have copies of the signatures from Nevada? And if not today, then for a future continuance of the case? Okay.
No, I need it all. Whatever it is that you looked at, I need all of it, not just the signature pages. I need it all.
You have to say, please.
Please. Please. Sorry.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
Client think happened.
I don't know. I'm being honest with you. We don't know. When you all started running down the dates of these last 20 years voting in every single election, that's the first time I've ever heard of that. But that's why I said that speaks to a bigger, larger problem here. Because if my client says, I've been voting in Georgia all these years, see, that's the part that doesn't make sense to me. If he's been voting in Georgia all these years and he has been going to the Snellville precinct, and he's voting there. But for the last 20 years, he's also been allegedly voting in Nevada. How in the world has this never been flagged?
And those votes in Nevada, were they absentee? Or were they in person? Like, well, how did he vote? Okay.
Yeah, because if we're talking about 20 years of absentee, that's 20 years of Nevada sending stuff here. When he lives here, he's got to have a driver's license here.
Chief Investigator Koth, is there evidence that those absentee ballots were mailed to Atlanta and returned from Atlanta? The Nevada ballots? Okay.
Just the 2020?
That's probably the only one that they have the data on. Because most, for the record, most states and the federal government only requires a 2-year retention. So they may not have that level of detail. But do you happen to know if they have, is there a mailing address on on the registered address in Nevada? Or is it, does it? In the case of Georgia, you can have a separate mailing address, but for the most part, a voter would simply put a temporary mailing address on their absentee application, and it would not be included on their registered information.
So was not to appeal that. Are there any other family members that live in the house with him?
His wife,
Just his wife?
I believe. Don't quote me on that though.
And you said that he voted in 1996. Nevada shows that he voted in Nevada, 1996 through what, how many years?
Wrote it.
That's what we've been out of Atlanta.
My notes say that my client remembers that he did vote absentee ballot in and around 2000. He voted for Al Gore. And I believe that that was because he didn't have a registration to vote here in Georgia yet. I think that that's the 2000 election. But the dates that he lived in Nevada, 1985 to 1989. And then he lived in Nevada, 1992 to 1999. And then 2002 to 2004. During those times, he was traveling in and around and away because he worked on a Carnival cruise ship.
2018 and 2020.
And you explained the 02.
I can't.
No, you explained 2000.
I explained 2000. I can't explain 02.
Okay. And in 02 in Nevada, that was that absentee?
No, it was in person.
That was in person?
02 was election day.
Wait, which you said he voted twice though, right? In both states? In 18 and 20?
Yeah.
Okay, and in 18 and 20, they both were absentee?
So he's been on the rolls in Georgia, at least from 2002, and did not vote again until 2018 and stayed an active voter.
I can't answer that question.
Yeah, I'm getting used to getting outvoted, but I'm going to risk it once more time. The chair is going to exercise the right to make a motion to continue this case to a later date after some more investigation is done into this case. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion by the chair and a second. Any further discussion?
But my only point is it looks like Nevada may have a problem with its voter rolls too.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case for further investigation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 5-0.
Members of the board, thank you. I have to believe that's my business. May I be excused?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Who do we have speaking on our next alleged violation?
Thank you for the nomenclature. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Adam Sparks. I represent Lieutenant Detective Norman Proper, medically retired. Mr. Proper, and I should add, I can't hope to match the eloquence or the force of the previous comments, but since he did make one of the three main points I wanted to make today, I would adopt his sentiments as Mr. Proper's with regard to the grave concern of having a sworn certified officer representing the state interview the client without a very clear showing that he was advised of his right to counsel for making any sorts of incriminating statements. That is something as a matter of procedure we take seriously. And as a result, we're certainly not in a position to concede any of the allegations that we've read, even though we don't have the entire investigative file as of yet. The primary documents I have are the summary of the report that was sent to my client and also and the results of an open records request with Ms. Connor of the Fannin County Elections Department. And I will just add as one tiny sliver of good news in a situation like this, Ms. Connor's response to my open records request was perhaps the fastest I've seen in the last 5 years or so. And so I would just like to commend the Fannin County Elections Department for that public transparency. I'm grateful for it. With that, Lieutenant Proper is a septuagenarian, 30-year veteran of law enforcement in Florida who's medically retired due to a significant and life-threatening medical condition. It's actually the same reason he can't be here today. I'm authorized to say that while he would like to be, he's been instructed to remain near a hospital at all times, and it would be difficult for him to speak given the difficulty he has breathing and walking at this time. Of importance here and of importance to the concern about the investigator's report and the investigation that happened roughly 2 years ago, he's on a fairly significant drug regimen. One of those side effects of that drug regimen is a faulty memory. I can tell you without waiving privilege as to the substance of the conversations. In the talks we've had, he repeats narratives frequently. He doesn't recall that he's already stated them. He exhibits confusion. And crucially for this point, he confuses the dates, including the years in which certain events occurred. We've had some difficulty in piecing together exactly what he thinks happened with this timeline. To that point, looking at the summary of investigation, for example, there's a line here that says, quote, he subsequently checked and realized that 2 votes had been recorded. Mr. Proper disputes this. He doesn't remember making the statement. He doesn't understand why he would make the statement. As best as he can recall, the first time he heard that he might have had 2 voting credits assigned to him for the 2020 general election was when the investigator told him in the first place. So if this happened, at best, it must have happened during the interview. It certainly doesn't match his recollection. And because I don't have the exhibits to the report, including any of the Florida records, I'm obviously in no position to concede that. He has shown a fair amount of confusion about when various requests for his absentee ballots were made. For example, he relayed a very difficult telephone call with a Florida election official trying to understand when and how, at the time he was registered in Florida, he might get an absentee ballot sent to him in Georgia where he was trying to move and still didn't have a permanent residence. There was a great deal of back and forth. He was very frustrated with it. Eventually, at some point, they got his actual address where he lives to this day in Fannin County, but he can't remember what year it actually was. As to the allegations themselves, I think the third point I want to make is that Lieutenant Proper is confused, he's remorseful, and he's quite scared. He didn't really understand the letter that got sent to him. I know I can see that he tried to send a letter back to the board in response, and frankly, it's somewhat nonsensical in important respects as well. He cares deeply about his right to vote. Candidly, if I had been with him at the time that he received this Florida ballot, because he does remember receiving a Florida ballot, he even remembers putting it in an envelope, but he swears up and down every single time, one of the points he was most consistent on, he did not cast it. He did not put it in the mail. He knew by that point that he could vote in Georgia. He was mistaken about a residency requirement. He got that straightened out by the helpful Fannin County Elections Department. He swears he did not cast that ballot and he doesn't understand what happened. Given that we also lack many of the documents that we presume the Secretary's investigator must have looked at in arriving at this conclusion, given the medical condition of Mr. Proper and given the deep concern, the man worked as a police officer, a detective, investigating fraud in many respects, by the way, for 30 years. As he told me, he was in no position and never would he dream of risking anything that went along with that, his reputation, his livelihood, his medical pension, in order to try to cast votes in 2 states that not only wouldn't be outcome determinative, but that would violate the very right to vote that he holds so dear. So I would certainly think a continuance is also appropriate in this case. I would hope that the evidence would then show that a dismissal would be appropriate, but I'm not going to go quite that far yet because I do think there are some other documents out there and certainly we want cooler heads to prevail. Look, I'll end with this, with asking for that. I would bet my Chevy that Lieutenant Proper and I,
Better than that?
I won't bet my house because my kids live there, but I'll bet my Chevy that he and I don't vote the same way. I'm almost certain we never have. But in this environment of hot tempers and a certain mindset of punishment and retribution that seems to have taken hold, a rush forward without care for the niceties of due process and the rule of law, which I think are paramount and extremely critical, particularly in the crucible of an election and presidential year. I wanted to take this case because Lieutenant Proper seems to be carried up on this wave. He doesn't really grasp what it is exactly that's happening to him. And I wanted to at least give him the chance to have somebody to come here and say, I'm not perfect. I probably didn't act perfectly, but given that I can't remember and I don't have the documents to review to tell, it's just not right that I'm being swept up along this in what I understand to be a felony conviction, which in his case might well be a death sentence. So I would ask that this board at minimum continue the case, if not take even stronger action. And happy to come back in a few months and talk in the meantime about what else we can do. I'm happy to take any questions as well, although I was just retained last week and I may not know the answer.
Is Mr. Proper closer to 70 or closer to 80?
He is right in the middle.
Oh. And where did he serve as a police officer? Do you know?
I believe it was in Palm City, Florida. At least that's where he lived last. I'm not sure his entire career was spent
That's
there.
a tough job.
Yeah, Palm City is just south of Port St. Lucie and north of Juneau.
Okay.
Mr. Sparks,
Yes,
is Mr. Proper, is he still registered to vote in Florida or has he canceled his Florida voter registration?
he is not registered to vote in Florida, to my knowledge. I don't know whether that's because he actively canceled the registration or not, and if he did, through what mechanism. Again, I don't have Florida records. So.
Okay, thank you.
Where's his current residence?
Fannin County?
Up in Fannin? So he's no longer resides in Florida at all?
No, he does not. He still has medical appointments there from time to time, and he's driven down there by a caregiver, to my understanding.
And he's on medication that affects his memory?
I'm afraid so.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we just send a letter of instruction that explains to him that if he has not already canceled his registration in Florida, he needs to do that immediately. And that, just the proper way at which we administer elections and what our rules are, just give him a letter of instruction. If this is true and he has these medical conditions, I don't see him standing trial either, or, why prolong it? So I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter of instruction.
Before we entertain that motion, is there any other questions or discussion from the board?
Mr. Sparks?
Yes, Doctor.
Does Mr. Proper, does he have dementia?
Well, I don't have an MD, so I would hesitate to make that diagnosis myself. I can say again, without
We have
waiving.
somebody here that does have an MD, so.
That's true, but she hasn't actually interacted with the patient, so I wouldn't dare put her on the spot. To my knowledge, he doesn't have dementia. I will say he expressed at least one symptom in common with that diagnosis. I don't think I could go further today.
Is he in an assisted living or
ma'am.
long-term care facility?
He has a live-in caregiver, to my understanding.
Any other questions from the board? We have a motion on the floor to issue a letter of instruction to Norman Proper. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Member King and a second from Member Jeffries to issue a letter of instruction to Norman Proper. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction, Mr. Proper, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing no nays, so moved 4-0 to issue a letter of instruction, Mr. Proper.
I'm grateful for the board's time and attention. May I just ask that I receive a copy of the letter so that I can go over with it? Go
say
over
please.
it with my client.
If you say please.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Trying to do everything nice here.
I appreciate the attention to courtesy. May I be excused as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have three.
Can we confirm that the remaining three respondents received, sorry, Mr. Sparks, did receive notice? Okay. They should have received. On that basis, on that assumption,
Can you give me 1 second? Let me just,
Okay.
want to look real quick through that.
thank you.
It's about Nevada. We have another Nevada one in there. It's
I would move the remaining cases that we refer to the Attorney General's office, but also to the respective district attorneys for double voting to investigate for criminal charges.
Second.
We have a motion to move the remaining cases of Quincyana Chavis, Marilyn Hartsfield, and Bahram Daragar refer that to the AG and also to the respective district attorneys for investigation. And we have a second from Member Johnston. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 4-0.
Chief Inspector Croft, I don't want you to lose your files here. I appreciate that. And I think
Press it down. All right, case SCB 2019-038, City of Arlington, improper handling of absentee ballot has been continued at the request of somebody. SCB 2022-064, Liberty County, absentee ballot processing has been continued per the request of Liberty County. And SCB 2018-104, Habersham County, eligibility of voters has been continued at the request of Habersham County. Moving through this agenda quick. The next case is SCB 2022-344, Fayette County, ineligible voter, November of 2022.
So this case was continued from the May hearing. It was covered thoroughly, and the follow-up on this case regarded easy vote and the utilization of that. So I can provide some basic facts, but like I said, this was covered extensively during the May hearing. You all want to hear the basic Reader's Digest details again, or you want me to just get into the easy vote part of it?
I think since this is Member King's first time hearing the case, a Reader's Digest version, right?
Okay.
Cliff notes.
What's that?
Cliff notes.
Cliff notes? Okay, I'll try to shorten it up. So basically, a voter showed up November 4, 2022 in Clayton County, general election, showed up to vote. She had registered, but she registered too late to be eligible to vote in that particular election. So she registered a day too late for that. The worker ends up utilizing Easy Vote, and from that allows her to go through the voting process. Instead of checking eNet to find out that she was not eligible, she utilized Easy Vote, and by the time she realized it and looked through eNet, that's when the error message popped up that she was not an eligible voter because of that. And so we were tasked with looking at Easy Vote. Well, let me back up a little bit. In speaking with the director of election at the time, Brian Hill, he indicated that during training, he made it clear that Easy Vote is not to be utilized for the process, that workers need to utilize ENET, obviously now Jarvis, to make sure that voters are eligible. And she rushed through the process. There was a long line, et cetera. And so because of that, this ineligible voter was allowed to vote. So then we were tasked with looking at Easy Vote and its utilization as it relates to elections currently. And so in speaking with Secretary of State Elections Division, what they indicated is they've taken a stance that counties can use Easy Vote if they would like to do so. Now, based on the new poll pads that are being utilized, it's not necessary because of that, because they do the job generally that Easy Vote has historically done, but some counties still choose to use it as a backup. So that's the follow-up from the question that you had, Ms. Gazelle.
Yeah, that's,
So,
yeah, thank you.
so ultimately, what we looked at here was the fact that the worker did not complete the process that she was supposed to complete in looking at ENET and verifying that she was a legitimate voter. So that's the Reader's Digest version of the case.
Is there anyone here from Fayette County? Is there anyone here from Fayette County?
Is there a respondent for this case?
Should be Jeannie Elmore is the listed respondent.
Okay.
No respondent. Hey, press your button. Some button, just find one and press it. All right. Yes.
I'm from Fayette County and I'm not a respondent in this, but I can tell you that a recent meeting that we had, this situation was conducted. I think you said Clayton County, this is Fayette County, correct?
Yes.
And what we decided was the attorney was talking about making, being a response. And he said, but he would have to come, but he had a conflict with the state. And what we said was, can you file a written response? And that's what I thought he was going to do.
Did we receive anything, Alexander?
I'll tell the attorney.
The county's not listed as a respondent. So the county's not, the county is not a formal respondent in this case. So there's no written response from the county that is necessarily due.
Did you spoke to the respondent? You said what? Blame it on the county. Okay.
Ma'am, can you confirm whether or not Fayette County is moving entirely to using poll pads during early voting for check-in?
The answer is yes. We've
Okay.
already moved to poll pad
Okay.
printers and done away with each.
Very good, thank you. In that case, this is not a problem that is likely to be repeated. I would move that a letter of instruction be sent to the poll worker who was responsible for this and dismiss the case with a letter of instruction.
Not dismiss the case, but to issue a letter. of
Well, it's to
instruction.
issue a letter of instruction to dispose of the case with a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2022 344 Fayette County ineligible voter, November 2022. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second by member Jeffries. All those, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2022-344, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0. The next case to be heard is SCB 2022-223 Clayton County Voter Challenge. It's tab 32.
So this is a case that we're recommending be dismissed ultimately. We took another look at this case, and in reviewing the specific circumstances, a citizen received mail from the election office that was for an individual that he was not familiar with. Ultimately, during our investigation, the investigator ends up speaking with the individual, and during that conversation, what looks like happened is that she changed her address through DDS, and there's an automatic registration at that point. This individual has never tried to vote at all and indicated during that phone call that she had no intention of registering to vote. She has never voted. She has no voting record whatsoever. And so the investigator went back and listened to the actual phone call in which he conducted that interview. And during that phone call, he called out the address. The citizen indicated, yes, that's where I used to live. The mother corrected her, and it's the same street, different numbers. So once we looked at the totality of the circumstances of this case, we felt that this is appropriate to be a dismissal case.
Any questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
I move
Yeah. I move to make a motion to dismiss.
We have motion to dismiss from member King. We have a second.
second.
We have a second from member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case, SCB 2022-223 Clayton County Voter Challenge, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0. The last case under this section is SCB 2023-019 Clayton County mishandling ballots at Benizi Catholic Church.
Okay. The Georgia Secretary of State initiated this investigation following the receipt of an online complaint regarding the mishandling of ballots, which is a violation of OCGA 21-2-485, responsibilities of poll officers. On December 6, 2022, election day for the general election runoff, the complainant submitted an online complaint regarding a ballot scanning issue at the St. Philip's Benizi Catholic Church, a voting precinct in Clayton County. An investigator was dispatched to the voting precinct to speak with poll manager Rhonda Scott and assistant poll manager Arlene Charles and Carol Evans. The managers advised around 6:30 a.m. the zero tabulation tape was printed, and then the tape ran out. They had difficulty changing the tape, and they contacted their IT professional. In the meantime, voters put their ballots in the emergency ballot bin, an auxiliary compartment on the ballot box located on the exterior of the ballot box or ballot scanner. Around 7 a.m., the IT professional arrived and fixed the scanner. The managers advised there were 14 voters that placed their ballots in the emergency bin prior to the functioning of the ballot scanner. Around 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m., time permitted them to go ahead and move the ballots from the emergency bin into the ballot scanner by scanning them. However, they mistakenly took the ballots from the interior of the ballot scanner and scanned them in. They quickly realized the mistake after they scanned those ballots, and they notified the Clayton County Elections Office. Brianna Garrett of Clayton County Elections and Registrations reported to St. Philip's Benizi Catholic Church to assist in the correction of the mistake. The poll watchers, Vicki Thomas and Stuart Abnetter, were called over to the ballot scanner to observe. Garrett zeroed out the scanner and then rescanned all the ballots from the interior of the ballot scanner and the exterior emergency ballot bin. After the correction, the scanner showed 118 and the ballot marking device showed 118 ballots. The managers of the St. Philip's Benizi Catholic Church voting precinct were in violation of OCGA 21-2-485, responsibility of poll officers when they removed the ballots from the interior of the ballot box and fed them through the scanner for tabulation. The statute states, as soon as the polls are closed and the last elector has voted in precincts in which optical scanners are used, the poll officer shall feed ballots from the auxiliary compartment of the ballot box, if any, through the tabulator. The managers fed the ballots from the interior of the ballot scanner, which resulted in those ballots being counted twice. The correction process was in compliance with SCB Rule 183-1-12.11, sub 11, sub B, sub C, conducting elections, which permits the removal of the ballots from the emergency bin to be scanned into the ballot scanner once it is functional while poll watchers observe. Fortunately, the mistake was made at the beginning of the day while the voter volume was low. The mistake was reported immediately and they resolved the issue without compromising the integrity of the ballots that were cast. So that's what happened in this particular incident.
Are there any questions from the board?
Is there anyone from Clayton County?
Yes. Are there any respondents here from Clayton County? Hit your button, please, unless you want to come up here, your choice.
Which would you like, Mr. Chair?
You know, it's near the end of the day, you choose.
Well, I have two of my colleagues here, so maybe we'll just stay here just so we don't have to
Sounds like a
wander
great
around.
plan.
Again, my name is Charles Reed. I am the Chief Staff Attorney for Clayton County. I have with me Elections Director Shauna Dozier and Registrar Manager Scott Brown. We do not disagree with the findings that are here. We would respectfully ask, while there is a technical violation of the statute, that the board would consider actually a dismissal for two reasons, well, for several facts, which your investigator read out loud. First, the incident that the mistake was recognized right away. The election staff went there immediately to correct it. The correction was exactly in line with the rules. There was no compromising of the integrity of the ballots. And one thing he did not mention, but that's actually in the findings, that the incident did not disrupt the voting process. So under those circumstances, while we certainly do not discount the fact that there was a technical violation, sending a letter of instruction when we did exactly what the rules required us to do immediately, we just would respectfully request consideration whether dismissal would be appropriate. But if you send a letter of instruction, we would certainly understand that as well. And I will add please to that as well.
You people are, any questions from the board?
I have one question. Director Dozier, have you conducted any remedial training for your poll managers using this as an object lesson?
Yes, so we have. We've already spoke with the poll manager and the assistant managers, and we made some changes in that polling location as well.
Thank you.
What changes did you make?
In addition to having the poll managers come in for the training, we had them reassigned to a different location, including in our office.
Any other questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion from the board.
Make a motion to dismiss.
We have a motion from Member King to dismiss case SEB 2023-019 Clayton County mishandling ballots at Benizi Catholic Church. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case SCB 2023-019, Clayton County mishandling ballots at Benizi Catholic Church signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you for following the rules.
Thank you both for your consideration.
Before we get into our next agenda item, which we have less than one page to go, the board will entertain a motion for a 10-minute comfort recess.
So moved.
We have a motion. Thank you. We will return at 3:45. 3:45.
What do you do? Look, I might one of these things. When I say, I put my flag together.
That's right.
Yeah.
This meeting will come back to order. We're going outside of the agenda or moving around the agenda a little bit, and the board has decided to defer all of the remaining petitions to tomorrow. Instead of getting started on those, we have maybe another hour or so to go, and we have two petitions for final vote today that will be some heavy discussion, I'm sure. And we don't want to keep people here too late. We have tomorrow and the next day and the next. So we will hear the new business items today, or yesterday for the remaining day, which should take us a little while. And the next item on the agenda is discussion and voting on proposed rule amendment to SEB Rule 183-1-12-.02. Whose petition? Is that Mr. Eakins? Please, the court. I'm not going to tell you what would please me right now.
First of all, as a brother victim of public boards, thank you for what you're doing. I know that it can be challenging often. So my proposed rule change would be to define what it means to certify the results of a primary or election or runoff. And we took the definition of that straight out of the publications of the United States Election Assistance Commission. The Election Assistance Commission has an interesting story. It was established as part of the Help America Vote Act after Bush v. Gore and all of the mess. And it has proven to be a great resource to the people who run elections and to election boards. So we took the language verbatim out of that. Just as a quick background, I've been on the board now for a little bit more than a year. I was called upon to certify an election late last summer, a municipal primary. There were a lot of problems with redistricting because of the problems with the issues with Jarvis, which appear to be thankfully behind us now. There was a lot of issues where and redistricting, people weren't voting for the right candidates for city council and so forth. And when it came time to certify, it was a hard decision to make. And I thought I would go to the statutes and the SEB rules for guidance on what it means to certify the results of an election. And I found, and I went to case law as well. In Georgia, I found there wasn't anything that was particularly helpful. So eventually that led to my proposing this rule. As I said, it's right out of the Election Assistance Commission, except for the proviso that certify the results of election, or words to that effect, means to attest after reasonable and diligent inquiry that the tabulation and canvassing of the election are complete and accurate, and that the results are a true and accurate accounting of all votes cast. So I inserted after reasonable and diligent inquiry. And the reason for that was, first of all, that's implicit throughout the election code. There's some parts that say that if the superintendent finds a problem, he will adjudicate justly and correct justly and proceed to certify and so forth. So, of course, we are to act reasonably and diligently in our jobs. and there is a thought here that that is a subjective term, but anybody who's suffered through law school knows that we were taught that about the reasonable person. Back then, it was the reasonable man standard. And it's actually, if that is a fairly certain term, it's a fact what's reasonable, but the term is fairly certain. And I put it in there not because I thought it was absolutely essential, not to change the meaning of it, but it's an exclamation point. It's guardrails to make the point that what we're doing is very important and is not to be taken lightly. In other words, we need to see things, we need to understand things. In fact, the statute that is 21-2-70 that specifies that the superintendent, of which I'm 1/5 in the Fulton County, the superintendent is to receive the votes, canvass, and certify the election. That's all in within 5 words of each other. So it's not just certifying, it's receive the votes, canvass, and canvass is really the secret sauce here. You have to look, how was the election run? Was it, were there problems? Was it a carefree election, or was it snake bit, which some are? And then you would have to know, you'd quantify what you need to know in discussions with the professional staff that run the elections. We would decide then what we would need to see. Now, is it reasonable to talk to every poll worker or poll manager if you have 142 hours from the close of polls on election day and 5:00 p.m. the following Monday? Probably not. So what you will see, what's reasonable and what isn't, depends upon the facts. And the clock is our taskmaster. 142 hours, tick, tick, tick. Now, I want to brag a little bit on Fulton County. Under the leadership of the now former chair, Kathy Willard, and the hard work and leadership of Supervisor Nadine Williams, we have come to what I think is a tremendous procedure for canvassing and certification. We gave them a list. There's little drops of blood on this on the side. We gave them a list of what we wanted to see, and they gave me a list of what they were going to give me. And so it was a bit of back and forth, but this is a great list. Let me just describe to you, and I'm not just bragging, this has a point, but the certification meeting, there were 4 members of the board there. There were computers lined up with all of this on it, that we had docents there, Ms. Williams herself, the chief of elections and all of the board members, Republican and Democrat, worked together to decide this was a good election and she should be certified. That's the vision. That's the way it should be. Now, that's not always going to be the way that won't always be the way it will be, but I hate to dump loads of new work on you, but I would suggest that might be where you come in, because if they know, if the board members and the professional staff know that we need to be reasonable with each other, or else we're going to come to the SEB, or try to, if you'll take us. Well, that's a chastening, that's a disciplining cognition of itself. So, but it's my belief that if Fulton County can do what we've done, other people can do it too. We're proud of what we've got. thank goodness and knock on wood that coming into the fall, we will continue to work with as a team together. That is basically all I would have to say, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
You do recognize that changing adding a definition to rules does not change anything in statute. And statute still mandates
Right.
that counties certify by 5 PM on Monday. And they will be in violation of state law if they refuse to certify. And even after you worked with Fulton County, and they provided all of these documents, which in fact, that was one of the bases for the chairman's rule on the documents that should be reviewed, were the documents that were provided. You still didn't get 5 votes for certification, though. Is that not correct?
We didn't get any no votes.
But you did not have 5 votes for certification.
It was four votes to certify.
Out of 5.
Yeah.
So after a
One
reasonable,
abstention.
after a reasonable inquiry, a member still refused to certify.
There was, I think we're repeating ourselves. Yes.
Okay. Want to make that clear.
I mean, it's a board, right? So you don't have to have unanimous support anyway.
No, ma'am.
And then even when it comes to having this time, let's go back to the affidavit that you have to sign once you certify. Can you just state what the affidavit says as it relates, not all of it, but just particularly the part around true and accurate?
Well, I have it here somewhere. I try not to look at it a whole lot because it scares me. But we, the undersigned Board of Elections Registrar, Superintendent, and designees do jointly and severally certify that the attached election result summary is a true and it went off the bottom of the page. Is a true and correct count of the votes cast in the county for the candidates in the general election runoff or whatever, whatever the race may be, and testimony whereof we have hereunto set our hand and official seal. So yes, we have to swear that everything is good.
So having due diligence should be a normal process prior to signing a legal document, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Member Johnson.
So, Mr. Heakin, the Election Assistance Commission is an excellent a standard to adhere to, and it provides a standard that the entire country could strive for and to attain. I love history, and I have a history of elections book that reflects that, not all elections are certified. And going back before this country was a country, I read of cases in 1742 and 1781 and 1792. It goes on, and even recently. So elections, there are ballot battles, and there are elections that need to be addressed carefully, and there may be issues that prevent a board from certifying, but that should be uncommon. And if elections are conducted fairly and legally and accurately, I think most of the time they are certified. So it's not the end of the world. It's not like, I tell you that this petition, I think it won the prize for the most emails. Am I correct?
I don't get it.
Number one in the emails to the board. for this. And so there's a lot of interest in this. And, I wonder why one would not want the entity that is delegated and authorized to and responsible to provide oversight of the election supervisor or director and who is an employee and their fellow staff and officials. Why one would not want to assume that there's some oversight. It's the duty of the boards to provide oversight in a fair way, in a reasonable way. So I went on to look up, as lawyers so often like to do, especially the Supreme Court, the definition of reasonable inquiry. Reasonable is fair, sensible, common sense, appropriate, practicable, sensible. So those seem like reasonable ideas. Reasonable inquiry is used in government. It's used in a legal context. It's used in financial context. It's used in business. It's used in investigations. It's really used in many aspects of industry, especially for vendors that deal with the government. So, so reasonable inquiry actually lifts a burden from an agent, a vendor, to have to do too much inquiry. There's a balance, not doing anything or doing too much. We're not asking the board to do a full election audit or a forensic audit. We're just asking for a reasonable inquiry. There were some complaints or some opposition to your petition that said that it would delay and cause unending speculation. What I would like to add to the certification is that it doesn't, with the county certification, the canvas really doesn't end. It continues. The documents are, they're still reviewed and they're checked. And I'm sure all the election officials here know they're still looking for things that they may be missing, and they're compiling all of their documents and maybe reviewing their tabulations to make sure that there are no mistakes or errors. And it could, and it needs to be completed as soon as possible so that if mistakes are found, which does happen, there's an opportunity to recertify by the county, which is can happen because you still have a period of time, a timetable until the state certifies. So it's, yes, there is a timetable to be met, and that should be taken seriously. And any board that would not certify should be able to provide very specific reasons why they are not certifying.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Can I speak to that? Please,
Please.
forgive me, but you raise a good point. The General Assembly in its decision contemplates I was stationed in the Army for 3 years, so I speak pig German, a Schnell canvas. In other words, one that's done by 5:00 p.m. of the 142 hours after the closing of the polls. But what you said is absolutely true. There is another, a more fulsome canvas. In fact, it should be a continuing process. But what we're looking at here is what can we get with everybody working together, staff, board, et cetera, what can we get in time to certify the election?
Correct. And I would say that if a board was nothing more than an entity that a person just presented the numbers to the board to rubber stamp that I would say an election like that is no better than an election in Venezuela or Russia. So it is, it is your duty to review and canvass and certify what you're presented.
Sure. Bless you.
Member Jeffries? Any comments? Member Johnson is correct. We probably got more emails on this one topic than any of the others, and I promise I read all of them up until 10 o'clock last night. Anything sent after that, I did not read yet. Quite a few came in from members of the state Senate and state House representatives that sent letters. We heard from Representative Draper this morning on her opinion on this, and these senators and representatives asked that these letters be included in the file and in the record. And so I want to just briefly go through these and maybe read a couple lines from each of these letters so that you can hear what what the senators and representatives think that represent likely hundreds of thousands of Georgia voters. I don't know whether they're Republican or Democrat. I don't keep that in my file anywhere, but the first one is from Senator Kimberly Jackson. She states in her letter, the statute states that they shall certify the results, which the Supreme Court of Georgia has confirmed makes that certification as a ministerial process rather than a discretionary one. There needs to be a legitimate and evidence-based reason for a board not to certify an election. Allowing the board members to have this level of discretion above and beyond the limits of their statutory authority could lead to inconsistencies in how election results are certified across different jurisdictions. What one board considers reasonable inquiry might differ from another, potentially impacting the uniformity and reliability of elections being certified across Georgia. Representative Mary Margaret Oliver, that's been around for a while. These definitions proposed in this petition include after reasonable inquiry. Without a definition of that phrase, it is unclear and open-ended what type of inquiry could be done in the time frame that inquiry has to happen within. At a minimum, reasonable inquiry should be more specifically defined in both substance and time frame. Senator Elena Parent, allowing the board members to have this level of, I think I read that from somebody else, but there's another letter from Senator Elena Parent. We have a letter here from Senator Nikki Merritt with substantially the same comments. A letter here from Senator Harold Jones. These two certification proposal rules impose burdensome requirements on county boards by mandating the reporting of detailed ballot and voter information, demanding investigations into any discrepancies found. This could overwhelm local election officials and ultimately delay the certification process. A letter from Senator Jason Esteves. These rules as proposed create avenues for malicious actors to disrupt the election process under the guise of addressing discrepancies and could be exploited to sow doubt and distrust in election outcomes. Implementing such rules risks eroding public confidence in elections by magnifying discrepancies and delaying results from precincts under investigation. It amplifies the opportunities for misinformation and accusations of fraud, regardless of how safe and secure our elections are. That's why I oppose these proposals. From Senator Sonia Halpern. As the code stands, board members play an active role in our certification process by certifying that the results presented to them by the election supervisor represent a complete and accurate count of ballots. The statute states that they shall certify the results, which the Supreme Court of Georgia has stated makes a certification a ministerial process rather than a discretionary one. We have another letter from Representative Sam Park with substantially the same type of comments, and a letter from Senator Gloria Butler with substantially similar comments, and a letter from Senator Nan Ora with substantially similar comments, and a letter from Representative Lisa Campbell with substantially similar comments. So we will put copies of these in the record for today. And they make some really good points, I think. We also received a lot of stuff from different organizations related to this. As you know, I stated in our main meeting that I was sympathetic to boards and being able to look at documents prior to certifying, and I still am. But as you know, I also believe there should be some guardrails around that, and I've made that plain, and it doesn't appear that there'll be any guardrails around that process, or at least that is still to be voted upon. And for that reason, I can't support that, because I feel that those guardrails are necessary for that certification process. Thank you.
If I can make one last comment. The point of rulemaking is to add greater definition where the statute does not speak. And I think this does the opposite. I think this, because the statute speaks very specifically to the canvass process that begins on election night and continues all the way through, as you said, the Schnell process. It is very short. And if members of a board, if the superintendent wants to really be deeply involved, they've got to be involved from election night all the way through. And I think that the definition, the way it's stated, it allows for exploitation and not for actual participation in a thorough canvass process. And for the same reasons as the chair, I cannot support this.
I have also received another letter from a group that, I'm not an attorney, thank goodness, that I thought really laid out a lot of the legal case against this. And so I'd like to invite Nick Sis up to speak on this to the board. If you limit your comments to about 5 minutes, please.
I also am an attorney, and I have thoroughly researched. I think I read the same things you read. If I could be heard at the end of this, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, you can. But just, let's see how long it goes. I got in trouble for doing that last time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mikkel Suss, and I'm an attorney with Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, a nonpartisan government watchdog group. We filed a written comment along with the ACLU of Georgia, Common Cause Georgia, and the Public Rights Project, urging the board not to adopt the proposed rule defining election certification because it is contrary to settled Georgia law and it would exceed this board's rulemaking authority. Today, I want to make 3 key points. First, when this board adopts rules, it is not writing on a blank slate. Instead, the board has to stay strictly within the bounds of both the statutory law passed by the legislature and the case law of the Georgia Supreme Court. And I want to stress the case law today because in its discussions of this proposed rule and other rules relating to certification, the board has not meaningfully addressed a long line of Georgia Supreme Court cases that make clear county certification is a non-discretionary act, and further, that the powers of county superintendents are limited and strictly regulated by statute. Those Supreme Court cases are binding on this board and must be considered in this rulemaking under the Georgia Administrative Procedure Act. Each case is cited at page 4 of our written comment. Second, the legislature has outlined in painstaking detail the powers and duties of election superintendents, and yet no statute, none, gives county superintendents any power to conduct a free-roaming, quote, reasonable inquiry of the election as a condition of certification as this proposed rule would. And that omission is noteworthy because other parts of the election code do expressly give a limited amount of discretion to the superintendent. And by the superintendent, I mean a voting majority of the county election board, not the individual members of the board. I'll give you 2 examples. Georgia Code Section 21-493B says that when the superintendent discovers an apparent numerical discrepancy in the vote totals from a precinct, the superintendent may order a recount or recanvass of votes, quote, if the superintendent deems it necessary. That is a clear, limited grant of discretion. Even clearer is the next section of the statute, section 21-493C. That says that if the superintendent identifies a numerical discrepancy in a precinct using paper ballots, the superintendent may require production of the ballot box and a recount of the ballots, quote, in the discretion of the superintendent. So this clear language shows that when the legislature wants to give superintendent discretion, it does so expressly. And yet the legislature chose not to use that language with respect to county certification. To the contrary, section 21-493K commands that certification, quote, shall occur by a hard deadline with no room for discretion. And the election code provides robust procedures outside of certification for addressing suspected fraud or error through the proper channels. To be clear, the proposed rule identifies no basis in Georgia law for the phrase reasonable inquiry because there is none. Those words do not appear in either of the statutes that are cited as authority for this proposed rule, and they don't appear in any other part of the election code. The proposed rule says it's based on guidance by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, but if you read that guidance, it does not include the words reasonable inquiry. I will be linked the actual guidance in our comment, and I urge you to read it because it does not actually contain those words. Nor does the guidance claim to offer a universal definition of certification for all 50 states. To the contrary, it recognizes that the certification process is defined by state law. And here it is Georgia law that this board must follow. Because the legislature has not explicitly empowered county superintendents to conduct a, quote, reasonable inquiry as a condition of certification, the board has no authority to grant that power itself. Adopting this rule would unconstitutionally usurp the legislature's power to regulate elections. Third and finally, adopting this rule would not fulfill this board's statutory duty to promote, quote, uniformity in the practices and proceedings of superintendents, nor would it achieve the rule's stated purpose to, quote, establish clear standardized criteria for certification. It will do the exact opposite. As many have already said today, the word reasonable is inherently subjective. Georgia has 159 counties. What's reasonable to board members in one county may not be reasonable to members in another county, or individual board members in the same county may disagree on what's reasonable. This sort of open-ended language invites arbitrary and patchwork decision-making across counties, and it gives election workers no advance notice of what a particular board member may want to do or what documents they may want to see before they certify. This could impose significant burdens in the hectic week between Election Day and certification. So in closing, the proposed rule is contrary to settled Georgia law. It would exceed the board's rulemaking authority, and it would not withstand judicial review. We urge the board not to adopt the proposed rule. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
So basically what you're saying is that when it comes to certifying, the board is just a prop.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I identified two very specific areas in the law that do give a limited amount of discretion to the county superintendent. That is the voting majority of the full board. They do have limited amount of discretion to conduct a recount or recanvass if there is a numerical discrepancy in the vote totals from a precinct. So no, they're not just pure functionaries. The legislature has spelled out in detail in the election code the areas where the legislature has dictated the superintendent can exercise a certain amount of discretion, but it is narrowly limited by statute. And that's consistent with over 100 years of case law from the Georgia Supreme Court that has said that the duties of superintendents are ministerial. And I feel like it's important to define that word ministerial. We throw around that term.
Let's define ministerial. What does that mean?
So it refers to a duty that is strictly defined by statute. It doesn't mean that the person doesn't have any power. It just means that the legislature has to spell out in detail how they exercise that power. So in other words, the statute in both of these situations with recounts and recanvasses, it says, you know, it's almost like a flow chart or an if-then statement. It's like, if there is a numerical discrepancy in the vote totals from the precinct, then the superintendent shall have, you know, Y authority, and they may do certain things. So they're all clearly spelled out in statute like a checklist. That's how this works. It's not a broad grant of discretion. The superintendents, whether in Georgia or in any other state in the country, frankly, are not just given, you know, broad-ranging authority to check the election results as a whole and sign off on the election results as a whole. The legislature has carved out a very specific role for them, and they have to play that role, and they have to stay in their lane in order for the election to run on time.
I think it's to stay in the lane. That's a lot for me. And the reason why is because I feel like their lane is to sign to sign the document that says that what's before them is accurate and is correct. And basically what you're saying is if you can't determine accuracy within the rules that we've set for you, then you just have to certify.
So their oath is to follow Georgia law, and Georgia law spells out the specific tools that they have to address certain irregularities and numerical discrepancies. And so they do have some power and are able to exercise that power within the parameters of the election code. But their oath, the oath that they take, the affidavit they sign, it doesn't give them any more authority than Georgia law provides. It doesn't give them some sort of extra statutory authority. Their authority is strictly defined by the statute. The affidavit is not a statute. Their oath is not a statute. The statute is the statute, and the legislature has spoken. And again, the legislature knows how to give them discretion, and it chose not to give them discretion over certification. And if this board were to do that, it would be taking over the role of the legislature and overriding the role of the courts as well.
So you're basically saying that the board has the right to do additional research within the allotted time that they have to certify. You're saying that's creating a law?
I'm saying that adopting a rule that's inconsistent with statute and over 100 years of Georgia Supreme Court precedent is outside of this board's authority. This board is bound by the precedent of the courts, and it's bound by the statutory law passed by the legislature. And I'm saying that this rule, this reasonable inquiry language, has no basis in Georgia law. And frankly, it doesn't have any basis in the EAC guidance either, because that language is not in the guidance. So it doesn't really have any basis in law, period.
I'm going to wait for the rebuttal, then I'll.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Nikhil Suss.
Nikhil Suss. Mr. Suss?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Suss. I also, you said you've never seen reasonable inquiry as a word, as two words, nor do I see free roaming anywhere in the statute that you just alluded to, that reasonable inquiry is the same, equivalent to free roaming. I don't think so. And you say if the board finds a discrepancy, well, how in the world will a board find a discrepancy if it is not allowed to discover, as you said, if it discovers? If you're asked to discover, that means a review of the election documents or the numbers or the vote tallies or the counts. So what would you expect the board to do? To just sit there and wait for some numbers to be delivered to them?
So I can read from the statute for you, 21-493B. It says the superintendent, again, that's the voting majority of the board, before computing the votes in any precinct shall compare the registration figure with the certificates returned by the poll officers, showing the number of persons who voted in each precinct or the number of ballots cast. If upon consideration by the superintendent of the returns and certificates before him or her from any precinct, it shall appear that the vote total return for any candidate or candidates for the same office or nomination or any question exceeds the number of electors in such precinct or exceeds the total number of persons who vote in such precinct or the total number of ballots cast therein, such excess shall be deemed a discrepancy and palpable error and shall be investigated by the superintendent. I'm skipping a bit here, and it says such excess shall authorize summoning of the poll officers to immediately appear with any primary or election papers in their possession. The superintendent shall then examine the registration and primary or election documents, whatever, relating to such precinct in the presence of representatives of each party, body, and interested candidate. So, and I can read on, but the process is laid out in the law. It's not a free roaming inquiry. It's not a reasonable inquiry. It is the inquiry provided by law. And all we're saying is that this is what the statutes already say. By adopting this term reasonable inquiry, this undefined term, you're introducing vagueness into the law. And when the law actually lays out the process here, and the legislature has not given you authority to do that. And if you were to do that, it would be in excess of the board's rulemaking authority.
The code instructs the superintendent, the board, to compute, tabulate, and certify. So they are involved. And what you just described sounds like the very definition of reasonable inquiry.
Sure, somebody may say that, but somebody else may say, well, reasonable inquiry is I want to look at different types of documents and I want to look at different things other than the registration papers and the documents from the poll officers. And there would be no guardrails to stop that because the rule doesn't define reasonable inquiry. So you're introducing vagueness when it's not really necessary because the law already spells out the process in detail.
I think the Board of Elections should be able to see every single election document in the office.
So, Dr. Johnson, I just want to be clear. I'm not telling you my policy views right now. I'm telling you what the law says. And the legislature has passed law and you are bound by that law. And the Georgia Supreme Court has decided cases and you are bound by those cases. You have no discretion. This board doesn't have any discretion to override the decisions of the courts or the statutory law passed by the legislature. And so we could talk about the policy and whether the policy is a good idea or not, but it's not up to any of us in this room right now making that decision. It's up to the legislature and it's up to the courts.
I don't think our code states that election boards, superintendents can see only these documents and not see these other election documents. If you could point that out to me in the code book, please do.
I'm not sure what documents are you talking specifically? What documents are you talking about?
Well, you just suggested that the legislature said that only certain documents were available for superintendents.
So I'm saying that the law spells out a certain procedure. That was one example of procedure for a recount or recanvass where it does give a limited amount of discretion to the superintendent. Those are the documents that they specify, but it also says the superintendent shall examine all registration and primary or election documents, whatever relating to such precinct. So those are the documents that the poll officers bring. Those are the documents that they have. I mean, that's presumably the documents that are in the possession of the precinct, in possession of the poll officer. That's a fairly expansive universe of documents, but they're in the code. They're written into the code. And that authority to access those documents is contingent on there being a discrepancy. There has to be a discrepancy first, and the superintendent has to identify it. And again, you may disagree with me, but this is just what the law says. I'm just reading the statute, and that is how the law is laid out.
Mr. Heaton.
If I may.
Certainly.
Absolutely. I'm dying of curiosity to hear about 100 years of Florida Supreme Court precedents.
Georgia?
Name a few cases.
Sure.
Georgia.
Sure.
Because I read your brief and it was pretty thin gruel.
Okay. So Tanner versus Dean, 33 SE 832, Georgia Supreme Court, 1899. The court ordered the Democratic superintendents in Coffee County to consolidate election returns, including returns that had been improperly excluded from a particular precinct, from the McDonald precinct. Because the I'm reading the facts of the case right now, because the superintendents' duties were, quote, regulated by statute and not left to the discretion of the party performing them. Davis versus Ward, 1118 SE 378, Georgia Supreme Court, 1923. The court held that county canvassers had no authority to reopen and recertify a previously certified canvass to exclude the votes of women who hadn't paid a poll tax. The court said the duties of canvassers are purely ministerial. They perform the mathematical act of tabulating the votes of the different precincts as the returns come to them. Bacon versus Black, 133 SE 251, Georgia Supreme Court, 1926. The court held that election superintendents could not refuse to count votes based on allegations of fraud in a sheriff's election because, quote, the duties of the managers or superintendents of election who are required by law to assemble at the courthouse and consolidate the votes of the county are purely ministerial. One more case, Thompson versus Talmadge, 41 SE 2D 883, Georgia Supreme Court, 1947. And this resolved the famous three governors controversy. The court held that the General Assembly exceeded its authority in canvassing a governor's election by making a factual finding that the winning candidate had died after the election and by certifying the election for a different candidate. The court explained, quote, the General Assembly as canvassers of the election returns in this case were subject to the general, if not universal rule of law applicable to election canvassers. That rule is that they are given no discretionary power except to determine if the returns in proper form and executed by the proper officials and to pronounce the mathematical result unless additional authority is expressed. So those are 4 cases right there. Those are just a few examples, but I can.
What interplay between separation of powers was in effect in Thompson versus Talmadge?
I'm not sure how that's relevant to the issue of county certification.
That's what it was, a separation of powers case between the powers of the judiciary and the powers of the General Assembly.
Okay, well, the only relevance of the separation of powers here is the fact that this board doesn't have the authority to grant county superintendents a power that the legislature has not granted itself. That would be a violation of the separation of powers.
Are you saying the legislators do not expect the counties to produce accurate and correct information when they certify?
So I can't read the legislature's mind, but I can read the books.
I mean,
I can read the
that's
statutory books.
Alright.
I can read, well, no, I can read the law that they put on paper. That's how it
I'm
works.
asking you, according to the law,
Yes.
does it say that the county representatives that have to sign a legal document stating that their information is accurate? Does it say in your law, but in the law, that they have to do that even if it's inaccurate?
It's a loaded, there's a lot going on in that question.
Well, I mean,
There's a lot going on in that question.
we're not going through all of that. We're just looking at what's on your paper in the law. Like, does the
So
law say that?
I'm telling you that, so all these cases I read to you, right? That's the law in Georgia. That's Georgia law. That's just,
But I'm asking a specific question.
okay, well, I'm saying that the legislature legislated against the backdrop of this law. So this is Georgia law, and these are the principles that guide all the enactments that are adopted by the legislature. The legislature has put on the page no grant of discretion with respect to county certification, and it has left intact this case law over 100 years of Georgia Supreme Court precedent. This is the law in Georgia, and what it says is that county superintendents don't have express authority to do anything unless the legislature explicitly gives it to them. So you're sort of flipping the hypothetical. You're saying, oh, did the legislature say that they can't do it? But that's the exact opposite way to look at it.
Okay,
That's the exact opposite way to look at it.
I'm not flipping anything. I'm asking a direct question.
Sure.
Number one, but number two,
Mhm.
because here's my concern. My concern is that you throw the law into it to protect you and your interests or whatever. Let me just finish. And whatever you believe or whatever you think is right. However, there's no law that protects him because he has to sign this document saying it's accurate. And if it's not accurate, for whatever reason, it will fall back on him. And then the county would then have to provide him with legal support, correct?
He has to attest that he performed his duties under state law. I'm not aware of any election superintendents being prosecuted at any time for
As of
incorrectly certifying an election. If that is something that has happened routinely in Georgia,
saying-
you could let me know. But what I'm saying is that
Attorney, so I'm not going to debate that. I'm not.
understood, and I don't mean to talk over you. I'm sorry about that. But I will just say that they are attesting that they perform their duties under Georgia law, and Georgia law strictly limits their duties.
And what you were saying is that there's discrepancies as far as the count, then they have to do a recount and you went through that whole process. Now, if there's discrepancies that's not necessarily related to the count, then what's the law say?
So it's like a football team and everybody's got to perform their role. There are certain functions like investigating fraud that may require a court to resolve it and may require an election contest. There needs to be an adversarial hearing where there's rules of evidence that apply and witnesses come in. And so that is not the county and superintendent's job. They are not charged with, if we're on a football team and they're the center, their job is snapping the ball. It's not to, run wide receiver and try to catch the ball and play all these different positions. Everybody has to stay in their lane and do their jobs. And there are certain things, again, I don't want to oversimplify the duties of county superintendents. I do think that they have a very important job. And the legislature has outlined what they're supposed to do. But it has not given this sort of open-ended grant of discretion. And there are other people involved in the process that are in charge of resolving those sorts of issues. And importantly, with respect to election contests can't even start until the county superintendents certify. And so by refusing certification, by withholding certification, they're actually obstructing the lawful process, the process that the legislature has designated for these issues to be
They're
resolved.
not withholding certification.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying anybody has done that.
Certified within the allotted time frame, correct? You're still certified. No one's withholding certification. That's number one.
There has been many instances throughout the country of people withholding certification over the past
I'm
4 years.
talking about this particular rule. This particular rule has had some, there's no way that it would uphold certification because they still have to certify within the allotted time. So that's number one. But number two, the point I'm making is that you continue to say things like they have an important role, that what they have, we're not stripping them of their power, or they still have their power. But then in the same breath, you say they need to stay in line, be a team player, basically do what we're telling you to do, regardless of whether you feel comfortable doing it. That's where that ministerial is a problem for me. Because you don't get to tell people to sign a legal document. And I'm not an attorney, but I am a business owner. And at no point in time do you tell me to sign a legal document that I'm uncomfortable with and then demand that I stand behind it as if I am comfortable with it.
So performing your duties in accordance with state law would be in full compliance with that document. Nobody's violating a document if they simply do what the law says that they're supposed to do. That's clear. But we can disagree about what is the best sort of process for this. I'm not here to take a view on that. I'm just telling you what the cases say and what the statutes say. That's it.
I appreciate
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Suss, you said in one of the cases you presented that proper forms and proper counts would then lead to certification. So you did, that case actually confirms that the proper forms should be reviewed, not improper. So the superintendent should make sure that the forms are proper and the counts are proper. So, and reasonable inquiry should ensure that the information, those are the election documents regarding the claimed subject matter, the vote counts, is consistent. That's all that the superintendent should be doing. If there's no inquiry, it makes a farce of the election.
So Dr. Johnson, if you were to memorialize something that specific into a proposed rule and if it were consistent with the case law and the statute, that would be fine. And I understand that you're interpreting reasonable inquiry in that way, and I don't take issue with that. What I do take issue with is adopting something so broad that it could be misinterpreted by others or misapplied by others, because the term reasonable is so subjective and so subject, and especially since, there's no time to sort of test out this rule before the election. Like, this is it. So you'd be throwing it in for the first time and seeing how it plays out, and the results could be pretty bad. And why not just come up with a better framework here? I mean, the chairman has withdrawn his rule, but he had a rule that actually outlined some documents that the county board members would be entitled, or county board would be entitled to see before certification. There are other rules that this board could adopt that don't invite that sort of problematic inquiry. It's just this sort of language, especially given the context where the legislature and the courts have said superintendents have, very limited, strictly regulated statutory duties and obligations. This rule simply doesn't conform with that case law.
Thank you, Mr. Suss. We appreciate that. Does the board need to hear from any other members of the audience before voting? I will leave it up to the board.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend if there's anyone in the audience that is in favor of this rule to raise their hand and come forward, because we just gave 30 minutes to a lawyer from Washington.
Well, the lawyer spoke for 5 minutes at my request and then was asked questions by the board that kept him up there. So the board asked questions, which kept him up there for 30
Well,
minutes. He wasn't given 30 minutes to speak. He was
Okay.
asked questions by the board.
Well, may I ask who invited him here?
I invited him here. Yes.
And that it would be very quick to rebut some things.
Yes, yes, it is your petition. You have minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be very quick. Okay. Elections in Fulton County are run under the direction of, with law, they're run under the direction of the Board of Registration and Elections. Who runs a corporation? The CEO, but who does the CEO report to? That is what happens here. We are responsible for what happens. Everybody stay in your lane. So that argument would say that the supervisor of elections in Fulton County, who reports to the board, has a separate and distinct role that the board itself has no sway over. That doesn't hold. And I've read Mr. Suss's excellently written and researched, well, not excellent research. I've read his piece. The 100 years of Georgia precedent, I'm sorry, I started reading them and none of them are on point to this question. Thank you.
Let me make a comment. I invited Mr. Suss here. It is important for this board to hear both sides of every story. If you hear one side, we're not doing our job. We need to understand the arguments for and against every decision that we make. And if we don't do that, we're not doing our job. He presented a paper that I found very interesting that had a lot of legal case law. I felt it was important for that board to hear, this board to hear both sides. If you want to chastise me for that, feel free to do so. I'll continue to make those decisions so that this board can be properly informed before they reach a decision on anything. Now, does the board need to hear from any other members before they make a decision on this, or from any members of the audience? Does the audience have anything to say that hasn't been already said? Can you keep it to 1 minute or less?
I don't know about 1 minute.
Let's press your button, please.
Okay. Thank you for recognizing me. I greatly appreciate it. I promise I won't make this a habit. However, I do think what I do see is a heavy hand with these NGOs that lean a certain way and not as much hearing from the people, which I think there needs to be more emphasis on that part of it. So for us, I'm in Gwinnett. I think you probably know that. I've been to many certifications, and what I see is a summary that they walk out of the room, they hand it to our board members, and basically they get to maybe look at a quick overview, and then they're expected to certify it without any hands-on review of anything. That is problematic. I treat my vote better than I treat my money. If I gave you guys $100 and one of you counted 50, are you going to go along with the rest of them that say it was 100? That's a problem. The comments that you read, I'm curious because they were all negative towards the other side. Were there comments that were for this rule? If I were to ORR it, would I be able to get all of those comments? I would be curious about that.
Yes, there are positive comments. The reason I read these comments is because they were state representatives and state senators.
So my question is, were there any pro from senators or legislators?
No, there were not. I read every one that I received.
Okay. Okay.
Every single one I received.
But there were community comments, I'm assuming that were.
There were over 100 comments.
Okay.
I read, these people, these individuals are state senators and state representatives, and I read them because they asked that their comments be included in the record.
Okay. And also the people's comments should be important as well. Our chairman of our county board has stated at least 2 or 3 times on the record that our board is administrative and policy makers. So they don't see themselves as actually having a key role, which is contradictory to what we see that they have. Now, I would say that you guys consider yourselves a citizen of your counties first before you consider yourself a board member as well as our board members. OCGA 21-2-72 states that any citizen can see these documents. It's a matter of public record. And as a matter of fact, there's a group of us citizens who have done that, in fact, requested all the documents that are unsealed, and we have gone to the election office and reviewed those and conducted our own audit of the paperwork from our elections in the primary and the primary runoff, and we'll be presenting an audit summary to the board, the election office, and to you guys. It'll be quite interesting. So as a citizen, any one of these board members could exercise their citizen right to go see any one of these documents that is unsealed prior to anything they do. It doesn't even have to be in their official role as being a board member. So this, to me, as a citizen, it's more problematic that this really strong hold that some want to withhold this information. That's problematic. And it doesn't speak towards transparency. So I strongly, as just a citizen, not some high-paid NGO from Washington or New York or wherever these people are coming from, but somebody who is a stakeholder right here in Georgia. We are speaking loud, and we hope that you guys will hear us because we're on the front line. We see it every day. We are digging into our counties. We have something to say, and we want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like Ms. Rhodes.
Sure. Come up to the podium, please. All right, Ms. Grubbs, 2 minutes.
I'll be quicker than that.
Okay.
I just want to be clear. I understood that you invited this gentleman to come, Mr. Suss. And I would like to know, did he charge for his time to come or did he come for free?
I have no idea.
Well, so earlier I just talked about you as a board having your own attorney, and now we're inviting attorneys from DC to come tell us what to do in Georgia. And that is not right. And I'm also going to say he mischaracterized some of the stuff he said when he's referring to case law, because that case law referred to those cases, not Georgia in its entirety and not to the situation. And I will reiterate, it is wrong for this board that is responsible to set up rules and promulgate rules and regulations. It is wrong for you to put board members. I understand that there's some organized here today, but they don't all feel that way. It is wrong to put them in the position to raise their right hand to honor and uphold the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the United States of America. And they value truth and honesty, and not giving them the tools to do what they need to do is wrong. And I will reiterate again, you need your own counsel that is not affiliated. You need independent counsel because Mr. Suss is going to be the first one to sue. He and his firm and the other guys back here that are with these NGOs, and she's right. These NGO organizations, they are sent here to Georgia directly to do this. And I don't know when people are going to wake up and realize that Georgia is under attack. Our rules and regulations are under attack. And it is on purpose and it is by design. And I thank God for the members that will vote to give some sanity to the insanity that has been happening. Thank you.
Always a big mistake to follow Sally. You've heard a lot of angry words from attorneys and scary words from attorneys. I actually wrote a little 2-minute thing that I thought I would do during public comment, so I'll do that now to keep it pithy and brief. Most counties and election boards have members of 3 to 5 members. And one of the complaints I've heard is that a single member can hold up certification. If you have a 5-member board and you have 3 members on the board that decide the election shouldn't be certified, perhaps something should be looked into before it should be voted on. In fact, the timeline for certification is so short that it's common for counties to discover errors after the deadline to certify. As light as the turnout was in the general primary in 2024, we just had 33% of the counties did not certify on time or had to recertify. Some did not certify their final reports for the May election until June. And we mentioned ministerial act. So if certification is a ministerial act and you can recertify it anytime, why we take 6 days to do it? Why not just do it on Wednesday and get it over with? And that way you can go ahead and move on down the line. Those opposed to this rule focus on a very short phrase in 21-2-493, which says shall be certified by superintendent. But this shall does not occur in 493 until paragraph K, and there are 41 other shalls that come before that in that same part of the law. There are other shall certify examples in the Georgia law that allow for no votes. For instance, 21-2-437 is talking about paper ballot certification by poll workers, says that poll officers shall duly certify to the number of votes cast. But then 21-2-440 says that if any poll officer shall refuse to sign or certify, he shall write his reasons, which is a reasonable thing to expect them to do. But the indication there is that the reason they would write their reasons is because they voted not to certify. And 21-2-587 makes it severe, states that any poll officer who willfully certifies as correct a false return of ballot shall be guilty of a felony. This rule does not change the definition of certification. And we can tell the definition of certification that the legislature intended by exactly what Member King asked to be read. And I'd like to read that's very short. We, the undersigned Board of Elections, do jointly and severally certify that the attached election results summary is a true and correct count of the votes cast. And so that's something that we have to sign. So they're asking that we do this as a ministerial act. Sounds like today they're actually asking for you to, as a ministerial act, you can't vote for this either. So I would just encourage you to use the power that the state board has set you up and let us use the power that we've got from the state legislature as board members. Thank you.
I'm Tamara Favorito with Voter GA, which has led the election integrity movement here in Georgia for more than 17 years. And I represent 20,000 followers and supporters, and we definitely support this rule. When I look at the code section and when I look at the oath that our Board of Elections members are expected to sign, I understand that to say they know what they're signing. It's not ministerial. But I have a question for y'all about this rulemaking process. I understood that once you accepted a rule to initiate rulemaking, then it went to Legislative Council while we're having this discussion about whether or not we're in compliance with the law. So did Legislative Council take a look at this?
Did we receive any?
They haven't filed an objection. No objection.
So they had, I'm sorry, Alex, I'm having a little problem hearing you. So they filed no objection.
They haven't said.
So if our Legislative Council are fine with this rule, then do we really need to be having this discussion about whether or not this complies with our law? That's the question. Thank you.
I guess 3 things. One, I don't think the fact that the Legislative Council hasn't said anything yet means that they agree. Secondly, I didn't know that people outside of Georgia were not capable of reading Georgia law. The gentleman laid out very clearly what Georgia law is. If people on the board don't like that law, they need to take it up with the legislature. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I know we're pushing time, so I will try to keep this brief. My name is Dylan Jules. I'm a field coordinator at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Since our founding in 1940, LDF has used litigation, policy advocacy, public education, and community organizing strategies to achieve racial justice and equity. Throughout our history, LDF has worked to enforce and promote laws and policies that increase access to the electoral process and prohibit voter discrimination, intimidation, and suppression. Today, we stand in opposition to proposed Rule 183-1-12.02. Rule 183-1-12.02's reasonable inquiry provision is fundamentally flawed in at least 3 respects. First, the rule lacks definitions and guardrails to ensure the reasonable inquiry process will not unduly delay certifying elections. Second, the rule could be employed to delay or deny certifying election results in counties and precincts serving Black voters. Its vagueness risks enabling the personal views and priorities of election officials to distort the democratic process and invites inconsistent interpretation and application across jurisdictions. Moreover, vague and open-ended standards like this one can create opportunities for bias and discrimination to influence decision-making, either unconsciously or in some cases invidiously. Third, the proposed rule's reasonable inquiry provision inserts discretion into a task deemed a ministerial function and therefore contravenes established law. In other words, this rule mischaracterizes a ministerial duty as a discretionary duty. Ultimately, the rule creates more problems than it purports to resolve. By granting opportunity to delay the certification process and by giving authority to wield reasonable inquiries as tools to subvert this ministerial duty, likely to the detriment of Black voters, the rule only perpetuates risks associated with undermining the democratic process. Thus, for the reasons presented, the board should not move forward with this proposed rule. Thank you.
If I have a question, can I ask this gentleman a question?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Question.
Yep.
Excuse me. Sir,
Yeah, I have a question for you.
board member.
You mentioned that this rule will somehow impact Black voters. Can you explain specifically how this would impact Black voters?
Specifically due to the discretionary methods that any of the election officials could choose to delay certification, primarily in counties with a majority Black voting age population. As we know, Fulton is one of them and many others in the surrounding area.
So it would somehow disenfranchise Black Fulton voters, but not white Fulton voters or Hispanic Fulton voters?
Well, it will disproportionately affect Black voters due to that discretionary measure. Anything that affects Black voters affects all voters.
Okay, all right.
So that's my point that I'm trying to make. Anything that affects Black voters in Georgia affects all voters in Georgia. But as a board, it is your duty not to propose or implement any rules or changes that will disproportionately affect any portion of your electorate of voters.
Okay. Okay. I mean, my answer, as a Black woman who lives in Fulton County, I read this rule and there's nothing in this rule that makes me feel like it's going to somehow disproportionately affect me as a Fulton County Black voter. But I appreciate your position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it does.
Good afternoon. Thank y'all for allowing us to do this. My name's Deidre Holden. I'm the Director of Elections for Paulding County, and I've been doing elections for 24 years. I love what I do. And I've sat here and I've listened to, is it Heekins, Mr. Heekins? And I've sat back there and I've kind of just kept my mouth shut, but I'm going to have to say what I need to say. First of all, the superintendent of elections is the board. They're the ones who are ultimately responsible, and I think you all will agree with me on that. Fulton County is a totally different animal than any of us, other than Gwinnett and DeKalb. They're bigger. I have 135,000 voters. But transparency is the most important thing. And if I was on the Board of Elections in Fulton County, I don't think I'd feel comfortable with signing results that I haven't looked at. I think the problem is not with the results. I think the problem is the communication between the Board of Elections and the election staff. At any given time, and I'm going to make a public invitation, you want to come watch elections, come to Paulding County. We would love for you to do that, because I think once you see the process, you would understand the process. But if you're not allowing your board to see the results, to see the recap sheets, to see the things that's been going on for, 45 days prior to an election, you have a problem. So, I'm just a simple kind of girl, and I think that it's a problem with communication. And I think if that does need to be spelled out, and this board needs to promulgate a rule for that, then do so. But I think when it is all said and done, it comes down to the election staff working with the board and vice versa, because you are looking at a lot of numbers and you want it to be right, and you don't need to sign something that is not correct. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Christensen, and I'm a retired CPA, accountant, auditor. And I think one of the things that we should focus on here is it would be unreasonable not to be reasonable. I think everything that happens in this house here is based upon reason. And to say that we can't use the word reasonable is ridiculous. And if you look at the definition that was read, it is the very definition of reasonableness. So I do agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that there is an issue with that shall certify. That's kind of a problem, because it's a matter of conscience. If you know there's problems, you should not certify. Even if it says shall, you shouldn't do it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And you need to have time to go through and check the numbers. And so I looked at the definition of canvassing, and it's, canvassing means a lot of different things, but one of the things it means in the United States, the compilation of election returns and the validation of the outcome of the forms that forms the basis of the official results is also called canvassing. That means we're checking the numbers. Now, here's the problem with checking the numbers in Fulton County, okay? On the absentee ballots, there's 1,282 rows on the spreadsheet, and who knows how many columns. To do that takes time. You've got to go through and you've got to check every single one of them, okay? Then at the precinct level, you got to do the same thing. There's lots of numbers that need to be checked. I don't know if there's enough time to check all those numbers. There's a former auditor, Arthur Anderson. We had to check every single number, and it takes time. It's tedious, and it requires more than one person to go through and check all those numbers. So to put the, county election officials in the position of having to sign off on something without making sure the numbers add up is a problem. And we know that the numbers didn't add up in 2020 on the absentee ballots, because not only did they miss the 36 rows in that spreadsheet the first time, they missed them on the risk limiting audit, which the only thing risk limiting about that audit was the words risk limiting. It was a retabulation rubber stamp. They missed the same 36 rows the second time. And then when they did the recount, they missed them the third time. And so I agree with the rule that we're saying here. And there are some problems I think that we need to solve legislatively. But in the meantime, we got to deal with what we got to deal with and have to work through it. But I think the proposal to say reasonable is reasonable. Thank you.
This is our last speaker. Nobody else is allowed to get in line.
Appreciate it. Thank you for hearing me. I'm probably going to be talking about something a lot different. First of all, I'm Kenny Johnson. I'm the state representative for Rockdale County Soil and Water Conservation District. I'm the first Black since it was created in 1937. Soil and water make the last decision what's being built in your community. So a lot of you don't know that. But we got two solid ones. We got one is the politics appointing, and then we have the elected officials. The one over here think they are over the elected official. So pretty much I'm gonna have the DOJ have come in here because right now our communities are getting destroyed because the political one over here is in the pockets of the developers. So Donald Trump was telling the truth. Now, I'm gonna let you hear a tape and then you're gonna know that this person did wrong. It's very short.
Tell me that you guys are the ones that put names on ballots. For us. Won't determine North Carolinians incoming. I appreciate it. All right.
Mr. Justice, is this related to this petition?
Yep.
Huh?
Mhm.
It is related to this petition we're hearing today?
Yep.
Okay.
Have y'all went over the petition yet or made a ruling?
No, this petition that we're talking about right now with with the certification, is it related to, are comments related to this certification petition?
No, it's related to, well, yeah, I'm kind of confused.
So,
I filed a complaint back in 2021.
right. So right now.
And it's been covered up for about 2 years.
Yeah, right now, this board is hearing testimony or comments from the public on this rule petition for certification. So I understand that you have a complaint for the board, and we have another open comment section tomorrow.
Okay.
That you're invited to come back and speak on your issue tomorrow related to your case if you'd like to,
I'd
okay?
be welcome to come.
All right,
I'd
thank
love
you.
to come.
In the meantime, can we get a copy of that audio so we can?
I emailed it to all of y'all, but I'll email it to you again.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Appreciate it.
Does the board have any further questions? Member Jeffries? Yeah. The chair will entertain a motion pertaining to, let me see, proposed rule amendment to SEB Rule 183-1-12-.02.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to approve SUB Rule 183-1-12-.02.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Johnson and a second by Member King to approve rule amendment SEB Rule 183-1-12-02. Any discussion?
So I want to make it clear for the record that this board is determining that 90 days before the election is not too late to be making changes to our election laws, rules, and procedures. Is that by supporting this rule, we are saying that 90 days before the election is not insufficient time.
I think by supporting this rule, what we're saying is that we stand with those who have to sign legal documents stating that their information is accurate and ensuring that they have what's necessary to stand by that legal document.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting SCB Rule 183-1-12-.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
The chair votes nay also.
So it passes 3-2.
Yep. 3-2. Yeah, the motion carries 3-2. Do you want to hear the other one now, or? Sure. The board want to hear the other one, or defer to them all?
Let's hear it.
Hmm? I'm sorry.
Let's hear it. I do. I'm fine.
All right. We will hear, this board will hear discussion and voting on proposed rule amendment to SEB Rule 183-1-14-.02. It is tab 44 in your binder. Who's the petitioner? Ms. Grubbs is back again. We're going to put your nameplate up there. Okay. Okay. You want to,
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to go to the OK Cafe and have dinner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'll buy your dinner at OK Cafe. How about that? Even though you voted no.
What restaurant am I getting?
I'm sorry?
What restaurant am I getting? Which restaurant?
OK Cafe.
Okay, I'll do that.
Everybody likes to be seen at OK Cafe.
Please proceed.
So this is just a repeat of what we did before on my rule.
Well, you can make it short as you want to, so.
And we're talking about the adoption of the rule amendment 183.1.14.02, or are we talking about the other rule?
1.14-.02. It has two parts, correct?
Yeah, and all of this is just for, if anybody doesn't know, I'm all about securing our elections and doing it legally and in accordance with the official code of Georgia annotated. And I want this board to exercise its authority that the legislature gave it to secure our elections. And so this rule has to do with, well, I'll just read my justification and I'll make it fast. It is incumbent upon you, the state election board, to take actions to secure the elections process and give voters confidence by evidencing your commitment to ballot security. We place our trust in you to stand for electors in ensuring that legal ballots are counted and illegal ballots are dealt with accordance with the law. While the burden is heavy, there are steps you can take to give voters confidence and to stop voter suppression by not allowing the dilution of votes by allowing illegally cast ballots. Now, I've said that before, but maybe not everybody heard it, but it is voter suppression when you allow illegally cast ballots to be cast. And particularly with issues, we have issues in Cobb County. And I'm so glad to meet our elections director in Paulding County because I've heard great things about her, and transparency is the key. And transparency and communication are what give voters confidence. But right now, voters don't have a lot of confidence in what's going on. So my rule just puts forth the situation that we have with the election superintendents deputizing people to receive ballots. It is all about ballot security and having traceability. And when you go to turn in a ballot for someone, that you show ID, the same requirements as a voter is all we're looking for is that that person delivering that ballot has to provide the identification and the chain of custody with documentation. That's it in a nutshell.
Let me ask one question on each part of these. We also received a lot of emails and comments on this, both pro and con. And I read them both because I think it's important to hear both sides. Do you think that you're imposing additional requirements on somebody who drops off a ballot and hands it to a person versus somebody that walks into the same precinct and just drops it into the ballot box?
Do I think I'm putting an additional burden on someone?
Yes, because in Gwinnett County, they have ballot boxes in, I guess, 6 different precincts, so 1 per 100,000 voters. So they could go in and just put it in the ballot box and not have to do anything, or they could walk over and hand it to somebody, and under your rule, then they got to fill out a form.
I mean, the people who are deputized have to fill out a form, and the person dropping it off have to fill out, have to show identification. I guess if people want to use mailboxes and go back to before we had drop boxes and before they could drop off tons and tons of ballots at one time, we could go back to those days, and I'm with you. But so long as we have a drop box and so long as we have these, the ability for these locations to receive ballots, I kind of have some postnasal drip going on, and I'm going to have to run by Kroger and get some Tylenol sinus, and I can't get that unless I show them my ID. So why should I be able to do that and have to do that when people dropping off a ballot, which is a vote, which is a very valuable thing? Why should they be able to do that without showing ID when it's the same level of standard as someone who actually votes?
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, I'm glad we agree.
My question is though, if you walk into a precinct, my precinct that I vote at in Gwinnett County, there's a ballot box there. And I can walk in and just put it in that ballot box and walk out, correct?
You can,
Yeah.
but there's also
But-
additional
but-
documentation for that.
But if I walk into that same precinct and hand it to somebody under your rule, I would have to fill out this form or have them fill out this form.
Well, the people receiving it would have to fill out the form,
Right.
yes.
They'd have to fill out, so it's an additional step versus just,
Not really, because there's also the step of accounting for it at the ballot box and tracking. Because if you remember in Cobb County, we had an issue where people put in ballots into the tax assessor payment box.
right.
And then they just took those out of the box and they went and turned them in to the registrar, and they were accepted without any chain of custody whatsoever. Even though they never hit the ballot box, they hit the tax payment box.
Yeah, I guess the real question I have is whether we even need ballot boxes anymore, frankly.
Frankly, listen, let's get rid of those boxes.
We can't do that.
Y'all are not allowed to cheer for me.
But you know what? Ms. Casal would be
I'm
mad.
the bad guy according to the president. Y'all are not allowed to cheer for me.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I think I want to put a little finer point on the hypothetical that you brought up, because there's a term of art in rulemaking called arbitrary and capricious. And that means that if a rule is arbitrary and it treats like situations in an unlike way, it cannot withstand judicial scrutiny. So say I hand my ballot to my husband to turn in, and he takes his ballot and my ballot to the election headquarters. He has a choice. He can hand it to the registrar or he can put it in the ballot drop box. He forgot his driver's license. He goes to the ballot drop box. He has 100% legal right to deliver that ballot on my behalf. He drops it in the drop box. Those 2 ballots will be counted and accepted. He hands it to the registrar. All of a sudden, my valid ballot, which had all of the chain of custody with my written application, my signature, has all the information on the back of it. All of a sudden, the fact that he does not have his driver's license turns that into a provisional ballot. So the exact same ballot delivered in the exact same office, because they chose to deliver it to a person which is arguably more secure than the box, all of a sudden it makes it into a provisional ballot that I will have to cure. And that is what makes this rule invalid, because it is arbitrary.
It's
Because
not.
it is the legislature that has established that the drop box is valid. The legislature has set up all of the rules and says that my husband has every right to drop that ballot into that drop box. But in fact, I've seen lots of people pushing voters to deliver ballots in person and not into the drop box because drop box is not available on election day. But it doesn't, you cannot treat like situations in an unlike way for no good reason.
Well, there's
What is it that, what additional security are you providing when you hand it to a person as opposed to a box?
It would be one thing, Ms. Gazal, if these were people that were regular election workers and that kind of thing, and, you know, perhaps it would be different. But what we experienced in Cobb County is we experienced people being deputized to receive those ballots without, and for one thing, I would think your husband would just go put it in the mail. I mean, I don't know what the big deal is without just putting in the mail. And I really don't understand why we still even have drop boxes anymore.
The law
Because
requires them. That's why the legislature has determined that counties are required to have drop
that's
boxes.
where you and I always debate, because you want to talk about the law when it suits your purpose. But if it doesn't suit your purpose, then the law doesn't matter. And that's the way sitting in a seat, it's received on our end, because the law says that you are the state election board, you are divested from the state Secretary of State's office. And yet you guys don't even have your own website. You don't have the tools you need to do your job, but yet it's always about the law. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about the petition.
That's fine, but I'm just saying that there's some inequities there when it comes to, yes, look, in this petition part, you know, a long time ago, I used to sell real estate. And if you have a disclosure form, when you go sell your house, there was a checkbox on the form about leaving switch plate covers. And there was a form on the box about leaving the mailbox. And all of those little things, I have a point. And that is, all those little things on a disclosure form were there because somebody stole the mailbox and somebody took the switch plate covers. And so right now, here in the state of Georgia, we are having to patch up making rules about things because people don't behave and they don't do the right thing. And because the legislature has given you the ability to do that, and you can do that. And I'm standing here going, why am I even arguing about this? Why is Gavrio fighting against it? Why are we having people come from Washington, D.C.? Why are we having NGOs interfering what is the rights of the citizens and the obligations of the state election board over a rule to hand over a folded up piece of paper that has my ballot on it? This is getting to the point of ridiculous. This is a rule to say, if you go hand it to somebody, we're going to write your ID information down just to be sure there's chain of custody. Life is not this hard.
Mr. Chairman. So Sally, just to be clear, you're not requiring this if there is a drop box. It doesn't require a person, right? If you could drop in the box, you can do that just fine, right?
Right.
You're not requiring anyone to be standing at anyone's mailbox and collecting ID information, correct?
Correct.
So this is only if you're going to hand the ballot to another individual, correct?
Right. It's all about chain of custody.
Okay. Because I feel like if you have an issue doing that, there's several other options. You can go vote in person. You can put it in your mailbox. You can vote early.
There's 19 days of early
There's so
voting.
many other ways to vote if you have an issue with doing this. But if you're going to hand it to another person, another human being, you're saying there should be a record that took place.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, you're letting someone act as your proxy, and we're talking, I mean, and that's what, you know, and the other, you know, let's just go to 1 day voting and let's get rid of 19 days early voting. If we don't want to make the rules, but we have to play on the field that has been created for us, and we're just saying, let's make it more accountable. accountability is what is going to give us security and confidence in our elections. Because you can see by the response of all the people that came out this morning, people are not confident. And it's just so odd to me. I mean, it really does make my brain hurt of how Mr. Suss and others like Mr. Suss and, Mr. Joseph from Bartow County, it's all about stop. We don't want you to look. We don't want you to look. Don't lift up the carpet. You might find something. 4 years of this is enough.
Some of us have been involved in this for many more than 4 years. I think that the public comments on the video surveillance have really articulated very well the problems with the requirement and the 24-month requirements for that. But I would like to make sure that does get noted. And also, once again, we are 90 days before an election. And as opposed to the previous rule, this is a truly substantive change that you would be requiring the counties to undergo. Development of a new form, development, training for the county election officials, securing more video equipment that they may or may not have, securing storage 90 days before an election.
Sarah, we do not, excuse me, Board Member Gazal, we do not hand our cash over anywhere without having a receipt. We do not, why is it that it seems like this is ridiculously complicated for no apparent reason? At the end of the day, all we're saying is that if you hand your ballot to another human being that I don't know, a complete stranger, that there needs to be some documentation that says, I did that. This is basic common sense. No one in here is handing over cash with no receipt that you gave someone cash.
The more y'all clap, the longer we're going to stay here. Just.
I think people are just tired of this ridiculous continual conversation over common sense issues. It's not that complex.
Thank you. And I would like to say, I'm just saying, let's make it the same requirement as in-person voting. And you know what? And it is, and by the way, yes, it all didn't just start in 2020 for me. It started before 2020 for me. And so, there are people that are paying more attention. And what I can say is to all the people that are most recently involved, thank God you're here. Thank God you showed up. But also too, shame on all of us for not treasuring this process more valuably. And don't punish people because they just woke up yesterday.
So, Mr. Chair and Ms. Grubbs, I'm always looking for uniformity. And I would like a process that's uniform across the state with regard to return of absentee ballots. Now, I don't know why anybody would go to deliver their ballot for their spouse and not have their driver's license with them. That means they were driving without a driver's license. I don't know. But there, by the statute in OCGA, in the statute, the code book, it states that there are 14 relatives or persons that are legally allowed to return a ballot. And this is simply confirming that it's one of those 14 designated persons to return the ballot. I visited the Great Hall County recently and visited their election office and was delighted to find with return of an absentee ballot, they have a little form and the voter brings the ballot for their spouse or their mother or the father, whatever. And the registrar says, thank you very much. Is that your ballot? No, that's my spouse's ballot. Oh, well, could you show me your ID? Sure. They show the ID, they record it, and the ballot's accepted. Now, if they said, gee, I don't have any ID with me, they don't need to turn it in and make it a provisional ballot. They can come back the next day. They can go to the post office. They can go to a drop box. They can put that ballot in very anonymously if they want. I don't think that's a problem. There is provision of how to treat absentee provisional ballots. There's nothing wrong with that. So if a ballot showed up and there wasn't a chain of custody for it, then it becomes provisional and it can be cured. So it's really not problematic. And Hall County had these nice little peel off stickers and they just fill it out, peel it off and stick it on the outside envelope. And I think we saw evidence like this at the Gwinnett meeting, Mr. Chair, that we visited. That this is an issue because some counties are trying very diligently to create new locations for absentee ballots to be dropped without good recording or providing any chain of custody. And we need to have that under better control. Now, the biggest drop box of all is, of course, the USPS, the post office. But so that's certainly a method for returning a ballot. But anyway, thank you very much, Ms. Groves. As far as the video recording of drop boxes, the code book also says that the drop boxes shall be under constant surveillance. I think Ms. Groves' petition rightly puts constant surveillance to work with a video recording of the drop box. I've been through polling locations that are not locked at night. I walk into my church and walk by all these voting machines, and you can't always count on the election, the polling place to be locked. And we've heard cases where they weren't locked. They were in gyms that were wide open, or the basketball team came in and had basketball practice. So I think video surveillance when no one's there is very appropriate.
I have a little bit of experience with video recording machines. We only have 2,000 of them out there. I have a question whether it's actually necessary. We had some testimony earlier about, or I've seen some testimony about how when at the end of the day, the box is emptied and it's recorded, and the next morning the box is open and verified to be empty, and the whole process starts all over again, and the ballots are secure. So if the box is empty overnight, what's the reason to have a recording machine there when it's empty and sitting there by itself, and especially when they're going to look at it the next morning? It's also not as simple as just putting a camera up. You know, there are a lot of technology issues with that, trust me. And technology changes constantly. And you're talking about is it going to be an IP camera? Is it going to be what kind of camera is, what kind of recording system you're going to have? How many frames per second are they required to record? I just think that there's a whole lot of technical issues. This sounds like a good rule. In reality, it's a little bit more difficult than just requiring them. And you're talking about some counties that may not have the resources for that. You know, you got to have a technician go put
But
them
they
in.
did before the law changed again. They were all under surveillance anyway. And I sat at our Board of Elections in Cobb County and watched them put in the video recording system. So I don't buy that. And
It's gotten a lot more expensive and a lot more technical than it used to be. I mean, I remember going to Sam's Club and buying, VHS machines with 8-hour tapes and putting them in there and hauling them out and putting them in a Waffle House. That's not what happens anymore. And so I think that they're just, as with the other petitions that I like guardrails around, I think that this is a little bit too open-ended and
I just disagree with you. And I'm
Well,
sorry,
disagree a lot.
respectfully.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you do realize that the camera is not triggered until there's movement. So it's not like it's constantly recording. Maybe it's the millennial in me, but.
that's not in there. No, that's not always true.
Well, it can be though. We can get that type of camera, right? We can have that type of surveillance. But it doesn't say, here's the thing. Constant surveillance doesn't mean that the camera has to be running while it's watching it. I mean, we have constant surveillance at our home, but I can guarantee you the camera is not running while we're not there. It only runs whenever there's some type of activity. And that's the type of surveillance that we can make. We can, that's the type of surveillance I would think that we would have. I don't know if in 2024, we have cameras that are just sitting there running the whole time. I think most of them are motion activated. So that's one thing. Secondly, again, in 2024, we can find small cameras to just set up to make sure that it's being watched. We're talking about our votes. We're not talking about just something random. It's extremely important.
I understand it, but you're watching an empty box.
And I'm sorry, until it's not empty, right?
But it's an empty, the place is closed and locked.
Not necessarily.
Not always.
That's
They're not
that's
outside.
the problem. There are plenty of places that are unsecured that have drop boxes in them. I mean, that's part of the problem. I mean, I agree with you. Let's get rid of drop boxes.
I agree.
100% agree. To Miss Person who said 2,000 mules was a lie, then that never happened or whatever. We have the drop boxes, but let's secure them, and surveillance is where can you go in this capital that you're not under surveillance constantly?
But my position is that they're emptied at night. They're looked at again in the morning and they're empty. And if they're not empty, well, you've got a problem. You got to figure out where these ballots came from, or are they even valid ballots? And you can.
Exactly. You got to find out where they came
You
from.
can identify the voter and find out whether it's a legitimate ballot.
You just said it right there. If it's not empty, where did the ballots come from? And the only way you're going to know is if it's under surveillance.
You know who the voter is. You know who the voter is.
I mean, do you? I don't know. You had the Secretary of State this week saying that there's no non-citizens voting in Georgia because we use Real ID, and that's not true. That Real ID does not determine citizenship. So I'm just saying we have got our fingers in the dike of Georgia voting nonstop. And this is an important rule, and I stand by the rule, and I appreciate you in advance for voting yes.
Don't clap for me.
You voted last time no. You have to vote yes now. Because we're mad about you flying Mr. Suss down here.
It's also.
The part 19 to me just seems an unnecessary expense on the counties, when you have procedures already to check those ballot
If you want
boxes.
to talk about unnecessary expense, I am ready to go to the mat with you about that one, because unnecessary expense means having to buy all these cartridges that we have to buy from Dominion, and we have to buy our ballot paper from Dominion, and we're enriching Dominion all the time, and we're sucking the money out of our counties. So, yeah.
So I also would be concerned, it's not just about somebody putting ballots in the ballot box, but somebody pouring some toxic chemical in there and ruining the ballot box, or cutting the seals and questioning, what's going on in the election office overnight. And these are just a few locations. It's not even every polling place. It's just where Dropbox is, right?
Right.
Okay. So some counties just have one Dropbox.
We'll let you speak if you promise not to speak more than a minute and a half. All right.
So just to respond, I wanted to clarify Gabrielle's position. We are not against the idea behind this rule. Maybe surprised not people walk in my office, ask for ID. We record every ballot that comes in. Where we differ in opinion is we don't have the legal authority to reject the ballot because of how it's delivered. We can refer the people who delivered it improperly to y'all for investigation. We can refer them to the DA. But if the voter signed that envelope, they sent the ballot with somebody, no matter who delivers it, we're required to count it. So to create a personal ballot would not be legal. That was for the legislature to deal with the courts. That is beyond y'all's authority. And the end result of the personal ballot is not cured, is to reject it. And we're gonna get sued for that. The rule literally says, if it's not ordered by United States Postal Service, we need chain of custody. That leaves out FedEx, UPS. We're not saying it's a bad idea to have more chain of custody, but if you're gonna do it, include everything in there so we're not rejecting ballots because of how they're delivered. The code talks about photo ID. It's not in the part of turning a ballot in. And then as far as the empty box goes, we are not saying that we should have a camera on the box at night. We're saying that to store a continuous recording, previous rule didn't say continuous recording. I think it said you had to take at least 1 second of video every 3 seconds or something.
Say that one more time.
I think it did require more continuous recording of the drops.
Yeah. it
So we're
absolutely-
talking about not continuous surveillance, but continuous recording. So it's not just on motion. And if we don't need that recording after a week or two, why are we keeping it for 2 years? We'll know the next morning if we need it. And if we need it, if there's an investigation, we were happy to retain it. But to have a blanket rule to retain 19 days of an empty box for 2 years is just, we think a step too far. But we're happy to do it for a shorter period of time. So we are for surveilling the box at night, just not retaining video for that long. We are for chain of custody, but not for rejecting a ballot in a way that's going to get us sued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kerr, 2 years ago, you told me that when a voter came to your election office and dropped off an absentee ballot, you did ask for their identification.
I do, but if they say no, we still have to take it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I do, but if they say no, I don't want to give it to you, we make a note of that, we record the incident, we still have to take it.
Well, I mean, it becomes a provisional, right?
That's not a reasonable provision ballot under the law.
So, but are you saying, Sal, that we reject it if they don't have their ID? Is that?
Yes, that is the end result of the original ballot if they do not cure it.
I can't.
Yes, that would be the end of that story if they don't have a chance to cure the ballot. And that's another action on the voter's part.
So would it not be a ballot that's delivered by an unauthorized person?
If it's an unauthorized person, I'm going to report them to y'all. I'm going to take that ballot.
Right, so it's an illegally delivered ballot if it's not one of the 14 authorized persons.
There's nothing in law that would allow me to reject that ballot. I'm happy to go over the statute with you. I'm sorry, I'm happy to go over the statute with you, but there's nothing in code that would allow me to reject that ballot.
Right. Doesn't Ms. Grubb's petition say that it would be provisional?
Yes, but what happens if they don't cure a provisional ballot?
Then that's on them.
I'm sorry.
Press your button there.
Sorry. I just want to say,
Who are you?
my name is Rebecca England and I'm the Greene County Election Supervisor. Every county is currently doing this a little bit differently. So we're doing the sticker method. We're doing the chain of custody when it comes in, the paper method. We're asking the voter when they drop it off. I despise the United States Postal Service. I have told voters, do not use that. Use it as a last resort because we are not getting the ballots back. I'm dealing with Congress right now. I have taken up this cause for 159 counties. They are emailing me every issue. We are rejecting ballots from both sides of the fence by handfuls every single election that should have been counted, that the voter did their due diligence, but we are having to reject them because we're receiving them late and after the deadline. The Postal Service is failing us.
That's so weird.
So what I would love to see, I encourage people to hand us their ballots because we are able to review them when they hand them to us. Make sure that their name, their date of birth, their signature, their driver's license number is on there. Otherwise, we're having to go through this cure process that takes days, sometimes even weeks to complete, especially because under the law, we're having to mail them a letter for the cure process. We're having to wait for them to get the letter. Many of them don't receive the letter in the mail or they receive it after the fact. Then they don't have the time to cure their ballot and get it back to us. It is a sad, sad thing that we are dealing with, but this is the reality of it. And this is what us as professionals are seeing every day. If somebody walks in with their husband and wife's ballot and I review it and I take it from them, I shouldn't have to question that any further. In fact, my election attorney has told me I cannot not accept their ballot. My election attorney has told me that. So we're faced with, it's like we can't win for losing here. And I'm all for the camera on the Dropbox. We have one in our office that runs 24/7 on the Dropbox, but it does not meet the 2-year retention that this is
But
saying.
why should that be any different than any other election evidence?
The camera,
Why should the camera imaging
because the
be any different than any scrap of paper that becomes evidence as part of an election?
It's my understanding, I will tell you, nobody uses our Dropbox. For the past 3 elections that we have had in Greene County, not one single person has dropped their ballot in that Dropbox. They have handed it to my clerk that is at the counter. That is all under video surveillance, and we do a 2-month retention in Greene County. It's my understanding from an IT perspective, the more you retain, the higher the cost gets for the county. Now, I don't have cost analysis on that at all, but that is my understanding.
So we don't have a cost risk analysis, but, and you're in Greene County, I'm Cobb County, we have Bolton, Gwinnett, we have the big, 5, 6 counties that are the big pains that make it difficult for you in Greene County. And I feel your pain and I understand. And first of all, I want to address something that Mr. Kirk said, in one of his alerts to get all y'all here to combat our rules, about y'all being the professionals and like, we're just lay people and we don't know what we're doing and that kind of
Ms.
stuff.
Grubbs, let's be nice.
I'm being nice. He was not nice, but I'm being nice. But I'm just saying that a lot of the people that are involved in proposing rules and things like that, number one, there's nothing that I've proposed that has not been run through council. Number two is the fact that, just like what you said, you got advice from your attorney and that kind of thing. We know what opinions are like, right? You're going to get a lot of different opinions. And the whole goal is we all need to work together. But when you have a common sense rule like this, and I'm standing up here for 45 minutes talking about common sense, it starts to get very frustrating. So the retention of the surveillance data and that kind of stuff, we have seen that when election contests go to court and that kind of stuff, you look at how backlogged they are. And just like Dr. Johnston said, what if somebody throws a cup full of some kind of acid in there and eats up ballots? And then it's like, whose responsibility was it that these ballots weren't protected, or were they protected, or what substance was used, or now we have a hazmat situation and that kind of stuff. If there's somebody that does something criminal like that, there's going to need to be some kind of evidence of what happened. And the surveillance video should not be treated any differently than any election evidence. And I learned very well that every scrap of paper that goes into the whole process is evidence. That's why they bind it up with red tape that says evidence on it. That's why we have the lock tags. That's why, because this is one of the most precious things that we have in this country. And to be stopped at every point by people who don't even live in the state is crazy. And I like my rule and I'd like it to pass. So let's go to dinner.
I call for the question.
We've had a member call for the question, which is appropriate for members to call for the question. The member has called for the question.
Yes, I make a motion that we approve rule 183-1-14-0.
Second.
We have a motion to approve rule 183-1-14-.02. And we have a second by member Johnston. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving rule 183-1-14-.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
The chair votes nay. The motion carries 3-2.
Thank you.
We created a conference.
No, it just broke the law.
I sense that members of the board are getting hangry at this point, and So the chair will entertain a motion to recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to hear the rest of the agenda. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor of recess signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.